Hey guys, welcome back to channel. So today we going to see what if Naruto x Barbara x Blackcat x Supergirl x Tsunade full lemon. Let's start. Madara Uchiha, some say the best ninja to ever have lived. Not many would dispute that claim. Madara was many things. His legend was only surpassed by his power only surpassed by his hatred, and his hate was only surpassed by his curiosity. For 60 years he truly wondered if love was stronger than hate. Going by his loss to Hashirama, even with his win by gaining some of his old friend's cells, he still lost. So he thought one day, is love stronger than hate? He had to know. So after Obito left he needed another, to see if love would beat hate when the time came. After all, curiosity makes worlds and destroys them. That simple question made Madara search. He searched for someone to train like he did Obito. He found his second apprentice in a young boy, the last of the main bloodline Uzumaki. A young boy by the name of Naruto Uzumaki. The fact that he had the 9 tails made it even more likely to use Hashirama's teachings. So when the boy's parents died he took him and trained him. When he was 3 his training started and Madara trained him like he did his own son, but still just as harsh as he did with Obito. But he treated him like a grandson. He put Hashirama's cells in him as well as his own. He was afraid that he would die, but he was fine and survived. More than survived, he thrived and became far more powerful. When his training was complete at age 12, Madara died and he went off into the world. He wore what his grandfather Madara gave him. He had black pants and battle armor like his grandfather, as well as a sage cloak with his 3 clan symbols on it. On the right shoulder, the symbol of the Senju clan, on the left the shoulder of the sage cloak, the fan of the Uchiha clan. Finally he had the spiral of the Uzumaki clan dead center of his back. He went to Mist first under the advice of his grandfather. There he met up with the rebels, and after he talked to the rebel leader, a woman named Mei, and saw the state of the children of the group, agreed to help them. After a grueling battle many of the rebels were in recovery, but then the 4 Mizukage sent an even larger force to finish them off. Mei said that he would buy them time to leave, but Naruto would have none of that. He said he would deal with them, and rape them he did. Mei and her 2 bodyguards saw what he did. Ao was the most shocked. Wood style, water style, fire style, and all other elements on a level that not even bloodline users such as Mei could achieve. With the 4th Mizukage's death, Mei was made Mizukage and asked what Naruto would like as a reward. Naruto responded with a kiss from the most beautiful Kage in history. Naruto got his kiss with interest. When he went to Wave he felt the sadness in the whole town. He felt it deep in their core. He also felt the source. He hunted this man and any that would follow him. This worm named Gato. He had heard of him. He had his hands in all of the big 5 villages, wanting to control them finically so he would be protected from them. Too bad it didn't protect him from his wrath. In a few short seconds, Naruto slaughtered him and anyone who dared to work from him. When an old man named Tsunade came back he was shocked to see his village celebrating. The 4-leaf ninja he guilt-tripped into helping him looked at him and felt fools for falling for his little guilt trip. When he asked why they were celebrating they told him that a young boy freed them. The party was in his honor. Kakashi was the most shocked when he saw the clan symbols on the boy's cloak. A little later Zabuza came to fight the boy, the one that ruined his chance for a big payday. He accepted and beat both him and Haku with almost no difficulty. After another beating Naruto told them to take what was left of Gato's money and be gone as he had no desire to kill them. Zabuza licked his wounds, swallowed his pride and did so. Although by the time he got to Mist the bloodline war was already over, again thanks to the same boy that made him his bitch. It was then that he was approached by Kakashi and Team 7. Sasuke Uchiha, Sakura Haruno and Sai. When Sasuke demanded how he was so powerful and why he had the Sharingan, Naruto simple replied, "I am Naruto Uchiha Senju Uzumaki bitch. And I don't answer to you," he yelled as he pimp-slapped Sasuke. After Kakashi managed to defuse the issue he managed to talk Naruto into joining the Leaf Village. Naruto only went to claim what her grandfather told him was his right. He was the last heir of the Uchiha, Senju, and Uzumaki clans. And all of that inheritance was in the Leaf, whereas shouldn't be. If he gained any selfish traits from his grandfather it was pride in his clan, and his 3 clans needed him to survive. When he was in front of the Leaf Council, the civilians demanded that he give all his power to Sasuke. Naruto laughed and said, "The day that Runt gets strong is the day I get beaten by him." Of course that would never happen. His grandfather trained him in everything he knew. The Uchiha runt couldn't even do a good fireball jutsu. What hope did he have at beating him? Of course they demanded that they fight each other. So if he wins, I can barely say that with a straight face, I'll give him power. But what if I win? What do I get? He asked them. Then you train him of your own free will. As is your duty to do so, a pink-haired banshee yelled at him. Oh, that sounds fair. All loss and no gain. Is that something you preach here? If so, I'm gone. I'm sure Cloud would love to get their hands on me. Having the Sharingan and Wood style in their ranks in 13 years would boost them to the strongest nation in no time. No to mention my Uzumaki chakra, and my other furry friend. He smiled at his threat, no his primrose. All of the ninja side paled. Cloud already had 2 in the 8 tails and they were older than him. But his Wood style could beat them. But add the Sharingan, Kyuubi and the Uzumaki bloodline was beyond over the top. They couldn't lose him no matter what. The third Hokage saved their asses. What would you like in return, Naruto? He asked. He couldn't lose the fourth Hokage's legacy. He knew who he was. Simple. For him to step down as the Uchiha heir and take over the Uchiha clan and have all Uchiha, Senju and Uzumaki clans justice, money and real estate turned over to me. Of course, Sasuke being family, he will have access to the Uchiha jutsu and wealth. He told them. Sasuke was family, and blood is thicker than anything else to him. Even if it is Sasuke. But you're still so young, maybe you should. Tsunade was stopped by the glare Naruto was giving her. I've trained since I was 3 to be a ninja, nothing has beaten me yet, not even the 4th Mizukage that I've killed as of late. Regardless of your powers or ability, you are still far too young to take such a role. The 3rd Hokage told her. Maybe when you reach Chunin. Naruto stopped him right there. His killing intent on everyone flattened them. All of the non-ninja were now passed out and had pissed themselves. I was trained by my grandfather to become a ninja. I was trained to take over the Senju, Uchiha and the Uzumaki clans. He taught me everything he knows and all of his power is now mine. I am more than ready to take the role as clan head for these 3 clans, as I am the only one that can revive 2 of them. After he left the pressure off, Shibi of the Aburame asked him a question. And who is your grandfather? My grandfather was one of the greatest ninja in history. You all should know who he was. His name was Madara Uchiha. Bullshit. The 3rd yelled, and again he was dropped. I am the grandson of Madara Uchiha. He survived the battle at the Valley of the End with my other grandfather Hashirama Senju over 60 years ago and raised me all of my life. He trained me in everything he knew. And I dare anyone to dispute me. After a lot, of debate in order to prove who Naruto says he was going to face Sasuke and 4 other Jonin-level ninja a week before the Chunin exam. An insult to him, but he was fine with the reward he was going to get out of it. When the time came, he faced off against Sasuke first. Beat him in a second. Then against Kurenai she lasted longer, but Genjutsu didn't affect Naruto and he beat her quickly. Next up was Might Guy, didn't last much longer and Taijutsu wasn't as good when facing the Sharingan. Next up was Asuma, his ninjutsu gave him a few seconds longer than the other 2 but was defeated soundly by Fire Style. Great Fire Annihilation. His Burning Ash didn't stand a chance. Kakashi was the last one. He lasted a full 30 seconds. But when he copied his Lighting Blade and made it 20 times better than he ever could, he was beaten by his own jutsu. So that's how it feels, he said before he passed out. Naruto was rewarded with what he wanted, and that was that. The invasion accrued but was almost stopped thanks to Naruto, beating Gaara, another one like him, but he didn't kill him. He didn't want to, nor did he have to. When Naruto and the not-so-newly dubbed Pervy Sage went out to get one of his cousins Tsunade's Senju to be the 5th Hokage, they faced off against Orochimaru and his pet pal Kabuto. They were no match against them and they were sent running with their tails between legs. They moved on and Tsunade was made 5th Hokage. After that, his cousin Sasuke, feeling utter hate for being pushed aside and losing his clan heir status to a nobody, left the village. When everyone got wind of it, he and a team of 4 others assembled to bring him back, or terminate if necessary. Well, when Naruto faced him, termination was necessary. Because of who he was, no one made a stink over it. Since Naruto was clan heir, Sasuke fangirls couldn't claim anything. Sasuke was seen as a jealous, power-hungry runt Uchiha and was dealt with accordingly. During the 3 years that passed, Naruto got close to a few girls. Hinata being one from the Leaf, and 2 others. Fu, a fellow Jinchuriki, and Yugito, another Jinchuriki from Cloud. Moving past that, Naruto saved Gaara before they sucked the one tail out of him. Saved many lives, sired a kid with Shien. Felt grief at the loss of his sensei, the pervy sage. It was the same feeling he felt when his grandfather died. But he had to move on. The perv taught a lot of things, just like his grandfather, and mopping around and crying was not one of them. After he got, not over it, over the hill, he got even more training in sage arts from the toads. Naruto had a head start thanks to his Rinnegan. During his training to perfect his sage training, Pain, the man that killed the pervy sage, attacked the Leaf Village. After a lot of time, damage and death, Naruto finally came, though not his fault, and in a stare down both started at the other with their Rinnegan. In a titanic battle of wills, Rinnegan and Faith, both users of the Rinnegan, launched attack after attack. To anyone watching, it was like watching all 5 Kage battle it out at once. Or if anyone was old enough, the battle between Hashirama and Madara that made the Valley of the End. The very fight and power both possessed was enough to shatter the earth beneath them. The punches, earth-shattering, the clashes were brutally, and right before victory was within Pain's grasp, the one to love him the most in his life defended him. "I won't let you harm him anymore." Hinata stood her ground against a man who had brought down the village, and paid for it. Pain had brought down his black chakra rod and stabbed Hinata. Naruto lost it for the first time in his life. "Do you hate me now?" A roar and an ass beating was his response. But Naruto's father stopped him from releasing the 9 tails. In their final clash, it had came down to 2 things. Their will and their best jutsu. Naruto's will in his Rasengan and Pain's will in his almighty push. "You who have no answer. Give up," Pain yelled. "You give up." Naruto had his clones throw him. "Give on trying to make me give up." Rasengan. Almighty push. Pain reacted. In the ending explosion, Naruto's Rasengan made contact with the final Pain body and it was defeated. Naruto showed why Pain's way, or Nagato, was wrong, convinced him, and in return Nagato put his faith in Naruto. He showed it by reviving everyone that he killed, leaving a nearly destroyed but very grateful village. Later the 4th war began. Over 40,000 ninja died on the first day, about half of their forces. The 8-tailed host Killer Bee was lost in the battle protecting Naruto, as was Gaara died on the 2nd day. The 3rd day was now, and it was going to be the last day in this battle. "It's over, Toby," Naruto yelled, knowing that this man was not Madara, his grandfather. "So, you've gone back to using my old name now? I know you're not Madara. My grandfather raised me then died. Madara Uchiha raised me." Toby looked shocked, considering that Naruto didn't just lie just now. "Well now, I don't see why he would. But that doesn't matter now. I've started the war and no one can back out of it. All will become one within me, as I have enough of the 9 tails power to use my jutsu. Now perish." Toby started the jutsu and all would be one with him. Naruto knew what he had to do. "Ino, patch me to Hinata now." "Right." Ino found Hinata. Found her Naruto. "Hinata." "Yes. Thank you, for everything. I know I promised you that once this war was over I would marry you." Hinata felt the utmost amount of dread wash over her like a tidal wave. She twirled around the promise ring on her finger. "I'm sorry, but it looks like I'm going to have to break that promise. But no matter what world I'm in, no matter if I am dead, know that I love you, with all of my heart, and if you wish to move on without me, I will not blame you." Naruto looked at Toby. He was seconds from using the infinite genjutsu. "Naruto, I love you and nothing and no one will change that. When I join you on the other side we can be together forever. I can wait for you there." Naruto let out a tear just as Hinata did. Naruto flashed behind Toby. This shocked him, and grabbed his shoulders. "How? When? Don't you remember? My father placed a marker on you, and they never fade unless they are destroyed. You never bothered to learn this jutsu." Naruto closed his eyes for a moment. "No matter, in mere seconds I will be ruler of this world." "No you won't." Uzumaki art, hidden jutsu dimensional rift. What? Madara had told him about this jutsu, but it was lost with the first sage of the 6th paths. "What are you doing?" he asked in fear. There was no end to the places the two could be sent to. "If you go through with this you'll never see your children grow up," Toby said, trying to get him to stop. Even he could get past this jutsu no matter how hard he tried. Not with Naruto holding him like he is. The important thing, Naruto said looking into the endless void, is that they will grow up, forgive me Hinata. Then in a yellow flash, both men were gone from the ninja world, forever. 20 years later, 3 adults were looking at a statue of their father, 2 young women and a young man. One girl was a redhead, the other girl, slightly shorter, was a blonde, while the boy was a spiky blonde with a tint of dark in it. The redhead girl had green eyes with long spiky lava red hair, like her mother Mei the 5th Mizukage. She was given her grandmother's name Kushina Terumi Uzumaki, daughter of Naruto Uzumaki and Mei Terumi the 5th Mizukage. The next girl was Shien's daughter. Her blonde hair matched her mother's but had her father's eyes. The oldest of her siblings, she tries to protect them. Her name was Naruko Uzumaki, a variant of her father's name. A name she carries with pride. The only boy of the 3 siblings was a tall young man, taller than his siblings but a few inches. He was almost a carbon copy of his father, except his eyes was a little lighter blue thanks to his mother and his hair was again a little darker thanks to his mother. He did have his mother bloodline but his blue eyes he was proud of. His name was Naruto Hyuga Uzumaki Jr. after his father, and he wouldn't have it any other way. The 3 were looking at the statue made in honor of their father. Lord Hokage, Lady Mizukage, Lady Priestess, the enemy is marching. What are your orders? A Jonin from the Leaf bowed before them. The enemy, no one but the before-mentioned 3, were brave enough to say its name. It was the second coming of the dark being Shien and Naruto, their father, had defeated. The 3 looked back at their father. Father, watch us. They said together and then went out to save the world just like their father did years before them. Time Rift. Within the Time Rift both Tobi and Naruto were fighting again, with no real point to the battle. Eons were passing like seconds and seconds were passing like eons. There is no point to this battle anymore, Tobi, Naruto told him. And yet we both still fight. I will beat you and take the power of the 9 tails from you. Then use the power of the Jubi to break free and rule whatever world I land in, Tobi said while attacking Naruto again. Both now locked hands trying to overpower the other. There's just one problem with that, Tobi, Naruto told him. Oh, what's that? This is my stop. Tobi's eyes widened, then Naruto tossed himself in a rift gate. Tobi looked at the gate in anger and followed the blonde soon after, not knowing that the few seconds that he thought about it was a lot longer in that world. 600th world. Naruto was in the air, falling. Damn it. I just know Tobi won't have this problem. Upon Tobi's arrival sometime later, Tobi landed in water, with about 12 hot naked girls 2 feet next to him. He smiled. I guess world domination can wait a few hours, days, months, however the fuck long it takes for them to pass out. He had a perverted glee. No good deed goes unpunished and no evil deed goes unrewarded. Present. About 1 year before Young Justice. Damn rift. Okay, think Naruto. Oh yeah. Moron. Shut it, you stupid fox. Wood style. Great guy, a tree. Naruto used his massive amount of chakra to make a world tree. The tree was easily the size of the skyscrapers that was nearby. Naruto made a small platform on top to have a soft landing on. Naruto was looking around. Not in the elemental nations no more, he said. And I wonder why that is? Kurama said sarcastically. No point to worry about that now. We recover, learn about this world and then kill that Tobi bastard, then get laid with lots of hot women. Who knows what you will find in this world? Yeah, whatever. Naruto sensed some life energy, as his powers allowed him to sense all life around him. These ones were stronger than normal. Real normal for civilians. Time to make an entrance. Tomorrow. Naruto allowed himself to be sucked into the tree to recover. On the outside, people were baffled at the marvel in front of them. A tree bigger than anything in Gotham had sprung from nothing and nowhere. Ivy was the only person that could do it, but she was currently in Arkham partying at the news right now. Gordon had no idea why he was here. In his opinion, the tree was a nice change for Gotham. In the day it had been here, Star Labs and Wayne Tech had done some high-tech stuff and it showed that the tree had reduced Gotham's pollution by 0.5%. While not a lot, that was only in 1 day. Also, the soil around the tree was so rich it could support plant life like no tomorrow. Anything? Gordon asked some Star Labs scientist. Nothing new. What's amazing is that its outer shell breaks our drills and saws. We're being in some bigger equipment to take samples. We can't even get a small branch off the tree, it's so tough, the Star Lab coat said. As some bulldozers got close to the tree, Batman's natural sixth sense went off. Aside from them telling him that poison ivy was booing the bulldozers, his instinct that told him to get everyone away from the tree. And it was soon proven right, once again. Out of the ground, what looked like a wingless dragon made of wood came up and trashed all of the bulldozers. After the people got out of them, the entire environmentalist group cheered that were protesting the attempted death of what people now call, Gotham's World Tree. Batman tossed a freeze batarang at the dragon's mouth. It ate it, then froze up and shattered, getting a few boos from Ivy. That was new. Gordon said dryly. I think we should lay off the tree for now. Don't want anyone in danger, as it seems the tree is alive enough to defend itself, he told the Dark Knight. Indeed. I will need more time to study it before we can take any action, or if any action is even needed, if it only acts defensively. Although it could perceive anything that comes near it a threat. It was then that the branch of the dragon head that Batman destroyed came back to life with two heads this time. The heads then began to shoot wood spikes at Batman, who used his agility to dodge the lethal attack. But the pair of dragon heads got smart and launched a two-sided attack that was impossible to dodge even for the Dark Knight himself. Not that he needed it, as help came in the form of Superman. He knocked the wood spikes away, some of them far away, real far away. That made Ivy happy. Batman, Superman, I saw the news, thought that you might need a hand, Superman said. I didn't call for help. You never do. But the League is here to help others. You think you can handle whatever this tree can dish out on your own, Batman? The Man of Steel asked. Batman just scowled. Who else is with you? The Dark Knight asked. Just me, unless I call in reinforcements. So, any idea on how this got here or how to deal with it? How it got here? No. How to deal with it? Still thinking. On the inside, Naruto was almost fully recovered. His world tree had helped him recover from the life force in the area. While strong as it was, the life force was corrupted, far more than he liked, and he ended up healing the land around him. He had read the minds of the people in white coats while he was resting and found out a lot about this world, even about the two outside his tree. The Batman and Superman. 2, according to the memories of the people he mind-walked, of the strongest men in this world. While he saw the news of these two, they're strong. Batman has skill, tech, and is known as the world's greatest detective. The other, Superman, was known as the Man of Steel and this world's greatest protector. He didn't doubt their strength, just conviction. They faced people from everyday criminals to supervillains that want to rule or destroy the world. They lack what is needed to save this world. Although I respect their choice never to kill, as justice covered in blood is revenge. But sometimes that is what the world needs to save it. I gave my world a chance for peace without me, now I shall give this world peace that they can hold on to. But first I must get to it. Yes, you must. You must gather others of like minds, preferable all women, so once the world is under your rule you can rule the bedroom like a king should. First off, I know. Second, I will. Third, most likely. And fourth, it is lead, not rule. However, don't worry, my friend. Once this is over, I intend to reap the benefits. Starting with all the hot girls in this world. Hopefully I can find a few my age. I know you will. I mean, what female warrior wouldn't want the alpha of alpha males to dominate her? Kurama gave a perverted giggle. Yeah, whatever. Time to make my entrance. Naruto got the pair of masks that Madara gave him. Both worn by the man that took his family away from him. He decided to use the one that Toby used to face his father on the day of his birth first. Showing both sides to him would be nice. Once again on the outside, both Batman and Superman were fighting the endless Hydra Wood Dragon. The number of heads had made their way to 8. Batman thought that destroying the base of the dragon would get rid of it, but all the Wood Dragon head did was regrow and double in number. It was then that they stopped for no reason. That was until they, Batman and Superman, saw the tree at the base open up. What is all that racket? A masked man asked. Walking out, the duo saw a man with a right side eye hole with black fire-like designs on a yellow mask. The hood covered the rest of his head and the robe covered the rest of his body. Nothing could be seen on him but his right eye, which was red. Who are you? Batman asked. Naruto tilted his head. You may call me Madara Uchiha. And all of you are very rude, trying to cut down my world tree. What did she ever do to you? He asked mockingly, using Toba's voice to add for kicks and framing purposes. How did you make it? Superman asked, more politely, while waiting for reinforcements. He was not dumb enough to think he could take on this man alone or even with Batman. This guy could use magic and that could beat even him. I just made it with my power. It was easy. As easy as blinking or you breathing. Naruto said to them as if it was an everyday thing. To him it was, but to them it wasn't. Sucks to be them. Kit, they're bringing in more weaklings to try and stop you, and based on what I'm sensing, there are only 7 that pose any real threat. 2 of them are in front of you and are the greatest threat. I see. Thanks, Kurama. I'll make sure to reward you by breaking some of these tight-wearing weirdas' bones. Don't talk to me like some pet Naruto, but breaking their bones is a good way to pass the time. I don't think that any of them can do any real harm to you anyway. But remember our primary goals, Naruto. Goal 1. Get laid. Goal 2. Get laid some more. Goal 3. Get laid again. Goal 4. Rule the world. Goal 5. Get laid forever. That about sums it up. To think you have this much perviness inside you. Pervy Sage would have loved to talk to you. Naruto just heard Kurama grunt. I mean, having 4 out of 5 goals about getting laid, you must be a perv. But Naruto wasn't one to talk. You say something? Naruto asked. Apparently Batman and Superman had been talking to him about his tree and if he would be willing to follow them for questioning. Both Batman and Superman, and many others that showed up, got a tick mark on their heads. Only Flash laughed a bit. Oh, you brought friends. What's the occasion? Is there a party that I wasn't invited to? How rude, Madara said out loud. This guy is annoying, said John, the Green Lantern. Madara looked around the area. There was a total of 30 or so people in tights. Again, only 7 of them posing any real threat. Last chance. What are you doing here and what is your intent? Batman ordered him to tell them. What I'm doing here, I'm here listening to a bunch of grown men in tights or funky costumes, and a bunch of grown women dressed like they're ready for girls' night out. Madara saw the angry looks on every hero in front of them. As for my intent, should I? Madara seemed to ask himself. Why, I think I shall. I am here to bring peace to this world. As I did in my old world, I shall lead these people to peace, and destroy all those that threaten that peace. Many took that as a threat, within the League. And, how do you intend to bring about this peace? Wonder Woman asked. The same way I did in my old world, to destroy all evil within reach, then go beyond that and destroy evil there. Until this world is purified of evil for a time. Then I shall hold on to that peace for as long as possible. And when that peace is lost, I will find a new peace and the cycle shall continue until my line is no more. Naruto smiled at himself. Those were the words of his grandfather and mentor Madara. He felt it would be alright to use the name Madara before the fake Madara Toby would. As Naruto knew, he had a little time before Toby got to this world. How long he didn't know. And those that interfere will receive the same punishment that I will deal to those who are beyond redemption. We can't allow that. We can't allow you to kill anyone, Madara Uchiha. Batman said to the masked man. Oh, you can't let me, you say? Tell me this, can you stop me? Madara spiked his chakra and the wind became violent around them. Some of the other members that couldn't hold their ground were flung back and unable to battle anymore that day. Batman threw some batarang at Madara, but they passed right through him. Everyone raised an eyebrow at that. Nice throw, let me show you mine. Madara threw 3 kunai faster than most could see. Batman, with his years of training, managed to dodge 2 of them. One got into his shoulder. Impressive, Madara said. How about a little of this, fire style? Great fire annihilation. A wide and power wave of fire launched out of Madara's mouth. Everyone was shocked and afraid. None of the civvies knew they had no chance to get away from this thing. Aquaman got in front of the line along with both Green Lanterns and Dr. Fate. Aquaman fired the biggest water wall-like attack at the wall of fire, trying to slow it down. Dr. Fate put up a gold shield behind that, with both Green Lanterns putting up a green shield behind that. The wall of fire burned past the water wall, then hit the gold shield, shattering it almost upon contact. But both allowed the combined power of both Green Lanterns to hold their shield long enough for the fire to dissipate, but their shield was shattered as well. Most impressive, Madara said behind them. All of them were shocked again, but had no time to react. Madara vanished in a dark red flash and punched in the gut Dr. Fate and both Green Lanterns before they had time to even move. They were out cold. Superman caught the punch aiming for Wonder Woman. It's impolite to hit a lady. Madara tilted his head. In war, there is no man or woman, this is the victor and the defeated. Madara then puffed. What? He never saw Madara behind him. Guess which one you are. Madara placed one hand on Superman's chest. Almighty push. That sent Superman flying out of the park. He then saw the two Green Lanterns up and about. Both fired a pair of gun-like constructs at him. Madara raised his hands and absorbed their power. The Green Lanterns stopped their attack when they saw that it was ineffective. They were then hit hard by Madara. Wonder Woman attacked next. Using her strength and skill to try and hit Madara. Madara just moved and dodged her attacks. Although she had more skill than Superman and more power than Batman, she was no match for his short but intense training. When she tried to punch his skull in, her fist passed right through his head. Madara grabbed her hand and tossed her into Batman's chest, where he caught her and was sent flying into a small tree, destroying it. Madara felt someone behind him. With a high-pitched scream, a blonde woman, Blackcat, launched her attack at Madara. Almighty push. Madara sent her flying, not really wishing to deal with healing eardrums. He then felt 3 arrows go past him. He looked behind him to see a man in green with a bow. Madara used his wood style and grabbed the man from his little tree, hid away and forced him down. Madara made some hand signs. Strom style, massive Strom fox. A fox made from lighting and cloud formed above Gotham. Many of the more magic-based heroes or metahuman heroes launched massive attacks at the beast. However, it took Superman and the Green Lanterns a combined attack to defeat the Stormfox. Madara smiled at the defeat of his little pet fox. Batman could almost feel his smile. I grow tired of this fight. You all are so boring. Madara said out loud. We're boring? Asked an awakened Hal Jordan. We just beat that giant Stormcloud fox of yours, Hal said. True, but that was just a distraction. Behold the power of a god. Madara made a tiger seal. At first nothing happened. Then everyone felt a slight change in the air and tremor in the ground. It was when Madara looked up with, again, a smile that only Batman could feel, that Batman looked up himself. It was then his mouth dropped as well as everyone else's. Falling from the sky was a giant asteroid. No way, it can't be, Great Hera, impossible. Superman looked at the falling rock. He knew that it would take out at least 4 square miles of the city if I crashed. He rushed it with little more than wishful thinking. Green Lanterns help him slow down that asteroid. Batman ordered. Both Green Lanterns, along with many other heroes that could fly, put themselves between the asteroid and the city. Zatara, make that asteroid weightless. Batman ordered. This time Batman couldn't see it, but Madara was smiling. Right. Zatara began chanting his spell. Ekam taught Diaretsa Selfview. Zatara focused on the asteroid, and was surprised that his spell didn't take effect instantly. Although Superman and the others could feel it taking effect, it started to slow down, and after much pain and effort the giant asteroid stopped in the sky. Anyone and everyone saw this was relieved to see it. They all thought that they were going to die this day. Again, most impressive, but how will you deal with the second one? Madara asked out loud. Almost instantly the clouds parted, showing a second asteroid in the sky falling towards them. Everyone lost heart seeing the second one. This is the power of Madara Uchiha. Divine power. The second asteroid hit the first and everyone felt the power in it. Heaven concealed. Batman took charge. Zatara quickly freeze the second one. Blackcat. Shatter the frozen asteroid. Using what little magic he had left, Zatara froze the second asteroid while Black Canary shattered the ice as fast as she could with her Carney cry. With the help of the other heroes smashing and melting the ice any way they could. While unable to melt all of it, and it landed on Superman. While a soft landed compared to what would have happened, they did enough damage to the 2 asteroids so they didn't destroy the city, just give the city of Gotham an early winter. Mist covered the park and the city as a whole. It was snowing now even during the summer weather they were having. When the smoke cleared they found Superman out cold, no pun intended, and Madara Uchiha, nowhere to be found. 2 months later, the knight was young and Naruto was in a different garb than his Madara one. His new one consisted of his red and black sage cloak with a hood. He had on the Toby mask that his grandfather made for him, just like the fake Madara's Toby mask. In the 2 months he has been in Gotham, he had already made a name for himself in the criminal underground. He had wiped out over 3 whole crime families, leaving none that couldn't be redeemed. He went by the name the Sage of the 6 Paths of Pain, or just Pain. Naruto was currently watching an up-and-coming hero named Artemis kicking a lot of ass at the Gotham docks, something that went overlooked by the Batman dealing with bigger crime. Artemis was using her skills in archery to put down all of the criminals, even showed a little CQC skill. But it was one of the other thugs that would have got the best of her, if not for Naruto. While Artemis was dealing with the last thug, the thug boss pulled a gun on her. "Hey bitch!" he yelled. Artemis knocked the last one out and turned and aimed her bow at him, but was shocked. Bang! Artemis saw her life flashed before her eyes. She saw a bullet fly to her forehead but then vanish. "What the fuck?" the boss yelled, looked around, only for a boot to land on his face. Naruto looked at the blonde in green beauty. "Who are you?" she demanded while pointing her last arrow at the masked man. "You're welcome," he said to her. "What? For saving your life? That bullet didn't like you, so I erased it." Her eyes widened, then lowered her bow. "Thank you. As for my name, you may call me Pain," he said to her. "Artemis. A pleasure. So, who long have you been here?" Artemis asked. Sirens soon were heard in the distance. "Maybe we should continue this somewhere else." Pain then vanished in a vortex and appeared on the nearby rooftop. Artemis followed with her grappling arrow. The pair watched the police take everyone else into custody and confiscate the weapons of the warehouse. "Okay, back to my question. How long were you watching?" "Since the start. I was going to go in myself, but you got to it first, so I decided that I would wait until you needed my help to step in if you needed it at all," Pain told her. "Since the start? What did they do to catch your attention?" she asked. She had been taking down the small fry for only 3 months now. "They do, sorry, used to do business with a crime family here in Gotham. But their normal buyer had a sudden case of death and now they sell to the Black Mask," Pain said. Artemis shivered. "Wait, your Pain? Thy Pain that all of this crooks fear? The one that has been credited for taking down 3 major crime families?" Artemis was shocked that she was meeting this guy. The guy that made hardcore criminals wet their pants. The same. Although my so-called victims scream out other things when they catch a sudden case of death. Pain looked at the young archer. "Does my way of handling things upset you?" he asked. "No, not really. I mean, I wouldn't, but I can see why you would." Artemis didn't want this guy as an enemy. "I'll see you around, Archer Girl." Pain was about to leave. "Hey, my name is not Archer Girl, it's Artemis," she told him. "Artemis, a pleasure to meet you, finally meet you. I will see you soon, goddess of the hunt." Pain was soon gone again in a vortex. Artemis smiled. That boy. She wished she got a better look at his abs through his tight shirt. She checked her watch. It read 9:42. Oh shit. She ran home as fast as she could to make her 10 o'clock curfew. The next day Naruto had walked into school, having registered to keep a cover. He walked into his new class and was greeted by the teacher. "Hello class, I'd like to introduce you to a new student who will be joining us today. Please welcome Naruto Uzumaki." A teacher pointed at a spiky blonde-haired young man. "Yo," Naruto waved. "Please sit next to Artemis so we can begin our lesson for today." The teacher told him. "Artemis, please raise your hand." Artemis did and Naruto sat next to her. "Hi," Naruto said politely. "Hey," she responded. Naruto smiled. "Nice to meet you, goddess of the hunt." Naruto smiled at Artemis' eyes. "I foresee a bright future ahead of us." And Naruto had kept up his 3 personas for the last 8 months. His Naruto Uzumaki is school and Artemis greatest, only, guy friend. Madara Uchiha most wanted man, merc in the world. And Pain anti-hero and mass murder of organized crime, as well as Artemis the heroine, partner. Although Artemis has no idea that Pain is Naruto, but Naruto knows that Artemis, the heroine, is also Artemis' crook best friend at school. "I'll end you," Pain yelled as he threw 6 of his charka rods at a man, nailing him to the wall, alive, but scared shitless. Artemis then fired her arrow and it jammed the door so the mob underboss couldn't get out. "Now where did you think you were going?" Artemis asked playfully. She had paired up with Pain about a month after they met that day. She didn't want him as an enemy, but was an ally any better? Now, I'm sure we can work something out, he said fearfully. Although Artemis didn't kill anybody, she wouldn't stop Pain if he wanted to kill one of these mob assholes. I got 600K in my safe. Let me go and it's yours. He tried to bribe them. You think you can bribe us? Artemis was pissed. I would have thought that you mob bosses and underbosses would have got the message by now. You cannot bribe justice, or vengeance. Pain lowered his charca rod. No, please no. I have a family, he begged. Pain fired his chakra rod. Artemis looked away, as always. She still couldn't handle seeing Pain kill. She could see a dead body no problem, if that itself wasn't a problem, but seeing the light in one's eyes she couldn't handle. Did he really have a family? She asked her partner. These men sometime do. It is sad that they must die for the greater good. As I said to you before, Artemis, one's justice is another's injustice. One's right is another's wrong. We can never make everyone happy, but we can try. We cannot save everyone, but we can try. Artemis nodded. It still doesn't get easy for me. It doesn't get easy for me either. They heard sirens in the distance. Let us go somewhere else. Pain used his kamui to get himself and Artemis out of the warehouse. Sometime later the anti-hero pair was on a rooftop near Artemis' home. Not that Pawn knew that. Well, tonight was eventfully, Pain said. Yes, it was. Still thinking about it? Yes. How can you bear that burden? If that guy did have a family, how could you bear the burden of that family no longer having a father? Artemis asked her friend. Even if neither said it, both thought of the other as a friend. How you ask? How I do it is easy, because someone must bear the burden, and that person is me. I can bear it knowing that all of the families that have been destroyed by that man have been avenged. But why does it have to be you? She asked him. Pain looked at her with his lone eye. Her concern about him was, almost, a sign of love. Because no one else will bear it for me or with me, Artemis, and I won't ask another to bear it with me. Artemis looked at him. She then looked down. Pain put a finger under her chin to raise her head. Don't look so sad, Artemis. It is my destiny to bear this burden. Not my fate. I will see you tomorrow. One more thing. Pain tossed Artemis a small wad of cash, around 5 grand. She gave a glare at him. I know you don't like accepting cash from our raids, but you need the money, Artemis. You need it to help your mother and yourself. He vanished within his vortex. Artemis sighed. She made it her home with no incident, after she got changed out of her heroine uniform, of course. Artemis walked into her home and passed her mom. Artemis, her mother, Paula, was worried. Artemis seemed down about something on her night out with her friend. I'm fine, Mom. Artemis went to her room. She stashed the cash in a lockbox that Pain gave her. In it was roughly 50 grand, not including the 5 added just now. She hated taking the money after their raids. Sure, it was from the mob bosses and they weren't going to use it anymore, but it still didn't feel right. She collapsed on her bed and wondered about Pain. Could I bear it with him? She asked herself. Watchtower. In the Watchtower, Batman was typing into his computer. On the screen was a symbol of a spiral. Any luck? Green Arrow asked Batman. Nothing, Batman replied. Nothing? Really? I thought that you'd find something on these guys. What makes them have such a red flag anyways? Green Arrow asked. Up until 6 months ago they didn't exist. Now all of a sudden they're the foremost expert in technology. Something's not right about that, Batman said. Maybe they're just that good, Green Arrow suggested. No one's just that good. There it seems. Green Arrow added, only to receive a bad glare. Gotham. Back in Gotham, Naruto, Pain didn't turn in. He still had time to play and he had another errand to run. He then heard a small and short scream. It was not too far. He used his father's jutsu and flashed to the location. In the alley he found 3 known mob enforcers had a woman at knife point. He had seen her before but couldn't place it. Down at the hold-up. The boss gave you a chance, bitch. He took out a stiletto knife, it gave off its infamous click. I hope your fans don't care about your looks. He then stabbed the knife in her cheek, but instead of metal stabbing into flesh sound, like he expected, he heard a thunk like he just stabbed wood. He then saw the woman turn to wood and shattered. What the fuck? On the rooftop the woman held her eyes tightly closed, then opened when she felt the wind on her face. She then gasped when she saw she was 4 stories off the ground on the roof of a nearby building. "You are safe, miss. Stay here while I deal with the trash on the ground." The woman looked at her savior and saw his mask. But he then vanished in a flash of black and red light. She then took out her camera phone and started recording the 3-second fight. She got the last 2 seconds. She was shocked when she blinked. All 3 of her assailants was dead on the ground and her savior was next to her again. "What? How? I am unique, miss, more so than others," he told her. "But, the League doesn't kill anyone. Why have you?" she asked. Payne tilted his head. "What makes you think I am part of the Justice League? They lack what is needed to do what is right. As for those 3, they are known for raping and murdering their victims. They've been on my hit list for some time now." Payne was about to leave. "Wait." She stopped him. "What is your name? Who are you? Where are you from?" She asked a lot of questions. "You asked a lot of questions, miss. I'm a reporter you might know as Vicky Vale for Gotham now," she told her rescuer. "Oh, really? Sorry I didn't recognize you," he told her, being honest. "Damn, she fine. Noted. As for you questions, I will answer one right now as I am pressed for time. My name is Payne the Sage of the 6 Paths," he told her. "Do you have a transport nearby to take you to safety?" he asked. "Yes. Those thugs grabbed me near my car on the way home at a stoplight," she told Payne. Payne then placed a hand on her shoulder. Next thing Vicky knew, she was next to her car. "Huh?" She looked around. "How?" she asked. "I told you, I am unique, Ms. Vale." Again, right before he left, he was grabbed on the shoulder. "Yes?" He was already a few moments late. Vicky handed him a card. "Call me, so I can set up an interview sometime," she told him with a smile. He pocketed the card. "Should I ever really need to make my mask and name public, then you'll be the first one I call." This time he wasn't interrupted and left in a vortex. Vicky smiled. So much for a slow week. She now had another story, an up-and-coming anti-hero. Payne made his way to his next target. While Madara handled more of his more evil deeds, Payne handled just about everything else. Naruto, now Madara, had just warped into a building occupied by a group of scientists. "Good evening, ladies and gentlemen of Star Labs. Do any of you know who I am?" he asked them. Not one of them answered. "I am a man with a mask and unauthorized to be in this lab." One woman, who just walked in, noticed him and heard what he said. "Are you robbing us?" she asked. "No," everyone sighed. "Robbing indicates that I am taking something on your person by threat or force. I am stealing from Star Labs, so this is theft. Please be kind enough to leave this lab and none of you will have an unpleasant night," he told all of them. The young woman was the first one to get out of the room. Soon the rest bolted out of the room. "And that's why I became a warrior. Scientists have no common sense." Madara walked up to the main computer and placed his flash drive in the USB port. The computer alerted all of the other branches of Star Labs that one of their branches was being hacked. The flash drive was doing its job downloading flies by the exabyte. He knew, however, that the Dark Knight would be there soon, if not already outside the door. Surprisingly, no one had even come to stop him, well aside from the cops, but they couldn't do anything about him anyway. He looked at the computer and he was almost done with his hack. A ding sound was heard and his hack was complete. Done with no trouble. A nice clean job. He took the flash drive. "Well, now that the building is empty, I can trash the place. No need for Batman to find out what I've taken." Madara threw kunai with paper bombs attached to them to the walls, and a couple of clones on the lower levels to collapse the building and torch the hard drives of the computers. "This is the GCPD. We have the building completely surrounded. Come out with your hands up," a police officer, Gordon, ordered. Well, at least his straightforward, if not a little naive, Payne just left via vortex. Outside, Gordon was just about to send in his team when the building exploded. Next day, Naruto was walking to his friend's house. He walked up the stairs to the apartment of his friend's place and knocked on the door. "Who is it?" asked a woman's voice. "It's the knight here to pick up his dear princess." "Come in, Naruto," the woman told him. Naruto walked in to see Paula, Artemis' mother. "It's good to see you again, Naruto." The woman smiled at the young man. "And good to see you as well. You look as radiant as ever. Did you do something with your hair?" he asked. "Oh, you charmer. Come here and give me a hug." She held out her hands for the young man. She had met Naruto about a month after Artemis had met him. He had walked Artemis home when Paula spotted him. She offered him to stay for dinner, only to embarrass her little girl even more so than the boy was already. Naruto came over almost every day after school as he walked Artemis home every day. It was nice to see her daughter with such a fine young man. At least he wasn't another one like her ex. Artemis, Naruto is here, Paula yelled at her daughter. I'm almost done, she yelled back. Probably doing her hair, that girl, Paula commented. It's all right. Naruto smiled. So, how've you been, Mrs. Croc? Naruto asked. I'm well, Naruto, as well as I can ever be. Naruto nodded at her answer. Naruto heard Artemis walk down the hall. She was ready for school. Let's get going, don't want to be late. Artemis dragged Naruto out of the door, not wanting her mother to embarrass her. Bye, Mom. Love you, see you after school. Bye, dear. Bye, Naruto, have a good day. She waved them off. On the way, Naruto just smiled at Artemis. What? She asked, almost creeped out. It nothing, just, has anyone ever told you're very beautiful? He asked. Only to get punched in the arm. Ow, he rubbed his arm. Later that night, Pain was waiting for Artemis. Pain. Speaking of whom? Sorry, Mom was wondering who I was going to hang with. Who did you say you were hanging with? Pain asked. A friend of mine, Naruto. I told him that I couldn't make it tonight, she told him. You deserve a life of your own, Artemis. If you wish to spend time with your friend you can, Pain told her. I'm here, aren't I? Besides, you need someone to watch your back, she smiled. Let's go, we have an hour at least before we have to go to work. Pain placed his hand on her shoulder and they were gone in a vortex. Unknown location. Pain and Artemis appeared in a dark room. Should I worry about what naughty things you might do to me, Pain? She asked playfully. Trust me, when I do naughty things with you, Artemis, a dark place is not the setting, he countered. He turned on the lights. Welcome to our base of operations. He showed her around their new base. Where did you get all of this stuff? She asked. Our anonymous benefactor supplied us with all of this hardware, but not the location. The latest of Spiral Corp technology. Yeah, anonymous. Artemis knew it was from Spiral Corp. How or why the CEO would help them. I want to show you something. Something that might come in handy for you later. Pain walked Artemis over to a changing room that said Artemis. Inside was new custom. Meet Tigress. What? What is this? She asked. A new uniform, if you wish to use it, that is. I felt it necessary to make this should you ever need to be someone other than Artemis on a mission. You only have to use it if I feel you need it. I don't know what to say. She was shocked. Thank you, I guess. But, I like being Artemis. Yes, I figured as much. But should a situation is of need of Tigress, I hope you're still next to me dealing with it, he told her. I still will, just as Artemis as always, she reassured him. I'll leave you to it then. This is your room while you're in the base. Your changing room and your own armory. Also, I would advise you to bring anything that might tie you to your heroine ego here as well. Pain left and Artemis got her gear. Artemis walked out with more arrows but nothing else. What's on for tonight? She asked. Just one thing really, there is going to be a meeting with Yakuza, Triad and Mafia, both Russian and Italian, mod bosses tonight in about 30 minutes. All of the major crime bosses around the world in one place trying to get ahead of the Justice League. If these talks became a success, then organized crime would become an even greater threat to the common person than it already is. We're talking that every organized crime family will no longer fight over territory or profits, just focused on the common person and the blood money they will make. Artemis' eyes widened. How do you know about this? I have my sources. He was talking about his villain self, Madara. We have a little time before this, but this is why I made the Tigress outfit. When I go in, I intend to leave no survivors, Artemis. That means that Artemis' name will be covered in blood should someone see or we miss a camera. That is why you made it. To have a partner willing to kill with you? She asked with a little hint of disgust. No, I made it to protect my partner Artemis, the goddess of the hunt. I don't want to complicate your life any more than I already have, Artemis. Just being near me will put you and your mother's life in danger. I'm a big girl. Not doubting that, but no one can protect everything they hold dear to them all the time. You don't have to come with me, Artemis. We're partners, Pain. I'll stick by you for as long as I can, she told him. Give me a minute, I need to get something. She walked back to her changing room. Pain nodded. You care for her too much, Naruto. I happen to like her, both Artemis the heroine and Artemis Croc her mask Kurama. Although they're friends and Naruto has gained Kurama's respect, some of it at least, Kurama can still be an ass at times. You need to either mate with her or let her go. She is a weakness if left as she is. Ready, Pain? Pain looked up and raised an eyebrow. I take that back. You just need to mate with her, and soon. A girl like this doesn't stay single for long. Kurama was eye-humping Artemis, or now, Tigress. You change fast. He commented. I still may not be ready to kill, but I guess protecting my heroine name is important. But just know that I won't put this on all the time, Pain. Just this once. Artemis was now in her Tigress uniform. I don't expect you to. Just when the time calls for it, such as now. You don't have to kill a Tigress. I won't ask you to bear that burden. Not now, not ever. I might, Pain, one day. The next day, Gordon was outside a hospital room. Inside was the only survivor of what the media had called the Gotham Mafia massacre. Over 200 men dead in less than an hour. Witnesses outside the warehouse said they heard gunshots for about an hour before it all went silent. When they got there, it was a slaughterhouse, 200 men butchered into pieces of meat. Some of the rookies puked, not that he blamed them, and some even his most seasoned men had to leave. He barely managed to make it inside the heart of the place where, he assumed, the bosses and underbosses of each of the crime families were. Not one of these men were killed by bullets either, they were all hacked up by what might have been a sword. Has he talked yet? Gordon saw the Batman come from the shadows. Nothing. All he keeps mumbling about is pain and monsters. What that means I don't know. Pain? Batman questioned. Yeah, Pain. No idea why. He's not in pain as he has enough morphine to keep him high for a while. Gordon commented. Not that. Didn't you see Gotham Now's broadcast this morning? Ms. Vale talked about a new hero that saved her from a few mob enforcers and killed her would-be robbers. She said that his name was Pain. Gordon raised an eyebrow. Why Pain? He asked about the weird name. Don't know. By Ms. Vale is problem the nest lead for this case. All right, I'll head over there, and Batman was gone, most likely on his way to meet Vicky. I hate it when he does that. Gordon made his way to his car to get to Gotham Now headquarters. Gotham Now building. Vicky was now in her office getting call after call all about the new hero, anti-hero Pain. Wanting to know more about him. She was expecting to get a visit by the Batman or Gordon. When she heard about the Gotham Mafia massacre, she had a hunch that Pain was involved. After all, he said that those enforcers were on his hit list, why not the entire origination? Vicky. Vicky looked up to see her boss and Commissioner Gordon. The police want to talk to you about your story on Gotham's new hero Pain, he told her. Sure. No problem. Thank you, Ms. Vale. Gordon sat across from her. Now you encountered Pawn last night, correct? Yes. How did you meet? Gordon asked. Nearby the Batman was listening to the conversation. I was in my car going home when 3 known mob enforcers grabbed me. They were going to kill about a story I was told to drop that I made public a few days ago. I remember. Well, when he pulled out his knife and was about to stab me, I was on the roof all of a sudden. Standing next to me was this new hero Pain. How? I don't know. One moment I thought I was going to die, the next the wind is blowing in my hair and I'm overlooking the 3 men that almost killed me, the next moment they're all dead. Did this Pain kill them? Yes, he did. She answered. Even though I didn't see him do it, he admitted that he did, she finished. Wait, you didn't see him do it? It happened so fast it was over faster than I could blink. He told him that they were on his hit list for some time and that finding them when he did was luck on his part, and mine, she said to him. I see. Could you describe any features, or anything else about him? Gordon asked. Only his mask really. He was wearing a hooded cloak black and red, but his mask had a red eye hole but nothing else. His mask was orange and it had a swirl design to the eye hole. Oh, he has this ability where you leave by some sort of vortex, she told him. Gordon wrote it down. Thank you, Ms. Vale. I'll call you again if I have any more questions. You know where to find me, Commissioner Gordon. Vicky showed him out. When he left, she looked behind. She thought she felt someone behind her. She shrugged, never seeing the fly just up and puff. Watchtower Batman just got to the water tower after he got a little intel on this Pain anti-hero. Batman. Jean greeted Batman. Is everyone here? He asked. Yes, we were waiting for you. Got held up. But might have a lead, he told him as Jean followed Batman to the meeting room. Inside was the entire league, the 30-plus members of the league. I thought the Batman was never late, Green Arrow asked sarcastically. I might have a lead on Madara Uchiha. Batman placed a small disc in his slot and a 3D image form of Madara Uchiha. As you all know, 8 months ago a giant tree appeared in Gotham. When Star Lab and Wayne Tech scientists tried to take samples after many failures, the tree protected itself by making a wood construct of a dragon. It kept regenerating itself no matter what Superman and I did to destroy it. Until a masked man, Madara Uchiha as he introduced himself as came from inside the tree. All of the members nodded. After a small talk about his version of peace we fought. As you all know how that fight ended. Again everyone nodded and some even shivered. Many even saw the Man of Steel out cold when the 2 space rocks formed from nothing smashed into him. However, recently a new masked man calling himself Pawn has appeared in Gotham. A second 3D image appeared next to Madara's. What does this Pawn have to do with Madara? Wonder Woman asked. Maybe nothing, maybe everything. But this is an image of Pain from last night, where he killed over 200 men in an hour. All known mafia. He showed them a small 1-minute clip of Pain killed 30 men. Anyone noticed anything? Not really, Superman said. Take a closer look. Batman zoomed in on his mask, pressed play in slow-mo. When it played out, everyone saw 2 things. His eye. Black Carney noticed that his eye was the same as Madara's eye. Also, the bullet went right through his head yet no blood, Green Arrow also noticed. Yes. Both his eye and his ability of becoming intangibly are the same as Madara Uchiha. It is possible that both Pain and Madara are the one and the same. He has set up in Gotham and now is the prime suspect in over 300 mob related killings just in Gotham only in the last 8 months. He is also suspected in 1,000 killings around the world with other known mafia, yakuza and other known crime originations. Many of the members murmured. How could he kill so many in only 8 months? I mean, he would need to be as fast as me to do it or be able to be in 2 places at once, the Flash said. He also stole from the Gotham Star Labs branch last night. That raised an eyebrow from Green Lantern. What did he steal? Hal asked. Unknown. All of the backups were zeroed out and the building destroyed. Superman cut in. Star Labs reports that it would take months before they can tell what was taken. So, he kills mobsters and steals from Star Labs. So he's an anti-hero it seems, Hawkgirl said. There is no such thing. You're either good or evil, no middle ground, Superman said. Many members agreed. I have a copy of Star Labs' recent files. I should be able to find what he took in a week or so, Batman said. Figures, always a step ahead of everyone else, Green Arrow said. It pays to be ahead of the villains, Green Arrow, Wonder Woman told the Archer. However, there is another purpose other than an update on this Madara and the possibility of him being Pain, Superman reported. Yes, there seems to be more and more heroes popping up around the world. A 3D world image popped up with many blue dots. And more supervillains. A lot of red dots came outnumbering the blue dots. It seems we're outnumbered about 3 or so to 1, Flash said. Maybe. That is why we are to talk about expanding upon the league. First we vote on extending membership. Then, if we vote yes, we need to find every candidate possible to extend membership to. Batman finished. Fox Den. Fox Den. Really? Artemis asked. I happen to like Fox's Artemis. Should I have called it the Fox Goddess Den? He asked. She blushed. Maybe. Anyway, with this researched from Star Labs that I stole, Artemis didn't like it but didn't call him on it. Stole. This should help with your archery. He pressed a few more buttons, and finished. Here, your new bow and quiver. He gave her new gear for her to use. Go ahead, try it out. I don't like the thought of using stolen tech, Artemis said looking at her new gear. You don't have to. However, this technology would have been used for war, not to save the lives of innocents, Artemis. 2 wrongs don't make a right, she told him. Doing nothing about the first wrong makes you just as guilty as doing the wrong yourself. He countered. That is why you became a heroine, Artemis, is it not? You saw the wrong in this city and you wanted to do something about it. You couldn't stand by and watch, you had to act. If I didn't take this technology the second I learned of it, it would have killed millions over time. The human race doesn't need any help killing themselves. They do that just fine. Artemis couldn't dispute any of his points. Sorry. You have no need to be. What I did was wrong, I will not dispute that. Why burn the building? She asked. Felt like it. He told her. She gave him the look, joking. Oh, you got jokes, huh? She elbowed him. Worth it. He was then slammed to the ground by Artemis' boot of feminine fury. And that was for looking at my ass. She went to the range. Still totally worth it, great view. Then he got a boot to the face. Was that still totally worth it? Kurama asked. Yup. I'm so proud. Naruto explained, after he got up, how Artemis' new bow and quiver worked. He got the idea from Marvel's The Avengers Hawkeye. Her new bow and quiver was like his, using all the different arrows. Flashbang, grapple, bomb, and all other kinds of arrows. Nice, fires better than my old one, Artemis said. Yes, but your old one is of nice make. Also it has some other features. This button on your bow, when you press it, your quiver will be refilled with arrows. I like, she said, littering a target with holes. I sure hope so. Now, let's get to work, Pain said. About 1 year after arrival, now students, best behavior today, the teacher said to the class. Why do I have to be here again? Artemis asked herself. Oh come on, Huntress. Artemis hates Naruto's new nickname for her. Naruto, stop calling me that, before I hurt you even more, Artemis warned. You could use a vacation from all of the homework and stuff, Naruto said to her and ignored her warning. The class was in Washington, D.C., as their geology class was looking at some ancient crystal that was found a few years ago and was in the museum. Artemis had, somehow, managed to pay to go because of an anonymous benefactor. Cough, Pain, cough. She didn't want to go, but Pain insisted that she go. He said something would be waiting for her when she got back, so she really didn't have a choice. And this is the pride and joy of the museum. The jade crystal. A tour guide said, trying to sell it like a piece of merchandise. When Naruto looked at it, he was the most shocked. Kurama, is that what I think it is? He asked her furry friend. Who knows, it looks like it at least. But the one you had was destroyed. This one is most likely this world's crystal. It is emanating a chakra source similar to the one you destroyed. That settles it then. I guess I have to steal it. Can't let it fall in the wrong hands, Naruto said. You're starting to sound like a hero again, Naruto. Only a little. I have no care for this world's heroes and heroines. Steal it now, or later? Kurama asked. Boom. The front door was blown open by someone big. Now it seems. Naruto disappeared in the crowd of panicking people, leaving a clone of himself. He saw Artemis doing the same, so he left a clone transformed as her as well. From the dust, a large metal man walked into the building, Metallo. He walked up to the case. I have no idea why he wants this, but as long as I get what I want, it doesn't matter. And since the heroes are busy, I'm golden. Metallo smashed the case for his prize, only to find it gone. What? You should really mind your surroundings more, Metallo, Pain said from overhead. Metallo looked up to see a new hero. A new hero he heard of. The mask had become infamous in the underground. So, you must be Pain. What are you doing in Washington? He asked, targeting the new hero. Touring the place mostly. Looking for new marks, as most of Gotham's crime families are 6 feet under. No wonder. Well, I have a score to get, so you'll have to die now. Metallo opened up his chest plate to reveal his green heart. He fired a green blast at Pain, destroying the area around him, and the people gasped. Huh. Not so tough after all. I told you to mind your surroundings. Metallo had enough time to be shocked before he was sent flying. Metallo crashed into the wall and went right through it. Rubble piled on top of him. Pain waited for him to come out of the rubble. He didn't wait long. Metallo blew the rocks away from him, and if he could look pissed, he would be. No bad. I guess maybe I might have to work for this one, he said mockingly, cracking his neck. Please, you don't rank in any type of threat to me, Metallo. You're just another it for me to destroy. You want to know why? Pain asked the metal man. Oh, please tell me, Pain. I managed to go toe-to-toe with Superman. Metallo was getting annoyed by Pain. Because, you never learn to mind your surroundings. With that, the both of them heard a string being released. Metallo looked where he heard the sound only to be rewarded with 2 arrows, one in each eye. He was then shocked by them. Timber, Pain kicked up some wind and Metallo fell over, being shorted out by Artemis' arrows. Wow, that was easy. Artemis said from above. Pain was walking up to the downed body of Metallo. His ego was his greatest weakness. He felt he could get me with his little rock heart. But he didn't know I had backup. The pair heard sirens as well as having many people take pictures of them. Pain used his power and Metallo was gone in a vortex. Let us be off. Pain appeared next to Artemis. Then both vanished in a vortex. Both appeared on a rooftop far away. I'm assuming that you left a clone of me with the tour group, right? She asked Pain. Of course. Then how in the hell did you find me? I was on vacation, remember? She asked, putting a finger in his chest. Like I said, I was touring the place while you were on vacation. A good thing too, otherwise you and I might not be talking to each other right now, he told her. I'll accept that, for now. My superhero stalker, she joked. Oh, funny. But we have other things to take care of, such as Cadmus, Pain told her. You found something on them? No, not yet, but that fire is a good enough reason to investigate them. I can sense that there is a strong power source underground. Deep underground, that alone is reason enough to suspect them. Pain placed a hand on Artemis and both were gone. Inside the building the fire was under control by the firefighters and the pair looked around. We're on the top floor. Artemis said. But should that be here? She pointed at an elevator. Not to my knowledge. An elevator isn't supposed to be in a 2-story building, Pain said out loud. Well, let's find out why it's here, shall we, and let's be quick about it. I'm supposed to be on vacation. Artemis whined. First vacation ever already ruined. She mumbled. Pain opened the elevator door, to find it went down far, real far. Well now she stopped when she felt Pain's arms around her waist. Pain, don't you dare. He jumped down with her with him. ASSSSSHOLE. She cried on the way down. It was around a minute until they reached the bottom. The landing wasn't as soft as it shattered the ground. Artemis hadn't loved the ground so much. 52 levels, give or take. Pain said. And 52 levels of me kicking your ass when this is over, asshole. Why couldn't you use your vortex thing? Artemis yelled at him. I need to know where I am going with it. Besides, you know you love me, he said mockingly. Only to get an elbow to the gut. Let us find something important and incriminating about this Cadmus operation and be done with this place. The pair soon heard screams in the distance echo throughout the lower levels. Does that count? Artemis asked, knowing the answer. Most defiantly. The pair made it down the hall, passing some young girl with Superman's shield on her chest. Again Pain got elbowed by Artemis, to find 3 known sidekicks getting shocked. Artemis, fry the console, he told her. On it. She took out one of her blast-tipped arrows, shot the console, seeing as how the door was already opened for them, and hit the console dead on, and it blew up. What? Yelled a man in a lab coat. May, you don't see this every day. Pain walked into the room with Artemis by his side. You. Who are you? How dare you interfere? Yelled the man in the lab coat. Pain tilted his head. I dare, because I am Pain, and you, doctor, are dead. Pain drew several chakra rods. I'll end you. He threw them at speeds no one could follow. They were all just a black blur to everyone else. The doctor was hit multiple times in the chest. Combined they were fatal injuries. No. Robin yelled, seeing the doctor die. You didn't need to kill him, Kid Flash yelled. Didn't I? What would you have done, Imprison him until he sees the error of his ways? How has that worked for you so far? He asked. Then behind them the girl from before walked in. All right. Hey babe, here to free us or fry us? Kid Flash asked the Superboy. Pain looked behind him to see Supergirl. Supergirl just stared at them for a moment. It seems I desire to find my only living family over frying you, so freeing you is my only other option, she stated. Then Robin got loose. Finally, Batman would have my head if he knew I took so long. Dude, really? KF didn't know what to think about that statement. The whole league will have our head after this, Aqualad said. Free Aqualad while I get Kid Flash, and as for you two, we're taking you in for murder, Robin told the pair. Don't you tell me what to do either, Supergirl but did what she was asked. And don't lob Artemis in with me in terms of murder boy. She has yet to take a life, unlike you, Payne told him. I haven't taken a life, he yelled freeing KF. Haven't you? You're short-sighted, just like your mentor. But I have no time for a debate with you little leaguers. We have to leave this place and I don't intend to stay now that I have what I need from this place, Payne told them. And what might that be? Aqualad asked. Evidence that Cadmus needs to be shut down, hard or permanently, he told them. What's the difference? Aqualad asked. Hard means go to jail for 10 to 25 years. Permanently means a trip to the morgue. Because, unlike you, I have no problem about killing the scum of this world, he told them. How can you take a life so easily like it's taking out the trash? KF yelled. Payne tilted his head. Because to me it is like taking out the trash, nothing more. Artemis flinched when he said that. But we have no time for this. We should leave, seeing as that doctor somehow managed to survive and is now alerting his little army. What Payne is saying, a temporary truce, until we get out of this dump, Artemis told them. Absolutely not, we will not work with murderers, Robin yelled. Murderer, not plural boy. Payne corrected. As I said, Artemis has yet to take a life. She works with you so she is just as guilty as you, Robin countered. Very well, boy, you want to go there, let's go there. You say you've never taken a life? He asked. Robin nodded. I call bullshit boy. You, your mentor, you sister sidekick Batgirl and at least half of your Justice League has taken a life. You say you haven't, then you are lying. That or you consider any non-human life below you. Take Poison Ivy's plants for example, as it is the best example to go by. They are alive, they live, breath and have dreams of their own. Then you fight and kill them every time you fight Poison Ivy. You don't kill monsters like the Joker who kills hundreds of people every time he gets out, yet kill plants who are only listening to the being they see as their mother. Payne tilted his head at them. Some hero, boy blunder. Payne insulted him. Robin had no real or good retort for Payne. Let us focus on getting out of this lab. A truce for now, Aqualad said. The trip out was eventful and entertaining. The group of 6 destroyed their way out of the lab and made it to the ground floor. That was fun, Payne said, somewhat impressed that the 6 of them made a good team, despite their ideals being so different. He was, however, worried about Artemis. She wanted to be a hero so bad she might want to join their little team. But he would cross that bridge when it came. We're free, KF yelled. No you're not, the same doctor yelled. Oh goody, I get a second chance to kill you, Payne said. I will get you back in your cage, and as for the rest of you, I will clone and depose of you, all of you, he yelled while drinking some blue-looking vial. That can't be good, Artemis stated. Demand then turned into a Hulk-ish blue monster in front of them. However, with their combined power, the 3 young heroes, 1 anti-hero, 1 heroine and 1 somewhere in the middle heroine, managed to beat the Mad Doctor by dropping the building on his head. When it was over, the group reappeared in a vortex. I'll never get used to that, Artemis said with a shiver. That saved your life more times than years you've been alive, Payne stated. See, the moon, KF said to Supergirl. Then, as if from the moon, Superman decided upon them. And Superman, see, don't we keep our primroses? He said excitedly. Payne and Artemis watched as the JLA descended upon them. Payne smiled a bit. Oh, this was going to be fun. However, he felt hope within Artemis. He could feel that she wanted to be like them. In every way. That was dangerous for him in many ways. He could have just left them with Artemis, but he wanted to let Artemis make her own choice and he would still be there when she did. He noticed that the sidekicks were talking to Batman while Superman was happy to talk to Supergirl and she was happy to talk to family. I thought as much. Payne mumbled to himself. Results aside, we're not happy. Needless to say, you won't be doing this again, Batman ordered. Payne smiled. He's testing them. Clever little Batman, Payne thought. I'm sorry, but we will. Aqualad told them. Aqualad, stand down, Aquaman ordered. I'm sorry my king, but know the 6 of us forged something powerful here today, Aqualad said to Batman. 6. I know he doesn't mean me. We're ready to use what we learned from you, Batman. We even made 2 potential teammates along the way. Robin told Batman. Yep, they're talking about me and Artemis. Artemis I can see being with them, however much that will suck, but not myself in their little band of little leaguers. Why would we let them tell us what to do anyway? It's simple, get on board or get out of our way, Supergirl said. Payne looked at Artemis and she looked back. He could tell what that look was. It was begging him to join them and let her join them. She's not meant for this life, it seems. Payne thought, depressed. How sad then. She was a great mate matchup for you, Kit. All well, you'll find others. Or, she'll learn the error of her ways and rejoin you, in time, Kurama said to Payne. This is your choice, Artemis. I will not judge you or think of you any less as a friend if you do join them, he told her in a reassuring manner. She nodded and walked, hoping that he would join her. I wish to join as well, if you'll have me, Artemis said. She didn't want to sound as desperate as she was. Hey, the more the merrier. It's always nice to have another girl on the team, KF said. Smooth kid, Robin said. And what about you? Black Carney asked the loner in the back. Everyone turned their head to Payne. Payne saw the look in Artemis' eyes. The look that said, please Payne, join us. What about me? I have no intention of joining a team that is affiliated with the Justice League in any way, shape or form. Batman narrowed his eyes. I take it you're Payne, he announced. That got every JLA member on guard. Indeed I am. I am, Payne. Payne said to him, putting a little more power into his voice for effect. And why not? This is a chance for you to be a part of something greater than yourself. Black Carney tried to reason with the young man. I was a part of something greater than myself. When that was taken from me, I forged something that is greater than me. As for why I don't wish to join despite my partner joining is simple. The Justice League lacks what is needed to do what is right, Payne told her. And what might that be? What are we lacking that you have that is needed to do what is right? Wonder Woman asked. It's simple, conviction and courage. You lack the conviction and the courage to do what is right, no matter how much blood stains your hands. To kill all that threaten this world and the people that live in it. Batman's eyes narrowed. He sounded like his old master Ra. Justice covered in blood is revenge, Batman told him. Justice that allows blood to be shed cannot be called justice. Payne countered. I am here, to bear the burden of killing all who threaten this world. However, don't get me wrong, I do respect your choice never to kill. All of you, it is harder to not kill than it is to spare the life of a murderer. I did that myself once. Naruto thought of Payne, Nagato Payne, and some time ago. And it worked out that time. But it won't work like that here. You no longer need to bear the weight of the people whose lives have been ruined by the monsters in the dark. Payne told them. But what about you? This is your chance to be better. You no longer need to shoulder your burden, Artemis pleaded. Payne looked at her. This world is covered with monsters. Infested with beings of evil. In order for the people to be safe, they need a monster willing to kill its own. I will be that monster. I will be what the people fear in order for them to be safe. I will kill all who threaten them and cover myself with their blood so no one else will have to do it, Payne said. Let's say you succeed. If you manage to kill all of the monsters in this world, then what happens to you when the people no longer see you as a protector but a monster? Huntress asked. Then you Justice League will be there to put me in prison now, won't you? He told her. It is something I already planned for, like how Batman is planning on the best way to take me down right now with everyone present in their powers, Payne said looking at Batman. Why does it have to be you? Artemis yelled. She knew how this was going to end. They've had this conversation before. Why can't you have your own life, away from all this bloodshed? Payne looked at her again. I am glad that I've met you, Artemis. Meeting you gave my life some form or normalcy. But this path was set for me before I was born, as a child of prophecy. Payne looked at all of them. But I choose on how I will accomplish my prophecy. No one, not fate, not gods, no one tells me what to do. We will meet again. I wish you luck with your new team, Artemis. You're always welcome in the Fox Den. Payne vanished in a vortex. Batman didn't like him for a second. He wondered just how much Artemis knew about Payne, but he wouldn't push her now. Their bonds were stronger than the bonds she has with his soon-to-be new team. 1 week later, Payne was in the Fox Den. He and Artemis hadn't talked for the last week and he knew why. He went up to his computer and typed in a few commands and pressed enter. He smiled at the list before him. Elsewhere alone in the dark, a young man with a skull-like mask with a red X had just finished beating up some small-time night watch guards and tied them up. "Come to Daddy Beautiful," he said to a gem. Then his cell rang. "What now?" He looked at it. "Damn it. This better be what I think it is." He looks at the gem. "Next time, sweetness." He left, leaving 4 bewildered guards. In another place altogether, a young woman was typing things into a computer, downloading files at GB speeds. Her cell went off. She looked at it. She withdrew the flash drive left via window. In the dark deeps, another young woman had her cell go off. She looked at it and vanished in the darkness. Fox Den Payne waited for his new team to meet up. Seconds later, 3 people came in with different means. One looked around. "We're short half the team," he said. 3 won't join us. 2 due to being undercover and 1 needs time to think. I know where the 4th one is. I'll be back. Payne left in a vortex. "I so got to learn how to do that," the only male left in the den said. On a rooftop, Payne came to be. In front of him was someone he found not too long ago in this very spot. "Spying on your crush again?" he asked. The person in question didn't attack him like she did last time. Poison Ivy. "What do you want, Payne?" Poison Ivy asked. "I've made the call. The team is to be assembled." Payne walked up next to Poison Ivy to look at the object of Poison Ivy's stare. "If you stare at her from here, she'll never know you're back to being you, for the most part." Flashback 4 months ago. Payne had sensed strong life energy and followed it. What he found was not too surprising. He found Poison Ivy. What was surprising was who she was staring at. "You know, if you stare at her from afar, she'll never know you're back to being you." Just then a branch came from nowhere and attacked Payne. But Payne just stopped it with his own power over nature. The young woman was shocked. "How?" she asked. "I'm a man of many talents. Like you, I too have power over plant life. After all, my world tree is proof of that," he told her, pointing at Gotham's world tree. You created her?" Ivy asked, looking at the marvel of life before not too far from her. "Yes. It was hard as I was drained from battle. But the world tree is my creation," he answered. He knew that he could win her over, proving his powers of and compassion for nature. Poison Ivy smiled. "Have you ever thought about expanding?" she asked with some seduction in her voice. "Yes, I have, but not the way you're thinking." Payne walked up next to her, not fearing what she might do to him. "I am thinking differently than you. But that is not why I am here," he told her. "I am here to see you honestly." "See me? For what purpose?" she asked suspiciously. "Would you believe me if I said I was here to help you?" he asked. "No, number one helps me out of the goodness of their heart. There is always strings attached." Ivy sneered at Payne. "Yes, most would. My only request is that you listen to what I have to say," Payne told her. Ivy looked at the man before her. "Why should I even listen to anything you have to say?" she asked. "Because I am the only one that cares for this world, as much as you do. I know a place where we can talk." He pointed at the world tree in the distance. "Present. I still remember that talk. How did it go again?" Payne said. "So much for remembering." Ivy went back to watching the object of her affection. Payne walked up beside her. "She'll never believe you've returned to your old self if you don't talk to her, Ivy." Ivy looked down, in fear. "How can I, after all she tried to do for me and I threw it right back in her face?" Ivy hugged herself. "How can Barbara even think of forgiving me, Payne?" Payne placed a hand on her shoulder. "She forgives murders, Ivy. You are just an extremist in their eyes. If you go to her and talk to her, she'll forgive you." "How can you be so sure? After all you have done for her. Her letters kept you sane while in Arkham, right? You were so relieved when she forgave you for trying to kill her father. You kept all of the letters that she sent, right?" "Of course I did," she yelled back. "You love her. While being a criminal, you went easy on Batgirl, wanting to help her the only way you could. By helping her hone her skills as Batgirl." Payne told her. "Like me, you can sense natural energy in all living beings, and as number 2 beings have the same signature, you knew Batgirl was Barbara Gordon. Yet despite that you kept her secret. You could have sold her identity to the highest bidder to fund your goals, but you didn't. You protected her out of love, Ivy. Just tell her and explain to her," Payne told her. Ivy turned around. "I can't. You sent the call right. I'll be waiting. Ivy left in a flower pod. Payne nodded. And left in a vortex. Down below them Barbara was getting ready to turn in for the night after her patrol. She had just put on her night cloths when something fell out of her pocket. She was shocked, she didn't recall putting that in her pocket. It was a digital tape recorder. On it was a note. It read, "Play me Batgirl." That shocked her. Someone knew her identity. She pressed play. Spying on your crush again, Poison Ivy. Barbara's eyes widened. Fox Den. Payne had entered and saw everyone that will attend to this little meeting of his. Now that everyone who will attend is attending, let us begin. A week ago a small team of sidekicks entered the Washington branch of Cadmus and came out with a relative of Superman, Supergirl. They then went against their mentors and formed a team. Batman took this new team in and now this new, Young Justice, will take the field. Young Justice? Really, no originality? Said one girl. Come on now Ravenger, they all can't be original, Red X said to his sisters. Shut it X. The girl, now known as Ravenger, sneered at Red X. Let us get back to the meeting, said the other unidentified girl on the team. Thank you. Now Artemis joined this team with my blessings. Why? X asked. I allowed her to join because it was what she wanted. She more than any of us wanted to be a hero. She will learn to love the lifestyle or will see the error of her choice and join us like she should. Now as to why the other two are not here is that their undercover mission is not done yet. They are still sending good intel. One formed the Justice League, the other just told me about a group calling themselves, The Light. The Light? Why? Asked the dark girl. Well, Raven, they want to rule the world. Believing that they are the only ones that can bring peace to this world. They are now the enemy it seems. However, I'm officially forging this team now, Payne told them. Raven, Ravenger, Red X and Poison Ivy all nodded. What about a team name? Ivy asked. And before you say anything X, we are not calling ourselves the Avengers. Ravenger busted X's bubble. He went and sulked in a corner. No, I already have a name for us. As Young Justice has been formed, I took the liberty of already choosing a name. From now on we will be known as, he pressed a button and their name came to light, Young Injustice. Why Young Injustice? Raven asked. 2 reasons. 1. We are still young, hence the young. On top of that, Young Justice will most likely be our rival. And 2. While the Justice League and Young Justice will try to bring justice to the people that they fail to protect, we will fix the injustice that the people have suffered in their lives. Hence the injustice. We will fix all of the injustice in this world that we can, and soon we will gain more members and more power, then we can go to war with all of the villains in this world. Payne explained. Young Injustice, eh? Red X smiled behind his mask. I like it. Does that mean we will fight Young Justice regularly? He asked. Yes, most likely. Payne answered. X. How will we go about this? Raven asked. Kill all who cannot be redeemed like the Joker. Give a chance for those who can be redeemed like Poison Ivy here, Payne explained. And how do we judge them? Based on past deeds and any form of soul they might still have. Do not worry so much about that part. I can sense a person's soul and see if they have any light left in them. Payne smiled. How far are we going to take this? Ravenger asked. Payne smiled. The question is not, how far, but, do you possess the will, the heart and courage to as far that is needed? Payne answered her. I can go as far that is needed of me and farther, she answered back. Same here. Me too. As always, Payne smiled as his team. Make no mistake, we are not heroes to this world. We will be murdering and stealing. We will break the law time and time again, and so will be branded as criminals and put to jail in the deepest pit known to mankind for the rest of our lives. A couple of years ago, the current members of the Justice League were branded as criminals by the very people they wanted to protect, and now they're called heroes, and in time so shall we. I have watched people suffer in pain for too long. And today the pain stops. Payne yelled. The new Young Injustice team smiled. Let's get to work. Payne was typing on his computer. Right now only Raven and Ivy were with him at the moment in the Fox Den. Red X and Ravenger were off doing whatever, not really up to waiting until something pops up. Payne was fine with that. It hadn't been long since he forged his Young Injustice team. His spies were still sending him intel, and one thing that was sent from his villain spy was interesting. He was expecting a call any day now. However, in the meantime he was searching for more young injustice candidates from a long list of heroes and villains. Only a few had what it takes, in his terms, to join. And even fewer would be willing to join. It seemed that he assembled most of everyone willing to join already. Ring ring. His screen HUD showed an incoming message. There's the call. He answered it. Yes? Payne, it's good to hear your voice again, brother, said the voice at the other end. We haven't been brothers that long. And we talked about 3 months ago. What is it, Bane? Payne asked. It seems I am in need of help. Some people calling themselves the Cult of Cobra has taken over the factory that you gave me. They're led by Cobra, a wannabe god. Yes. He is using my old venom along with something else and made an improved version of it called Cobra Venom. I've seen the results. Even Batman would be hard-pressed to pull off a victory over such a beast it can make. So you need my help? Yes. I've no doubt that you can kill these interlopers at will and get me back my factory so I can continue my work, Bane said. Not a problem. In fact, I'm going to bring a few friends. Payne smiled. Bane had an idea what that meant. You do that because some young group of heroes are here as well. One is Robin, Batman's sidekick. Bane informed him. Great. Then this should be fun indeed. Payne out. Payne ended the call and then gave the signal once more to assemble his team. It was a few minutes before Red X and Ravager arrived. You didn't take long. Raven commented. A slow day. Not many of them, but they do happen, X told Raven. So, anything interesting? Ravager asked, eager to have a little fun. Yes. A friend and former Rouge called in for help. We moved to his factory. Our mission is simple. Retake the factory and terminate Cobra, leader of the Cult of Cobra. Former Rouge? Asked X. You think the both of you and Ivy are the only ones that Payne has recruited? Think again. Payne has many former Rouges that he has recruited, Raven told the siblings. So retake factory Ice Cobra, got it. Ravager summed up. Yes. Although terminating Cobra is a side objective, it is nonetheless vital. Payne them. Gear up, we leave in 5 minutes. Payne informed them. With Young Justice, the group has split up in teams of 3. Boys and girls it ended up. McGann, Artemis and Supergirl were walking. Well, Artemis was walking Supergirl and McGann was floating. Much to Artemis' envy. So, Artemis. Payne, are you too? You know, Supergirl was stuttering a bit. What? Artemis asked. You know, dating? She asked. This caused Artemis to trip and McGann to give a curious look. What? Why in the hell would you want to know that? Artemis asked, with her outdoor voice. So, you are dating then? Supergirl finished. What? No, we're not dating. So he's available. Supergirl gave a grin. Artemis gave Supergirl an angry look. Why would you want to know that? Just wondering. I mean, he is quite strong. Able to go toe-to-toe with me and, if what my cousin said is true, go toe-to-toe with him as well. A man like that doesn't stay single for long. Supergirl said a little dreamily. This only served to get on Artemis' nerve. Good luck then, Super Chick. I've been his partner longer than you've known him. Artemis smiled smugly. McGann, wanting to add to the conversation, took this opportunity to talk. You're his partner? As in, life partner? Artemis tripped again and Supergirl laughed. McGann was kinder. She helped her up while giggling. I really hate you, referring to Supergirl. While the girls were having girl talk, the boys were as well. Sort of. So, what do you think the girls are talking about right now? Robin asked Kid Flash. My awesome moves, of course. KF boasted. The mission. Aqualad interjected. Like we should be. Ah, you're no fun, Aqualad, KF said. On the far side of the island, black energy came up from the ground. When it dissipated, 5 figures were revealed from it. Man, that black magic stuff gives me the creeps. He was then elbowed by Ravager, who pointed at Raven. Her look said it all. But still cool though. He tried to recover. Smooth X. What's the plan? Ivy asked. We find Bane first. From there we think up of the best way to terminate Cobra and his followers and restore Bane's factory to him. Simple enough. Payne told Ivy and his team. And what of this Young Justice team said to be here already? Raven asked. Payne took a second to answer. The only leeway they had was Artemis in any respect. Deal with them in a way that prevents them from messing up our objective if needed. I don't care why they're here for, because whatever the reason it will interfere with our goals. Payne told her. Sweet, so, we can fight them, right? X asked hopefully. Only if needed. Payne answered X's curiosity. But for now, Bane, he is working on something very important, and if he is delayed any longer I'm going to be very upset at Cobra. Payne led the way. X smiled behind his mask. I'm likening this gig more and more every day. Ouch, X got elbowed in the gut again thanks to Ravager. Young Injustice wondered for a few minutes before they heard Bane. He was tied to a tree along with his hired lab assistants. What are you doing here, Bane? Robin ordered the imposing man. Payne looked from a tree. He saw Bane and he could feel his smile. Think Dark Knight Rises Bane. Best Bane ever, and why should I tell you that, Robin? You are no Batman, otherwise you'd be able to figure it out yourself, Bane said to Robin. Should we intervene? X asked Payne over their radio. Sure. But let me go in first. They'll tunnel vision on me and not expect any of you, Payne informed the team. I could always read your mind, Bane. McGann stepped forward from the trees. Supergirl and Artemis followed close behind. Oh, good Miss M, you're here. Read Bane's mind so we know exactly what happened and what's he up to, Aqualad told the Martian. Don't bother. That won't work, Artemis told him. Indeed it won't. Of course you would know that, goddess of the hunt, Bane said out loud. Robin looked at Artemis. You know Bane? How? Robin asked Artemis. Not directly. I know him through Payne, and he too loves to call me that. It's annoying, Artemis said. Bane chuckled. And why would my mind reading not work, Artemis? McGann asked. Because he had a little help from me. Payne used his vortex to enter the little clearing. I gave Bane the ability to withstand any type of mind reading. After that, Bane and his men were cut loose. What, you think I'd remain idle, boy? I have more training than you, boy, Bane told the boy Wonder. Bane's men ran behind Payne to the forests. So what? It's 6 of us and only 2 of you, Kid Flash said with a little bit of confidence. Don't you moron. Payne has more power than the Justice League. What makes you think that the 6 of us can take him? Artemis said, trying to not end this in a fight. She knew Payne had the power to whip all of them off the face of the earth. She was the only reason he wouldn't. She hoped. Smart girl. She remembers what you taught her brother, Bane commented. It's not that. She wishes to protect her new friends. A wise move, but fear not, young Justice. I am not here for you, Payne told them. And why should we believe you? At least Artemis is trying to change for the better, but you just threw it back in our faces back at Cadmus and are still going on about killing all that you deem unworthy to live. Robin yelled at Payne, still ready to strike at a moment's notice should Payne attack them. Hey, let's not fight, we're here for the same reasons, right? Supergirl got in between the two. Yeah. I mean, this one event God drew us all here, so maybe, McGann was trailing. No, it drew you here. I was summoned here by Bane to get back his lab to continue his work, Payne said while Bane cracked his neck. And what work is that? Venom. Didn't think you'd need it, Payne, Robin asked. Venom? Such an old and worthless way to gain power in this world. I haven't taken any venom in about a year, boy, Bane told Robin. And as my dear Artemis knows, power doesn't come from a bottle, it comes from, Payne started, wanting Artemis to finish. Artemis' eyes widened. Everyone jump, Artemis yelled, jumping and grabbing Supergirl's hand as both Supergirl and McGann floated up. Robin was fast enough to jump as well, but Aqualad and Kid Flash were not. Both of them were caught by vines. Behind Robin, Red X appeared behind him, placed a red X on his back, and Robin was shocked by it. Ah! The electrifying current ran through his body, stunning him. Black energy entangled Supergirl and she dropped Artemis. Supergirl couldn't get out of the black magic that Raven had trapped her in, no matter how much she struggled. McGann didn't fare much better. Ravager threw a heat bomb, stunning and weakening the Martian. Artemis dropped and used her bow as a shield to block Ravager's sword. Ravager smiled. It's good to know that your training with Payne didn't get diminished when you joined these heroes, Archer babe. Artemis didn't respond to the jab. You know these people, Artemis? Kid Flash asked, while entangled in Ivy's vines and struggling. No, is not such a strong word, isn't that right, Archer babe? Red X asked, smiling over Robin. They're part of Payne's team, Artemis said out loud. You've assembled them? Artemis asked, disengaging from Ravager and her doing the same. I sent out the call, only 3 didn't show. You being one of them, Artemis, Payne told her. So what's the name? You never agreed on a name before, Artemis asked. Payne gave a hand gesture and everyone was released from their confines. Young Injustice, Payne told her. Really? She asked deadpanned. What, you intend to the opposite of us? We save a city, you destroy one? KF asked. No, you will try to bring justice to the people. We will fix the injustice that you can't fix and want. That is our purpose. Now on to business, Payne said, looking at the team. You are trespassing on private property. This island is legally mine, Bane said to the young heroes. Somehow I think whoever took this place from you really cares about trespassing, Supergirl smirked. Burn, Kid Flash said. Cute. However, that begs the question on what to do with all of you. I intend to take out Cobra and his lab rats. All of them. You on the other hand intend to beat them, if possible, and destroy the factory. That I can't have. That factory has important research under my command that we cannot lose it, Bane told them. So that leaves only one course of action. Either we fight and we beat you into the ground, Ravager said, smirking, spoiling for a fight. Or we work together to ruin Cobra's new plan to make some new strain of super steroid, Red X said, bringing out his X-blades. And why should we? Because baby bird, we could have killed you all and be done with it. Had it not been for 2 factors you'd all be dead, Ivy told Robin. And what 2 factors would that be? Artemis asked. You can guess one, Ravager said, smirking at Artemis. The second one is that we will not kill a hero, unless I give the order, Payne told them coldly. So if you gave the order, you and your group would kill one of us? Aqualad asked Payne. Sooner or later Young Injustice and the Justice League and even your team will go to war. It is our fate. It is our clashing ideals that will lead to war. So when that happens, my team will go to war, and we will fight to the death. But such a time is far off for now, Payne told him. But why is your path to the ideal we both share so different? I see in the eye you allow the world to see. You were once no different from us. What changed? Aqualad asked the man before him. Payne tilted his head. You're a soldier turned hero by the lead of your king, Aqualad. I am a soldier, was a soldier, and in some ways still a soldier. When I fought for my world we fought monsters. Living monsters, but monsters nonetheless. Our mission? Win at all and any cost. Even if our army of 80,000 soldiers were to die to win, then so be it. But the single line of difference here, we killed and were called heroes. And in time, Young Injustice will be called heroes, in time, Payne told them. Would give the order to kill me? Artemis asked Payne. Payne tilted his head at Artemis. No, Artemis. You're one of the factors protecting this Young Justice team from me. But we are off topic enough as it is. Indeed. I am already behind on my project and these interlopers are not helping any. You can do 2 things, Young Justice. Either help Young Injustice get rid of them by any means. Or get off my island now. Your choice. Bane gave them the my way or the highway option. All right. Artemis spoke up, not wanting the 2 sides to fight. We'll help, but we won't kill anyone, Payne. Payne was smiling. You could just tell we were. And I don't expect you to. The only one with a kill order on him is Cobra. All of Cobra's lackeys are not worth the effort to end their lives. Will that suffice? Payne asked the Young Justice team. No, we will not be part of anyone killing. We will not allow you to kill anyone, Robin told Payne. Could you stop me if I was going to do the finishing blow on him? You allow madmen like the Joker to kill on a weekly timetable. What's the difference here? Boys. Now's not the time for a pissing contest, Supergirl cut in. She's right. The longer we argue, the more of whatever Cobra is doing gets done, McGann told them. Bane smiled. Smart girls. Payne didn't like this, but it would seem Cobra got one more day to live after today. Lucky Cobra, it seems. In the interest of ending this debate, Young Injustice, no killing tonight, Payne told his team. Too bad. I was looking forward to seeing a mounted Cobra head over our fireplace, Red X joked. You're sick. Kid Flash said to X, "Not really. I was nothing more than a thief until Pain found me." X told him, "Not I got a new calling now, kid." Pain decided to end it. "Enough, we have no time for this. Our objective is simple. Take out Cobra's men. Retake the lab, and in the hero's case, capture Cobra," Pain summarized. "We need to know what these guys are up to as well," McGann told Pain. "No need for that. For we already know," Bane told the Martian. "Then care to fill us in?" Aqualad asked. Bane looked at Pain for he would answer. Pain nodded. "They're making a new type of venom. One that has permanent effects on the body unlike my old venom. Although it is unrefined right now, it can give your mentor Batman some trouble. Because unlike my venom there is no off switch," Bane told him. Supergirl noticed something and was talking with McGann mentally. "How did he know that Batman is our mentor?" "Don't know. You don't think Artemis told Pain and he told the rest, do you?" McGann asked. "I don't think so. Artemis seems to be on our side of things and wants Pain to join us. To get away from his bloody path," Supergirl said back to McGann. "So, how do we do this?" Supergirl asked Aqualad. Aqualad looked at Pain, not wanting to cross him. "Do what you intend to do, Aqualad, as we should coordinate our efforts. We should identify key points of this little operation, then take those out," Supergirl told them. "I like girls who are smart." "Yes, that would be the best course of action." Bane, what are the key objectives that we need to take out?" Pain asked. "The 4 objectives are simple. The first is to retake the lab, undamaged," Bane said. "Ivy, you handle that." Pain told Poison Ivy. "Robin, you and Kid Flash assist her," Aqualad told them. "But, Robin, you know Ivy's skills better than anyone. If they do betray us, you'll have the best chance to survive and escape," Aqualad told Robin. Robin couldn't argue with that logic, so he just nodded. "Besides, I know what you intend to do with that factory," Aqualad told Robin telepathically. Robin again nodded, grinning. Pain didn't like that. "Bane, you wish to have a rematch with that experiment mammoth?" "Of course, brother." Bane smiled. "Then it's yours. Raven, help him out with your magic. Your magic will give Bane the edge he needs." Pain faced the dark magic mistress. "Of course." His eyes glowed for a moment. "Miss Martian, Supergirl, help Bane and Raven with Mammoth. Your combined strength of mind and muscle should be more than enough to deal with him." "Sure thing, Aqualad." Supergirl smiled, punching her palm. "Not a problem," Miss M said. "Ravenger, XU2 will handle the cannon fodder of the cult of Cobra. Bruise and break, don't kill." Pain acted like saying the last words was a chore. "Artemis, do you mind working with old friends?" Aqualad asked. "No," Artemis said, glaring at X and Ravenger. She didn't like X's flirtatious acts towards her and Ravenger. They have a rivalry or sorts. And boy do they love to play games. "What about you?" Raven asked Pain. "Simple, Cobra is mine. I won't kill him today. But I still need something for my fireplace," Pain said. "Then I will assist you." Aqualad stepped up. "After all, as leaders, we must set an example to our teams." Pain tilted his head. "Wise words from you, soldier. Very well. We shall face Cobra together. But support me, Aqualad, I know how to deal with his type of ilk." "As long as you keep your word and not kill him," Aqualad told him. "I already said I won't. Now, let's get this over with, Young Injustice." "Young Justice. Go." Both team leaders yelled at once. Both teams ran to their mission operation area. Ivy, Kid Flash and Robin were first. Ivy smiled. "Plug your nose," she told the boys. Soon the factory was filled with brown gas. "Poison gas?" Kid Flash asked as Robin handed him a breather. "No, sleeping gas. As Pain promised not to kill anyone. That's why he sent me, to make sure there was no damage to the factory." Soon after that, everyone was dropping. "They'll be out for a few hours at least. Now boys, I handled the hard part, you handle clean up." "Up, Princess Rose. You missed one," Kid Flash said, pointing at someone in the command room. Ivy thought nothing of it. "Well, not a problem." She moved her flowers into the command room and gassed it. "I'll take care of him, you get the rest." Kid Flash and Robin were tying up the scientists working on the Cobra venom that Cobra had them working on. Ivy came down and tossed one more body for the pile. "You're going to make us tie him up too, aren't you?" Kid Flash asked. "Well, a gentleman always helps a lady." Ivy smirked. "You're no lady," Robin commented. "Oh, how rude." Ivy huffed. "Pain, factory clear," Ivy said over the comm. "Good work. The other teams are engaged as well. Stay put until further orders, Ivy." "With Artemis X and Ravenger using stun arrows there, Archer babe?" Ravenger asked with a grin. Artemis glared at Ravenger. "I don't use stun arrows, never have." "Good. I was afraid that you've gone soft," X told them, readying his own weapon of choice. They got the signal. "That's the signal. Let's play." X brought out his X-blades. Not too far away, Bane and his group were in position near Cobra and Mammoth. "This should be cake," Supergirl said with a hint of arrogates. "Arrogates does not become the Lady of Steel, Supergirl," Raven told the Mistress of Might. "Twice the pride, double the fall, Supergirl. Know the lesson now before it is marked into your skin for life." "Mine is," Bane said, pointing to his mask. "How did it happen?" McGann asked. "A very old scar, with a life lesson attached to it," Bane told her cryptically. "I see," McGann said with a little low tone. Supergirl also took heed of his advice. "That's the signal. Let us take Mammoth and erase him from Payne's battle plan," Bane said. "You said that you wouldn't kill," Supergirl gave a warning voice tone. "We won't. We will just beat him until he can no longer move, Supergirl, not kill," Raven reassured her. "Now then, Supergirl will support me directly. Raven and Miss Martian, use your mind and magic to support me from afar. That should be more than enough to deal with this monster of a man," Bane told them. Not too far from them and overlooking Cobra were Payne and Aqualad. "One last question before we begin." "And that would be, Soldier?" Payne asked. "What did make you stray from the path that would make you a hero?" he asked. Payne didn't need to think about it. "In my world, I am a hero. You kill, you become a hero. My ideals and the ideals of a whole world and the clans that started that world and within me. I am the last of the Uchiha, Senju, and Uzumaki clans. The last one of my kind. So powerful, so hated and feared. They were monsters, in a world of monsters, and that is all I have to say." "I see, I understand, if only a little." Aqualad got the hidden meaning among his words. Payne looked at him eye to eye. "You could never understand me. Let us begin." Artemis started. She fired an arrow at the center of 4 guys with guns. They all looked at the arrow, getting close like standard paid henchmen. "What the?" "Bad move, boys," Artemis said, pressing a button on her bow. It sent a current of electricity through their bodies. They never had a chance. 4. Artemis was already ahead. "We've only just begun." With Bane and his group. Cobra. Bane walked out of the forest in plain sight of Cobra as his minions were loading something in the chopper. "Ah, Bane. One would think you would lick your wounds and crawl away like a wounded animal." Cobra grinned at Bane. "A weaker man might have, but as you know I am not a weak man." Bane took off his jacket and left on his vest. "I am Bane. The man who has done the impossible. I broke Batman's back. Something that no one has ever done before or after me. Even a so-called god like you can never achieve such a feat." Cobra scowled at him. Mammoth, the giant man Mammoth, came to his master's side. "Crush this insect." Mammoth smiled and advanced on Bane. "It is a shame that you're the way you are, boy, but I am not the one you should be looking at right now." As soon as Bane said that, Mammoth was blindsided by Supergirl. "It should be the blonde Supergirl that has been itching for a fight for the last hour." Bane then rushed Mammoth while he was down with McGann, Supergirl and Raven close behind him. Cobra. Cobra looked at the figure emerging from the darkness of the forest. "Payne, it's been a long time," Cobra smiled. "Yes, too long. I'm looking to complete what I started 8 months ago," Payne said to Cobra. "And add yet another scar on that ugly mug of yours. Even a god must stoop to conquer. Gods don't bleed, Cobra, and you are no god." "Then let us begin," Cobra said, taking off his robe. "Ah." He was blindsided from behind by Aqualad. "You never did learn to mind your surroundings," Payne said to Cobra. Artemis fired another arrow at Occult member. It shocked him and 3 guys near him. 18. 14. 15, 16, Ravager said, knocking out 3 more cult's members. 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, X yelled, trying to catch up with the girls. Artemis looked behind her when she was out of arrows. X and Ravager smiled when they saw that, thinking this game was theirs. Artemis heard 1 more cult member rush her, however she wasn't Payne's partner for the better part of a year for nothing. She flipped a switch on her bow and it was split in 2 pieces. A small sword was hidden in the bow and she cut the man and he was stunned. She smiled. 20. Both X and Ravager grumbled. Crash bam. Mammoth was trying his hardest to hit Bane, but with Raven's and McGann's help Mammoth would have a better chance of stopping the sun from rising. McGann would lift Bane while Raven would steady him with her magic. Mammoth grew angier by the second. He rushed Bane once more only for the girls to lift him away from harm's way. However, Mammoth might have missed Bane, but Supergirl didn't miss Mammoth, as with her speed and power along with Mammoth's own momentum Supergirl's fist slammed into Mammoth's face. A few of Mammoth's teeth were knocked out as well. Then, as a finisher, Bane brought down his own fists on Mammoth's head, using Raven's magic to enhance the hit. It knocked Mammoth into the ground. Boom, leaving a nice-sized crater. Is he out? Raven asked, floating down along with McGann. Must be. Did you see what her just took right now? Supergirl boasted. Just saying. Raven finished. He's out, he's currently dreaming about pizza and cake. McGann told the group. They just sweat dropped. Cobra and Payne were engaged in hand-to-hand combat. More like Cobra was in pain, just dodging out of the way. Cobra was in no way a threat to Payne. All he had was some skill with no power to back it up. In fact, at his full power there was few that were a threat to him. Why don't you fight me seriously? Cobra demanded. Such a task is beneath me. You are beneath me, Cobra. All you have is hand-to-hand combat, and let your minions do the rest. You have no real power or even skill for that matter. Unlike Deathstroke or Batman, mere men, you are no threat to me. Cobra didn't like this, nor Payne, for one bit. Besides, my work is done. This so-called fight is over. What do you mean? He was then hammered by a water hammer from Aqualad. This is what I mean. Payne lightly tossed an electrified kunai at the soaked body of Cobra. Cobra's screams could be heard throughout the island. Music to the ears of Bane. Not much of a fight. Aqualad said to Payne. If a maggot such as him was any type of fight for one such as I, then my power has truly waned. Payne told him. Let us regroup, he won't be getting up anytime soon. Aqualad nodded as the pair moved to where Artemis, Ravager and Red X were finishing up. The other teams were also heading to their location. Artemis was setting on some random guy she had knocked out. Ravager and X soon met up with her. Final count, 27. X smiled. Ravager smiled at X. Too bad for you, I'm setting on a pretty even 30. Artemis laughed. Not bad, but I'm setting happily on 31. Artemis smiled at their annoyed looks. I win today, boys and girls. As amusing as it is to see the 3 of you bicker like siblings, we must regroup with the rest of the teams. Payne came out of the forest with Aqualad close behind him. The lab is secure. Ivy came from the ground in a flower pod while Robin and KF walked there. No need to wait on his brother. Bane walked to them with Raven, Supergirl and McGann floating behind him. Mammoth is restrained, however. Yes, I know. 2 managed to escape this night, Shimmer and Sportsmaster. Payne clarified for him. What of the chopper that left not a moment ago? With that neo-steroid they can cause massive havoc on the populace. Aqualad asked, only now realizing that it was gone. It is all right. Sportsmaster didn't get anything of value. When Sportsmaster opened his creates, the only thing that was inside was a note and vials of milk. The note said, milk helps you build strong bones. SM was so pissed. Aqualad blinked. Was what he just heard true? They all blinked. Young Justice, that is, aside from Artemis, that is. She knew Payne had a prankster side to him somehow. As amusing as that is, brother. Our work is done and the island and factory is mine again. Which means, Bane started. It means that all of you are no longer needed or welcome here, Young Justice. It is time for you to leave. Payne said, politely. And so it is. Miss Martian, call your bioship, we are leaving. Aqualad told her. Right. McGann called it. Right now it was a stare down between the two groups. Artemis already knew who was winning. What felt like forever, the bio ship finally came and they boarded the ship. I hope you see reason, Artemis. Payne began. What? Artemis turned around. You don't belong with them, Archer babe. Ravager continued. You belong with us. X stated. You know it, we know it, Ivy said. You are our sister, Artemis. Bane said to her. And they can't understand you, like we can, like we do. Payne finished. Artemis smiled right back at them. I won't stop, Payne. Not until you, and the rest of you, see reason. I will bring you out of your own personal hell and bring you all into the light. That is why I joined this team. She walked into the bioship and left them on the island. You really think she'll come back to us? X asked Payne. Yes, but she will try to bring us out of this darkness we are in. For now we have other things to do, Payne told X. Such as? Ravager asked. On the bioship, Robin smiled. He brought out a detonator from his pocket and got a nod from KF. This is for the shock patch to the back, Payne, he said out loud. Artemis saw what was in his hand. No, wait. He pressed the button. Back on the island. Like jumping for cover and replacing the lab equipment. BOOM. The lab factory that Bane had was now a pile of rubble. How like them to break out trust and betray us, brother, Bane said to Payne. Yes, but they left themselves open for reprisal. X, did you send it? Of course, before I even started with Archer babe and Ravager, X told him. Payne pressed a button on his wrist communicator. Mr. Freeze, did you get the transmission? A hologram of Freeze was seen. Yes, all of the information about Bane's work is now safely here with me, Freeze told him. Good, now I don't have to start from scratch. I will still need a new lab, brother, Bane told Payne. Got that covered. I'll have a replacement for all of the equipment that Robin and Kid Flash destroyed by this time tomorrow. Payne reassured him. For now it's time for us to go. Take this time to rest, Bane. In a vortex, young Injustice was gone from the island. Brother, you forget, this is no shelter here now that the lab is gone. Almost as soon as she finished that sentence, a wooden mansion-sized house came from the ground, more than enough room for him and his workers. I stand corrected. Mount Justice. You stupid fool, Artemis yelled, and beat Robin. You moron. Do you have any idea what you've done? Artemis yelled at Robin. Yeah, I've stopped Bane and Payne from making any more of that venom, Robin replied. Dumbass. Bane hadn't juiced up on venom for almost a year now. I don't know what he was making, but I do know it wasn't venom. But you've pissed off Payne to all holy hell, she told him. I sure hope so, Robin replied smugly, only to get slapped by Artemis. Off to the side, the rest of the team were watching. Should we stop this? McGann asked. Why? This is just getting good, KF said with some popcorn. Let me educate you on Payne. Get ready for Payne 101. Rule 1. Don't fuck with Payne. Rule 2 to 99. Listen to Rule 1 like your life depends on it. Rule 100. If you fuck with Payne, you're fucked. Rule 101. You're lucky if Payne only fucks you up and not anything else. Artemis explained. Hell, I'd rather piss off Batman 100 times over before I even think about pissing off Payne. He can't be that bad, Kid Flash said to her. I mean, who would want to piss off the Dark Knight? He's not that bad, Artemis started. I'm worse. The group jumped when they all heard Payne's voice in the main hall. Payne. The group yelled. Payne, please. You have to believe I had no idea that Robin or Kid Flash would torch your lab. Artemis pleased to protect Robin's skin. How did you get here? Aqualad asked, hoping that Artemis didn't rat them out. I followed you. It wasn't hard. Artemis slapped her forehead, she got it. How did he follow us? Supergirl asked Artemis. He can sense a person's natural energy. A person's life force. He knows mine by heart. Correct. Now then, on to why I'm here. Robin, you torched my lab, allow me to return the favor. Payne moved his hand over the center of the room, and the monitors came to life. In Gotham, one of Wayne Tech's labs was destroyed tonight. It is not known what caused the fire, yet miraculously no one was hurt. The monitor cut off. You took my lab, I took one of yours. Why do you do that? Bruce Wayne is innocent in this, Robin yelled. Don't give me that, Dickie, I went easy on you this time. But know this, cross me again and the results will not be pretty for you. Pain was once again gone in a vortex. I'm gone. Good night. Artemis walked to a Zeta tube. Oh, and Robin. Don't come crying to me when you don't know what asshole your shit is coming out of when Pain gives you a dozen or so options to choose from. She left through the tube. And Bruce Wayne looked at the report of his destroy building. It was a miracle that no one died or was hurt for that matter. It would cost a lot to rebuild and keep the workers on paid leave, but it didn't matter to him, not even a dent in his pocket. Sometime later he was at Mount Justice. Robin had told him that Pain took responsibility for the destruction of one of his branches. He needed answers, so he was going to get them from the one person who could provide them, Artemis. However, answers would have to wait. It seemed Gorilla Grodd was up to his old monkey business. With Pain he was in front of his monitor as always, monitoring anything and everything going on in the world. It didn't faze him nor surprise him when a pair of arms wrapped around him. When will you end this little game of yours and join me in my bed, Naruto? Asked a woman's voice. When you stop trying to take over the world, Pain answered without hesitation. The woman smirked. Where's the fun in that? She asked playfully. Are you not going to take over the world? She asked. No, I intend to lead it to peace. If I must I will directly rule for a while. Pain's monitor came to life, showing him Gorilla Grodd and his gorillas working on some machine that was on the top of a Star Labs building. I must go now, leave the way you came in, he told her coldly. The woman pouted behind him. You must learn to lighten up a bit. I'll be in my bed waiting for you to enjoy life with a real woman. The woman left the way she came in, via a portal she made. Pain shrugged. Women. He said out loud. Then in a vortex he was gone, going to Coast City where Grodd was. Pain made it to Coast City with little effort. He was on top a building next to the Star Labs building. He saw about 8 gorillas and Grodd all working on a machine, most likely a devolver that Grodd likes to work on to devolve humanity. Pain almost smiled, for hating humans much Grodd sure acts like them. Pain then, in a flash, was on the building the gorillas were on right dead center of them. A penny for the stranger, he said. That got all of the gorillas' attention as they stopped what they were doing and looked at the hooded masked man. You're not Flash. The lead gorilla, that Pain ID'd as Grodd, yelled him. Thank the sage for that, Pain just commented. Destroy him, Grodd yelled. All of his gorillas charged at Pain. Pain just stood there and in an instant, all of the gorillas stopped. Pain was crouched with his hand extended and a trichinae all bloody. Then the next second all of Grodd's soldiers were on the ground, dead. You insolent human. How dare you kill my soldiers, Grodd was pissed. Pain just tilted his head. For hating humans so much you sure act like them far more than you think. You believe all life that is not gorilla is inferior to your own. You believe that your race is superior to any other, so that taking the life of something that is not a gorilla means nothing to you. You are no better than the human race which you hate so much. All of Pain's words, true as they are, pissed off Grodd more and more so than him even being there. I will destroy you with my own 2 hands. Yes, another thing you overlook in your egotistical rant, while I was talking with you, I've destroyed your machine, Pain stated calmly. What? Grodd looked back only to see his devolve was nothing more than scrap metal. Why you? Grodd stopped, and looked down to see a black rod sticking out of his chest. Again. Your ego and pride cost you your life, Grodd. You took your eyes off a ninja that is the same as signing your death warrant. Pain then grabbed the rod and energized it with lighting chakra. Ah! Grodd, in a pained scream, used his strength to grab Pain's neck. I'll snap your neck, human. Grodd yelled at him. A small problem with that, Grodd, Pain said from behind him and a safe distance away. That's just a clone of me, rigged to blow. Grodd's eyes widened. Shadow clone smash. Boom, the smoke clear, with a little help from a news chopper, and there was Grodd, 1 arm less thanks to Pain. It took a full moment before he realized the pain of having his arm blown off. Ah! Grodd's scream could be felt from miles away. Pain was not done. He created some chakra chains and wrapped it around Grodd's neck. I'm a ninja, not a hero, Grodd. I will attack you with your back turned if I can, and I hope in your next life you learn that lesson well. Pain lifted Grodd off the ground and then dropped over the side of the building, then yanked it hard, snapping Grodd's neck, and the news chopper caught it all on tape. Pain stepped near the edge where Grodd's body was hanging from. Pain allowed his chakra chains to lose their power and allowed Grodd's body to fall 20 stories down and go splat. Pain. Pain heard the unmistakable, angry voice of Superman. There was no need to do that. He was a criminal, but you had no right to kill him, Superman yelled at the young man. Pain lifted up one finger. 1 is the magic number, Superman, was all he responded with. It was then that Pain noticed a large number of other heroes. The most notable was the first 7 JLA members. Pain wondered, if so many were here about to fight him, what of their own cities? We're bringing you to justice, Pain, Superman yelled. Can you? He asked. Can you bring me to your justice? You could no more bring me to your justice than anyone else for the matter. Even if you defeat me, I'll live to fight another day. Where I'm from, 9 times out of 10 defeat means death. So take a guess what happens when I beat you, Pain told him with no nonsense in his voice. We will bring you to justice, Pain. You're more dangerous than every other villain in the world. I am. No, villain. Pain's power spiked. But if you wish to view me as such, I can play the part. Pain did the only thing a person like him could do and still be considered normal. He walked off the edge of the building. He fell the full 20 stories down, but missed the Grodd splatter on the ground. When he landed, he didn't shatter anything, any glass, and concrete, nothing. Very well, he said. Our battlefield will be in the park. Less collateral damage there. In a flash, he was at the center of the park. He waited a full second before he saw any of the JLA members, them being Flash and Superman. He figured that the rest would come soon enough. Play Naruto Shippuden AMV. The power of a god. Sure enough, soon enough came. In front of him was Superman, Batman, Wonder Woman, the rest of the first 7 and at least 15 other heroes. Pain smiled. They wouldn't pull any punches here. But despite their brave front they were putting up, he saw something as that lives on in all beings, fear. It was obvious that some of the other heroes remember the little visit that Madara gave them last year, and if by the fear that these heroes are giving off, Batman must has told them of him and Madara being the same person. He expected Batman of all people to figure that out first. Pain started to walk slowly, at first. Pain saw some heroes get into their stances. Some started to pray to whatever god they believe in as he got closer. Some even bringing up all of their anger to fight him, a monster of a man. It was then that Pain decided to run to them, as he is not the type to sit and wait. Manhunter. Focus on him, don't lose him. Superman, Aquaman, Black Canary, Flash, Wonder Woman engage in close combat. Everyone else support and long range. Batman yelled his orders. That won't save you, Pain yelled, being right in front of the small group of heroes. Superman was in front of the hero line, ready to punch Pain's lights out. Superman's fist was a mere inch away from Pain's face. Pain could only smile. Perfect. Superman's fist and his whole body simply phased through Pain. Pain, once fully past Superman, moved to punch Wonder Woman. However, she used her own strength and skill to block the attack. She was, however, struggling to hold Pain at bay with both her hands against just his one. What power, she thought right before Pain unleashed a fury of punches and kicks to her body and head, sending her back. Aquaman came next, using his trident as his weapon of choice to attack Pain. Pain just casually moved out of the way of each one of Aquaman's strikes. Aquaman even decided to use his water manipulation into his attacks, when he brought down his trident with a torrent of water bearing down on Pain. However, he just allowed the water to pass right through him. Then Pain kicked Aquaman in the gut, sending him flying into the trees. Flash tried his luck. Using his speed, he tried to punch Pain 100 times. However, he was not counting on Pain being able to keep up with him. What, you can keep up with the Speed Force? He asked out loud. The question is, not whether I can keep up with you, but can you keep with me? Pain unleashed his own flurry of punches. The last few managed to hit home and Pain sent him through many trees. Pain just smiled, as 3 arrows went right through his head. Pain took a look at Green Arrow. Damn that power of his, Green Arrow yelled as he fired 3 more arrows. Pain let them phase through him and then fried his own black rods at Green Arrow. Green Arrow jumped out of their path before he could be littered with holes. Batman threw a few of his batarangs at Pain. They just went through him like everything else. However, when a green hammer came down on Pain, he jumped out of the way. Batman saw this. Why did he just and not let it phase through him like the rest? It is because he had to jump because of how big the hammer construct was. Or because he couldn't use his ability. He had to know. Pain had just defeated a few more of the no-name heroes that had accompanied the group. Ah, Pain looked to his left to see a mace. Perfect, the mace phased through his head, but his hand grabbed Hawkgirl's head, then slammed her into the ground. It's over. Hawkgirl. Hawkman tried to hit him with his mace, but again it phased right through his head. Pain let go of Hawkgirl and did a spin kick to Hawkman's head, sending him crashing into a few trees before he crashed into a bridge in the park. With Pain's attention on Hawkman's form, being sent into a small bridge, she managed to get out from under him. Pain didn't take any mind to Hawkgirl's retreat. He turned to his new opponent, a beautiful blonde-haired woman. She was a screamer for sure. A sonic scream was sent Pain's way. Wind style, barrier wall. The air around Pain was charged with his chakra, making a wall of wind, and it blocked the scream that Black Canary sent his way. Pain smiled at her attempt and used his speed to appear in front of her. She managed to block his first attack. Impressive, he said to her. She blocked 2 more attacks before he managed to hit her in her stomach. Most impressive, he said out loud to her. Impressed that she managed to do much with her normal speed and strength. Superman was back. It was evident when he had to use his Kamui ability to avoid Superman's Super Widow Maker. Your attacks are straightforward and predictable. You'll never hit me like that, he told the Man of Steel. Superman just fired his heat vision at Pain. Pain moved out of the way. Again, this was noticed by Batman. Both Superman and Pain engaged in CQC. However, Pain is far more skilled than Superman ever will be, and knocked back with a powerful punch to the chest. Superman was shocked that he felt it. You feel that, Superman? Pain asked somewhat cryptically. It's your mortally. You've never felt pain unless magic or your weakness of kryptonite was being used. But unlike everyone else you've faced, I need not such things to harm you, let alone kill you, Pain said to him. Superman wiped his mouth of blood. He used his speed and tried to punch Pain, but he just phased through him like everything else has. Pain caught him in his charka chains. He did a spin and entangled Superman in the chains. Chains? You're funny. Superman tried to break the chains with his might. Good luck with that. Not even the strongest being in the world could break them, and you are nowhere near as strong as him, Pain said. Then sent lighting and fire chakra into the chains to give Superman a little jump. The reaction he got was what he wanted. Superman screaming in pain, but not just the act itself, but it being videotaped by the news choppers overhead and being seen all around the world. You may be super, however you are but just a man. Just then a sword phased through Pain from top to bottom. It seemed Wonder Woman just tried to end him, or make him move. However, he had to grab her hand when she tried to punch him. Then he grabbed her other hand when she raised it up. You're strong warrior princess, but you are not strong enough. Don't underestimate the power of an Amazon, she yelled and broke free from his grip and grabbed his neck. Everyone, Batman and Wonder Woman mostly, was shocked. Someone had managed to get a hand on Pain. Wonder Woman got over her shock almost instantly, and gave him one hell of a punch to his face. His charka chains faded and he crashed into a large rock, shattering it to dust. All right, Wonder Woman, Flash said, appearing at her side. Many of the other heroes that weren't injured follow suit. While everyone was waiting for the dust to clear, Batman was analyzing what he had witnessed. Why could he use his intangibility skill with most things but not some other things? Why did he dodge some attacks and allow other to phase through him? Then there was the greatest question of them all. Why was Wonder Woman able to touch him and hit him when the rest of the team had yet to even touch him? He would review the tape and everything later at the Batcave. You're right, I did underestimate you, Amazon Princess. No, Amazon Warrior Princess. You are truly worthy of such a title. Being able to land a blow on me is no small feat. Pain emerged from the dust cloud. No worse for wear. But such a blow could never be enough to harm one such as me. Pain smiled from behind his mask. I have an idea, Superman, Wonder Woman. Batman called to the 2 other leaders of the Justice League. What is it, Batman? Superman asked. I think that I've figured out his power to allow things to phase through him, he told them. I need more information before I can be certain, he said. Then I think that we can give you some info you need, Green Arrow said as he and Black Carney stood up along with Hal Jordan, Hawkman and Hawkgirl, and lastly Huntress. You think that you can do it? Batman asked. never taking his eyes off Pain who, for some reason, hadn't moved. Of course we can. Black Canary said, wanting a rematch with Pain. Do what you can. If I'm right I can come up with a plan to defeat him, Batman said. The small group that decided to engage Pain flew forward. Only the first 7 in the aforementioned group were all that were left. The rest taking their wounded back to the watchtower. I'm first. Huntress fried her mini crossbows at Pain, explosive bolts to be exact. All Pain did was allow them to pass right through him. Almost instantly both Hawkman and Hawkgirl swung their mace at Pain's head. Pain just bent backward to avoid the attacks. He then saw a large green hammer coming down on him. Using his speed Pain moved out of the way. Green Arrow was right in front of him, an arrow pointed right at his head. Green Arrow released the arrow, and it passed right through him. Damn your powers. Green Arrow yelled trying to hit Pain with his bow, but Pain backhanded the bow shattering it. Green Arrow jumped to the side when 2 arrowheads came from behind Green Arrow going straight for Pain. Pain allowed them to pass right through him. He again jumped back when Green Lantern attacked him with a fist construct. Damn, I'm using too much chakra on these so-called heroes. He thought to himself. He looked up to see Black Canary coming down on him. He had to jump out of the way again. Even though I haven't used so much as 10% of my overall chakra, I've already used too much toying with these cretins. I should have just ended it, but I will not murder them. Such a pity my own honor code prevents me from doing that right now. When he did another hop back, both Hawkman and Hawkgirl had swung their maces once more. Don't they ever learn? He asked himself. He got his answer when he felt a presence behind him. Perfect. He used Kamui to avoid the kick. A purple boot went through him and soon after that Huntress passed through him from her own momentum. However, the twin maces he couldn't use Kamui. He used his black rods to stop them. He noticed their smile, both of them. A green beam of light was fired at him. Using Kamui at the last second he avoided the attack. He was soon raised up by Superman smashing the ground. Both Hawkgirl and Hawkman moved away during this time. Pain saw a shadow above him. With the speed of Wonder Woman, the shadow above him, and the raising earth underneath him he couldn't jump out of the way or use Kamui. Got him. We timed this just right. He can't dodge or use that intangible ability of his. Batman thought out loud. Boom! Smoke was kicked up as Wonder Woman smashed into her foe. She smiled. He was a worthy opponent indeed. She thought. Her smile ended when she saw what she had punched. It wasn't the orange mask like she thought she would have hit, but a red-orange metal-like bone. She was then punched back to the Justice League by a massive red-orange fire hand. Wonder Woman. Batman and Superman yelled as he saw her crash into a rock. I'm all right, but this fight is not over, she told them as she got up. The dust cleared a bit, only to reveal a fox-like metal bone structure, the upper half, covered in a red-orange fire-like skin. It had 2 claws-like hands to boot with a pair of long horns around 20 feet long on the head with a pair of tusks coming out of the corner of its mouth. Its red eyes and unnerving fanged smile put all of the remaining JLA members on edge. What in Hera's name is that? Wonder Woman asked. Pain was, however, impressed but not amused anymore. I'm surprised you've brought this out of me. Susanoo grew 2 more claw-like arms and now each head grew even longer claws. Playtime is over, he said ominously. What the hell? We barely managed to land a blow on him, and now he comes up with this thing. Flash yelled. Annoyed by this person that, he dare not say aloud, was faster than him. I'm afraid I did not hit him, Flash. He manifested this new power before I managed to land a blow on him. Wonder Woman told him. Damn it. Now we still haven't hit him and now he has a new power that he brought out, Flash whined. Pain smiled. In the seal he could hear Kyuubi roar with laughter saying something like, take that you Uchiha ass whip. Your grandson made a mockery of your Susanoo and made it look like my almighty form. Or something along those lines. But with much cursing involved. The strategy you choose is irrelevant. Nothing will faze me. This battle ends here and now. He could feel that somewhere in hell Madara was proud of him. He knew his grandfather wasn't in heaven right now. How do we do this? Superman asked. As a team. I'm guessing, but, now that he brought this out, he can no longer make himself intangible. Meaning was can now hit him with all we got. Batman told them. "That's all well and good, Batman, but when I hit him I didn't so much as make a dent in the armor," Wonder Woman told him. "Maybe Superman can break open this one?" the Manhunter asked. "Worth a shot," Green Arrow said out loud. "Make it interesting this time," Payne said as he launched a pair of his Susanu's claw arms at the JLA group. They scattered. Flash came up first and started unleashing dozens of punches at once. Payne barely registered that he was doing such a thing and shooed him away. Flash managed to get away before he was destroyed by Susanu's claw. "We can hit him now," Flash yelled to the rest of the team. Payne continued to swing his claws at the Justice League members. He felt the maces of the two avian heroes smash into his Susanu, but to little effect. Such weapons couldn't touch him as he is now. He saw Green Arrow, with his replacement bow most likely thanks to Batman, and Huntress try to fire their arrows at him. Even with explosive bolts they did nothing to him or his Susanu. "Don't bother wasting your arrows on me now. You are no more than ants trying to stop a tidal wave," Payne told them. He was then shook off balance when he felt a hammer of an attack hit Susanu. It was Superman and he landed a good punch on Susanu's head. Payne smiled and attacked Superman, but Superman's speed saved him. "Hump. This ought to make you dance." Payne swatted away Aquaman and Green Lantern. He then fired dozens of fireballs all over the place, making Green Arrow and Huntress displace to avoid being cooked. However, he felt that he was missing something. He put it out of his mind for now. It was then that both Wonder Woman and Superman hit him square in the chest, Susanu's chest. It made a small crack. Payne smiled as they retreated before he could attack back. "I'm surprised you've lasted this long against me. Here's your reward." Small meteorites were fired at the Justice League team. As the claws on his Susanu grew bigger, he attacked with all three of his abilities. Susanu's claws, his great fire annihilation and his planetary devastation. Payne hit Hawkman to the ground and he landed hard. "This is the end for you," Payne said, bringing down a claw to end him. "Hawkman!" Hawkgirl yelled as she raced to save her counterpart. She managed to save him before the claw could finish the job. Screech. A high-pitched screech came from in front of Payne, alerted him of Black Carney's presence. He suffered from the attack as he had no time to put up a wind defense. The cracks in Susanu grew bigger. "Great." "Ah!" Payne looked up after he recovered from the sound attack. He saw Superman and Wonder Woman rushed him at full speed. Payne moved his forearms to prevent them from making the crack any bigger. However, his effort was stopped by the Green Lantern, both Hawkman and Hawkgirl, and lastly Aquaman and Flash. Fire style. Great fire annihilation. Payne fired a large stream of fire at his two aggressors. However, the team was ready for that as well. A combo of explosive arrows and batarangs, tornadoes and a screech snuffed it out before it could do any damage. Smash! Both Superman and Wonder Woman hit the large crack on Susanu that protected Payne. The crack grew and grew. The smash did a bit more and the crack grew even more. "Enough!" Payne yelled and forced the two back and the five heroes that were holding his arms. "Huh!" He had felt a tug on his left arm. Looked to his left arm. It was a gold rope. "Gotcha!" Wonder Woman pulled on her lasso of truth. It was then that Payne realized what he had been missing. The Martian. He had not made an appearance since the fight started. He had been hiding, waiting for the right moment. He was most likely the one that put the lasso on him. He was forced from Susanu through the crack and it shattered open. Susanu soon dissipated into nothing, being dragged out into the open by Wonder Woman's lasso of truth. And for some reason he couldn't use Kamui, most likely due to the lasso's power. "Now!" Batman yelled. Batman threw a dozen batarangs. Green Lantern fired a green energy blast. Aquaman fired a torrent of water. Black Canary unleashed her canary cry. Huntress and Green Arrow fired their explosive arrows. Flash made a pair of tornadoes with his arms. Both Hawkman and Hawkgirl tossed their mace. Wonder threw her shield and Superman fired his heat vision all at Payne. Payne watched slowly as everything the JLA had was launched at him. Slowly the powers of the combined might of the group sent to arrest him was barreling down at him. He watched as, slowly, the powers of the greatest of this world's heroes had to offer. The powers he watched with his lone eye. Then it changed. Form the ever-infamous Sharingan to the even more fabled and legendary Rinnegan. BOOM. Got them! Flash yelled. Everyone 5-5'd each other, aside from Wonder Woman and Batman. Many wondered if Payne could even have survived that. Darkseid would have been near death if hit by all that. That was quite dangerous, everyone heard Pain say. The dust and smoke cleared, only to revile Pain without injury. What? How? Impossible, Great Hera, what is he? Had I allowed all that to hit me, even I would have been injured. Pain said to them. Batman was calculating everything. He knew that he couldn't use that intangible ability as they timed everything just right, and he theorized that Wonder Woman's lasso of truth would prevent that from happening. He then noticed that Pain's eye had changed. It was no longer red with a 9-thin line in a swirl whirlpool pattern. Now it was sliver with many rings. I cannot allow this fight to go on any longer than it already has. Now watch closely. Pain clasped his hands together and created a surge of chakra that it was visible to everyone. For those who are magical in tuned, they felt a sinister dark power coming from him. Soon they all saw Susanoo once more. Then Pain poured more power into his jutsu and Susanoo started to grow. Boom! Dust and smoke covered the area when Susanoo exploded in power. The smoke didn't need to clear to see what had happened. Meet once more Susanoo. Its complete form. Susanoo was now complete. It was standing upright. Think Naruto's tailed beast mode just with Susanoo's design. Steel bones and 9 tails, of course, with red-orange fire that acts like skin. It lacks the 4 arms, however. This is the last dance of our little number heroes. Don't blink, and if you happen to die, too bad. Susanoo charged up its own version of a tailed beast bomb, nowhere near as powerful as the Kyuubi's but strong enough to make a scene. Pain had already set up a barrier to protect the buildings and the people outside of the barrier. Even the chopper would be safe as it is on the outside of the barrier. Shields up now. Batman yelled to anyone who could put up a shield to protect them. Susanoo bomb. Pain yelled and fired. Boom. A small mushroom cloud covered the park area but never left out of the park area. Even the dirt, dust and rocks that were kicked up from the attack didn't leave the park area. The dust settled to reveal Pain standing over the defeated heroes. I must admit, you are skilled enough to last a while facing me. Pain said. But, I can't allow you all to leave with the information you've managed to figure out. He lowered a black rod from his right sleeve. Pain walked up to the downed Batman. He knew that he was the one to do all of their planning. And as my grandfather said, stick to the basics, take out the head. He poised his rod to kill Batman. He made his move to strike, only for the rod to be destroyed by Wonder Woman. She was worse for wear but the only one that could still fight back. I'd figured you would be able to still stand. Pain hoped back. But don't think you're a match for me as you are. You're weakened from battle. Even with your healing factor I was known to fight for days at my full power. Something I have yet to do. What hope do you have? Pain asked. Wonder Woman just smirked and punched him. That is my answer, she told him. Pain was shocked at first and just looked back at her. I see. Let's see what makes you dance, Pain said, bringing out 2 rods, one for each hand. Wonder Woman dodged Pain's attempt to cut her with his chakra rods, even blocking them with her bracers. Pain was relentless in his attacks and kicked Wonder Woman into a rock that was unearthed by the blast. Pain was on her but she managed to recover. Always the bravest of these heroes, you are Wonder Woman, he said while Wonder Woman was attacking him. But he was using his chakra rods to block her attacks. But you could never make the hard decisions. Pain said, fighting back. He kicked her shield out of her hand. She then tried to punch him but he ducked and did a spin. Using his chakra rod he stabbed her in her right shoulder. The effect was instant. She lost all feeling in her right arm. She tried to give him a left hook but Pain just knocked her hand away and kicked her. She was knocked down face first. Pain stabbed her in her other shoulder, dragging her on the ground. You could have been gods, the lot of you, he told her. But now, there can only be one. He raised another chakra rod to finish her off. It was then destroyed by an arrow and Pain grabbed the other one aimed for his head. End Naruto Shippuden AMV. The power of a god. Pain didn't need to look to know who it was. It was Artemis. She was the only one that had the courage to face him. She knew that he had a soft spot for her and he wouldn't raise a hand to harm her. Anything lasting at least. Pain, however, showed a great deal of, not hate, but rage. Why, Artemis? He asked. She rushed him with her bow blades. Her bow becomes 2 short swords allowing for close combat. Pain stopped her blade. Unlike normal sliver, her blades were black. Made by Pain himself. Why protect them? Why save them? he asked her. While she knew it was pointless to try and overpower Pain, she tried anyway. Her pride wouldn't allow her to do anything less. You don't get it, she told him. This isn't about them. This isn't about me saving them, she yelled. This is about you. This is about me saving you. I don't want to save them, I want to save you. Pain's eyes widened. Artemis felt him no longer try to hold her sword at bay. Not that it would matter. I want to save you from yourself, before it's too late. Pain disengaged from her. He took a few steps back. It's too late for me, Artemis. There is no saving me from myself. I was born into this world as I am. I was raised to be who I am today. Trained to be what I am. By the time I first saw the light I was already a man, and by then, it was blinding. He forced her away. That's not true. Pain looked at her again. He saw it in her eyes. She truly believed. No, she knew that he could be saved. I know you, Pain. You told me yourself. That there is a chance for everyone that wants to redeem themselves, and it is up to that person or the people that care about that person to do it, she said to him. He narrowed his eye at her. Did he really say that? It sounds like him but not him at the same time. Don't think this will go unpunished, Artemis, he said, and he left in a vortex. However, this little talk didn't go unnoticed by the Justice League and everyone else watching at home. Everyone that had watched this little fight saw two very important things. That the will and a single man can bring down the Justice League, and that he has a weakness for a Green Arrow using heroin. And if anyone says Green Arrow, they were in for a world of hurt. Almost every villain in any secret government agency now wanted Pain and his power for themselves. Next day Naruto was walking to Artemis' home. It was Monday again, so school was in full torture session. He made it to Artemis' apartment and knocked on the screen door. It's open. Come from inside. Naruto smiled and walked in. Hello, Paula. Naruto smiled and gave her a hug. How was your weekend? He asked the cribbed mother. She looked at him and bags under his eyes. Naruto, are you getting enough sleep at night? She asked the young man. Of course I sleep. I just worked out more than I normally do yesterday is all, he played off. Trying to man up for my baby girl? Paula asked Naruto with a giggle. What? No, nothing like that, he tired to play off. Oh, are you saying that my little girl is not pretty enough for you? She asked, teasing him. What? No. She is. But, ha ha ha, oh I'm joking, Naruto. Paula laughed at the boy's expense. Naruto sulked. You're an evil mother, Paula, he said. What was that? She asked with full righteous mother fury mode active. I'm sorry, what was the question? He asked dumbly. That's what I thought. She smirked at his relived face. You know, Naruto, that wasn't very manly of you. If you want to act like a man you have to do better, Paula said. I'm manly enough, Paula. I'm so manly I make less manly men around me seem manly, Naruto boasted. Oh yeah? Care to prove it? She asked. Yeah, give me any test of manliness you can muster. I'll prove to you I am manly enough for anything. Naruto had a hero-like pose. Paula smirked. Then ask my daughter out to the fall dance this weekend. Naruto somehow tripped and fell to the floor. He got back up. Are you crazy? She'll break every bone in my body, drag me to school taking the scenic bumpy and sharp rocks route, beat me within an inch of my life, then say no while leaving me at the front door of the school so I can be late to class. He told the mom what her daughter would do to him if he asked her out. You two talking about me? Artemis came from her room. Ah. Naruto jumped behind Paula. Oh, Naruto. That is very unmanly to act like that in front of my daughter. Paula told the boy. Speak for yourself. I wish to live past today. Naruto, get your ass out from behind my mom and let's get to school. I don't want to be late, Artemis yelled at Naruto. Language, young lady. Her mom said. Sorry, mom. Let's go, Naruto. She grabbed him and started dragging him away. Bye, Mrs. Croc. See you later, Naruto said. Bye, you two have a good day at school. She then smiled. Oh, and Artemis, Naruto wanted to ask you something, right, Naruto? She yelled back at them. What? Oh, she. Son of a half-troll, Jägermeister, Joker, Fox. Naruto cursed as he fell down the stairs. Nice landing, Naruto. It's always smart to land on your face. Now what is it that you wanted to ask me? Artemis asked. Paula could only laugh as she heard Naruto fall down the stairs. Ah, that boy. He's going to be perfect for my baby girl. Later that day, Mount Justice. Artemis was waiting at Mount Justice. It had only been a day since she stood up to Pain in public and she was already regretting it. She knew she was going to get flack from Batman and the rest of Young Justice and the Justice League. They could all go to hell as far as she cares. However, it is what Pain said before she left. Don't think this will go unpunished, Artemis. She didn't fear Pain like the others did. She knew that he wouldn't kill her. She knew that with all her heart that he wouldn't kill her, no matter what she did. Unless she started killing innocents, then all bets are off. But why, oh why, did Naruto, her only normal friend, have to drop the bomb? What bomb was that, you ask? Well, Naruto grew the balls to ask Artemis to the fall dance. When he did, she broke every bone in his body, dragged him to school taking the scenic bumpy and sharp rocks route, beat him within an inch of his life, but said yes while leaving him at the front door of the school so he could be late to class. She had no idea why he asked her. She's not the girly type, nor did she know why she said yes. She just did. She called her mom, say that she was with her study group. She knew it was code so she could tell Naruto why she didn't walk to her home with him like he normally does. I so don't need this right now. She heard Supergirl and McGann enter the room. Speaking of home, back with Paula. Well, how'd it go? She had asked Naruto. He did look worse for wear. Well, the only thing I was wrong about was she said yes. He said to her, and she giggled at him. So not funny. Oh, man up, Naruto. Back at Mount Justice, McGann and Supergirl were bugging Artemis for answers. I mean, it's not every day that your mentor or family member gets his ass kicked and then some girls sends to person who kicked their ass in retreat with just words. Really, how'd you do it? I mean, he beat over 20 Justice League members. We as a team can beat 2 or 3 of them, but that's it. He did it himself. Supergirl bugged Artemis. Yeah, my uncle didn't say a thing when I saw him last. McGann said she had baked cookies for the Justice League members that were hospitalized by Pain. Look, I'd rather not repeat it, so I'm going to wait until, at least, Batman, Superman, Black Carney and the rest of our team get here. She told them. What makes you think that they'll all come? McGann asked. Well, for one, Batman wants to know how to beat Pain. Black Carney is our martial arts teacher. Superman had at least 3 to 4 broken ribs and a fracture or 2, and he wasn't hit by magic or kryptonite, and the rest of our team will need to know a little bit of Pain's powers if they want to at least get a chance to fight him and not get knocked out the first 2 seconds of the fight. Artemis told them. Is he that good? Supergirl asked. Based on what little Pain told me about himself, he was holding back, she said. That shocked both girls. He was holding back? How? The power he used was beyond anything that anyone could do. McGann, being more emotional than the rest of her race, was fearful of the knowledge that she just gained. He told me that if a ninja battle lasts longer than a few minutes, then one side or the other is holding back. The only time that holding back is not the case if it is a battle between, what he said, higher ninja evolutionaries. Artemis said. Artemis reached into her bag that they brought with her for this event. But first, I need a drink. Artemis brought out a bottle. What's that? Asked Supergirl. This, my dear sweet naive girl, is what we call alcohol. We drink this to get drunk and forget our troubles that currently plague us in life. You pick what you want them to drink. What are you intending to do with it, Artemis? I think that human law says that you can't drink that until you're 21, McGann said. The law also says that we can't take the law into our own hands, and yet we do every day, McGann. She took a big swig of it. Come on. Have some. She passed it to Supergirl. 3 hours later, still in Mount Justice, the rest of the team had just arrived, and then right behind them were Batman, Superman, the Manhunter, Black Canary, Green Arrow and Huntress. Upon arrival they noticed 2 things, uncontrollable giggling and the smell of alcohol. They reached the living room, kitchen, and the smell was stronger. Man, it smells like a beer factory in here, Robin yelled, holding his nose. That what I said when this one guy crapped his pants before Pain got him to knock himself out by banging his head on a wooden beam. The group heard Artemis say from the table. On said table were about 15 or so bottles of all sorts of alcohol, and the 3 girls drunk as can be. Holding a small bottle was McGann, still drinking said bottle. Artemis was holding a large bottle the same size as Supergirl, as the pair were having a drinking game before the group got back. Now, if you don't mind, I intend to drink this Supergirl under the table. Artemis said, taking another swig, only for Black Canary to take it from her. Hey, she whined. Won't Zone D's chew go with that wine? McGann slurred out. No, it's not D's, it's Sneeze Medin. Supergirl then burped loudly, so loud that the birds outside made a break for it. The hell possess you to start drinking? Black Canary yelled at the young girls. What? Payne said, I'm an honest drunk, and I'd rather not be sober when I tell the flying ratman about Payne. Artemis said, taking out another thing of gin, only for that to be taken away too. Hey. How are you not wasted as bad as those two? Huntress asked, while getting a glare from Black Canary for her lack of scolding. Those two are lightweights. I can drink them under the table any day, Artemis said. Who said it was all right for you to drink like this? And how did you get so much? Black Canary said, noticing about a dozen empty bottles on the table. Payne's stash, by the way. He's going to be so pissed when he finds out. With Payne was noticing the emptiness of his stash, his lone eye was twitching. I think Archer Babe was here and took some, Ravager said. Some? X said. Half the damn thing is gone, back at MJ. Artemis took another bottle and only again for it to be taken away. Hey, these aren't mine, you know, Artemis told Black Canary. KF decided to take advantage of honest drunk Artemis to get some answers before Bats got to her. Hey Artemis, what do you think about me? Come on, be honest, he said. This should be good, Huntress said. Artemis took one look at him and said, I know you're an egotistical jerk that has a hard-on for any pretty girl in a skirt, namely McGann, Kara and myself. You have a hero complex worse than most. You compensate too much for your lack of skill, and based on what Payne said about you, odds are you're limp-dicked. KF turned white and broke light glass. Burn. Robin snickered. Drunkenness aside, tell me everything you know about Payne, Batman told Artemis. What do you want to know? Artemis asked. How to beat him, his powers, what his real name is. In order. You can't. Too many to list. Don't know, she said bluntly. What? He can't be that strong, Flash asked Artemis. You're lying, Batman said without missing a beat. He was playing with you. If that fight lasted longer than a few minutes, he was testing the waters, so to speak. He was holding back to see if you were a threat to him. He judged that you all are not a threat to him or his plans. Artemis said, taking another drink, only for BC to take it again. Damn it, stop that, she said. Language, young lady. Black Canary scolded. Yes, mother, Artemis said sarcastically. What are his plans? Batman asked, staying on topic. Kill everyone that can't be redeemed, and if plan A fails, plan B is to rule the world, or something like that, and lead it to peace. But that's all I know. No details, she said drunkenly. Why are you telling us this? What do you have to gain from betraying Payne? Wonder Woman asked the million-dollar question. For one, I can't lie to you, I'm drunk. She raised all 10 of her fingers. 22, she said. Maybe not that drunk, she commented. You count 22 fingers and you're not that drunk? Huntress asked while getting another glare from BC. I managed to count to 30 once before passing out. Artemis giggled at a drunken memory that was her own. Back on topic. Who is Payne? And I told you, Bats, I don't know, she told him again. You're lying. Am not. I don't know who he is because I've never seen him with his mask. I do know it's a he, though. She did another drunken giggle. Binded his years, did ya? Supergirl said drunkenly, although she meant grinded his gears. Something like that. Batman was annoyed. I can't read her mind, Batman, Manhunter said. Hey, Artemis saw all of her booze confiscated by BC. Stop that, she whined more. Give me a list of his powers, Batman told Artemis. All right, I've give you a list of the things he can't do. It'll be shorter, she said to them. She took out a piece of paper and wrote something on it and handed it to the Batman. Is this a joke? He asked her. What? Flash took the piece of paper and read it. What's this? He can't stop, is that all? What's that supposed to mean? He asked. It means the only thing he can't do is stop what he is doing. No prison can hold him. No power can stop him. If, and I mean if, you want to stop him, you've got one way. Kill him. But that can't happen for two reasons. 1. Being he can't die, and 2. Being you won't kill anyone, she told them. That isn't funny, Flash said. Does it look like I'm joking? When I say he can't die, I mean it. I think that other day was the first time I've ever seen him get hit. You even managed to force him to up his level of power he was using on you. Take that as an insult or compliment. And if you don't mind, unless we got a mission, I'm going to follow these 2 lightweights over there, she said, pointing at the girls she had time with, and pass out. We do have a mission, but not for you 3, go home. Works for me. She slammed her head down on the table and was passed out. Cheer up, Kid Flash, I'm sure she didn't mean it, Robin said, trying to repair the manhood of Kid Flash that had been utterly destroyed by honest drunk Artemis. You think so? He asked Robin. Huntress, who was passing by. Oh, she meant it. Every word. Ow. She rubbed her shoulder when Black Canary hit her. Later that day, Payne was waiting, then he was called. Brother, Bane. Good to hear from you. How has your research going? Back on schedule, thanks to Mr. Freeze. Then the face of Mr. Freeze was on the monitor. Happy to help. Your research combined with the DNA Payne gave me has helped with my Nora. Glad to hear it, Frozen Brother, Bane said to him. This isn't a social call. I have a meeting soon and I need to tell you the next step of my plan, Payne told them. Go on. They both said. While Young Injustice team is at a good number of members for now, the older sibling disciple must grow as well. As it stands, there is only 4 members of the Vengeance League and 1 is undercover, and I'm leading Young Injustice. I see what you mean, Mr. Freeze said in a thinking pose. As we are now, we stand no chance, aside from you, brother, in an all-out war with the Justice League, Bane said. I need a list of possible members for the Vengeance League. I have a few nominations, but I wish for you to send me a list whenever you can this week, Payne told them. Of course, brother, I'll have a list for interested parties sometime this week. Bane's face blacked out. As will I, however it won't be as long. Mr. Freeze's face blacked out. Payne got up and was covered in smoke when the lights came on. Mr. Namikaze smiled at the man that just walked in. General, glad you can make it. I have some things that you might like. Mr. Namikaze smiled. Saturday. It had been an agonizing week for both Naruto and Artemis. Why, you may ask? Because now it was the fall dance and Naruto was set to pick up Artemis any minute now. Oh, Artemis, stop fidgeting, Paula said to her youngest daughter, who was squirming around in her dress. I'll stop fidgeting when this night is over. We've been friends for about a year and he pulls this on me. I so didn't need this. Artemis still didn't know what she said yet to this. Oh, Artemis, Naruto's a nice boy. Better than any other boy you'd meet in this world. Paula smiled. That's the truth, Artemis said, thinking of Kid Flash. Besides, it takes a lot of guts to ask out my daughter to this dance. Especially after what he said you'd do to him. Paula giggled at her daughter's reaction. It was a reaction, Artemis defended. It was still brave of him to do. He asked you to this dance knowing what was going to happen to him. Paula laughed at her daughter's pouting face. The doorbell rang. That's him. I'll get him. You stay there and look stunning until I tell you two comes out all right, Paula told Artemis. Oh, Mom. Artemis wasn't looking forward to this. Naruto was her friend for only a year and she wasn't the girly type. She looked down at her dress. It was her mom's and she hoped Naruto liked it. Even if she could afford one of her own with the money she got from Payne and all of their raids, she keeps it for her mother. She slips in a 20 here and there to help support the family. Unnoticed by her mom, of course. Artemis dear, Naruto is here. Of course he's here, she said to herself. Well, time to disappoint, she said to herself. Naruto was all nicely dressed up and nervous. Why wouldn't he? He was talking his best friend out on a date, for lack of a better word, and he had no idea how to go on one. Normal one anyway. Most dates he had dealt with death and battles. Although to be fair, those types of dates were romantic in his old world. I guess being as powerful as he is, he can still be nervous around a girl. When Artemis walked out of her room and into view, Naruto was speechless. Paula had to poke him a few times to get him to wake up out of his daze. Artemis was wearing a glittering black dress. It was modest yet alluring and beautiful at the same time. Wow, Naruto managed to say. Artemis blushed a bit. You don't look half bad yourself. Paula shook her head a little. Naruto walked her to the limo, saying his uncle had paid for it, and Paula wished them a good time. However, unknown to Naruto and Artemis, they were being watched. Paula wheeled herself to her room happy that her daughter found someone like Naruto to be with. That boy will be good for Artemis. Might even tame her, a bit at least. Paula smiled. No one could fully tame her little girl. She opened her closet, grabbed something and closed it again. In the mirror was a figure behind her. She threw her throwing knife at the intruder only for it to vanish. I see now where Artemis gets her fiery attitude. The figure said. Who are you? Paula demanded. Not that she could stop whoever this was from doing what he intended to do. I am Pain. Paula's eyes widened. This was the man that went toe-to-toe with the Justice League and won. Only for her daughter to talk down and make him leave. Her heart stopped when she saw her daughter do that. She had no idea what she was thinking. How do you know my daughter? Remembering his comment from before. She and I were partners for a time. Is that where she got all that money? She asked. Yes, he plainly answered. How? Raids on the underground. Do not worry. She has yet to take a life, if that's what you're worried about. He told her. Why are you here? She asked. She was talking to the most powerful person on the planet. When Artemis stood up to me, I told her that it would not go unpunished, and it will not. Pain used his power and lifted Paula out of her chair and onto her bed face down. Paula would have resisted, but she felt that she was being held down. What do you intend to do to me? She asked fearfully. She might not see her daughter again, or her oldest that she hasn't seen since she went to jail. Pain put something in front of her face. He pressed a button and 9 long thin needles shot out. Will I feel any pain? She asked. Pain took a moment before he answered. Lifting up her shirt. This will only hurt a little, he said. Then he stabbed her right in the back, where she was shot long ago. She let out a pained grunt. What comes next, more so. When he injected the substance, she screamed even more. No one heard her. With Naruto and Artemis. Naruto was still nervous even when he got there. The trip there was all silence, even with Naruto trying to give Artemis compliments on her looks. When they got out of the limo, Artemis was the center of attention. Her black dress captivated nearly every guy there, also them getting a backhand from their girlfriends. Well, Artemis, I see that you're an eye-catcher. He laughed awkwardly. Lamest line so far, Naruto. She said to him. Ouch, how my heart has been stabbed by the ever-beautiful goddess of the hunt, Artemis. Naruto held his heart in mock pain. Oh, I'll stab you all right if you keep that up. Yes, ma'am, Naruto said, mocking seriousness. Artemis sighed. Why did she say yes again? But I got you something. That got Artemis' attention. Why, you did? She asked. She wasn't expecting that. Yeah. He pulled out a box and handed it to her. What is it? She asked. Open it and be amazed. He smiled. He laughed a little when Artemis rolled her eyes at his lame line. Artemis opened the box. Wow, she said as she stared at the gift. It was a green jade-colored necklace. It looks, wow, she was awed by its beauty. It doesn't look as, wow, as you do, Artemis. Artemis blushed a little on the inside. Here, let me put it on you. He put it around her neck and she looked at it in the mirror. Thanks, Naruto. It's really thoughtful of you. It's really beautiful. I know you, I mean it is. I'm such a sensitive guy. Naruto gave off his little goofy grin. Don't blow it now, Naruto. Sorry. Naruto got Artemis some punch for her so she didn't get ogled by the guys there. Although when he got back, the local school bully was hitting on Artemis. That didn't last long. He got a sudden case of blue ball syndrome. A little later, Naruto and Artemis were on the dance floor waiting for the principal to start the fall homecoming dance. They didn't need to wait long. The principal gave a short speech and the dance was underway. It started off slow with the school band. So everyone was slowly dancing to the tune. It picked up a bit after the 4th dance, but it was the 8th dance where it got wild. Play Pit Bull, Timber featuring Kesha A.N. Don't expect this part to be any good. Alright, young people, the school band have practiced this for weeks now and are ready to give you a good time. Now they're going to play for you Timber by Pitbull and Kesha. Here we go. I like this song, Naruto commented. You would. Ouch, I'm hurt, Naruto joked as he took her to the dance floor once more. The pair started dancing to the beat of the music, which was fairly fast. They started dancing around each other. Naruto had Artemis spin a few times in match with the beat. They didn't stop or slow down when everyone else did. Soon they became the center of attention, even if they didn't know it. When the band speed up their beat, so did Naruto and Artemis. This went on until the song ended, although it felt like mere moments for Artemis and Naruto. End. Pitbull, Timber featuring Kesha. It was now the last song of the night. Artemis and Naruto then started to dance slowly, as did everyone else. However, they were not alone. A good friend of theirs decided to give them a private show. Using his violin, he started to play a slow romantic tune for them. In sync with the rest of the band, Naruto and Artemis tried their best to ignore him, not deterring him much. When the friend was behind Artemis, Naruto was flipping him off. Didn't do a thing except put a smile on his face. When he went behind Naruto, Artemis was giving him the bird, so he lay off the couple. The night was over, and Naruto walked Artemis to the limo, then later to her home. I had fun, Artemis. Yeah, me too, Naruto. Despite that ass Grant trying to help, she smiled. Yeah, I'll be sure to leave enough of his ass for you to kick when I'm through with him. You're so thoughtful, Artemis smiled at him. Naruto walked her to her door. Good night, Naruto. What, no kiss? He asked mockingly. Sorry, handsome, never on the first date. She gave off a grin as she slowly closed the door behind her. Ouch, he said as he walked back to the limo. Inside the home, Artemis went straight to her room, almost blinded there. It seemed that she had such a wonderful time. She got to her room and went to her closest. She placed her jacket in the closet and closed the door. She then turned around quickly and aimed her mini crossbow at a shadow in the corner. What are you doing here? She asked. What, can't a father see his baby girl on her special night? The shadow soon tuned into Sportsmaster. You're no father, Artemis sneered. Sportsmaster ignored her comment in favor for looking out her window. Nice kid you've found there. It would be a shame if he had an accident. Artemis could see his smirk. You stay away from Naruto, Artemis warned him. So, Naruto is it? Why should I? He asked. He's innocent. He has nothing to do with heroes and villains. She told him. No one's innocent in this world, baby girl. Not you, not me, not Naruto. Sportsmaster moved his head when Artemis fired an arrow at his eye. If I didn't know any better, I'd swear you were trying to kill me just now. He smirked. That wasn't a warning shot. She warned him. Oh, is that love I see for that boy? What was the first thing I ever thought you? He asked her. I don't give a shit. You stay away from Naruto. If one hair on his head is missing. If I see a scratch on him. If so much as a car cut him off on his way home. I will come after you, and end you. She said once more. Oh, end me will you? What would your new team think of that? I don't care what they think of me if I kill you. Sportsmaster smiled. Leave Lawrence. Both Artemis and Sportsmaster looked at the door. To see Paula leaning on the door frame, but standing. Paula, Mom. Artemis, go to the living room while I talk to your father. But, now, Paula left no room for argument, so Artemis left. I'd never thought, why color me speechless? Lawrence said to Paula, you're standing once more. Leave Naruto alone, Lawrence. He's good for Artemis. She has a chance for a normal life with him. I don't want you to ruin that. Normal life. Who would want a normal life? You get a taste of this life, this true freedom. You never want a normal life again. I had a taste of that freedom, Lawrence. It cost me time in jail and away from girls, one I never got to see grow up into the woman she is now, and the other left not a week after it happened. I've been in a wheelchair for years and only now able to stand. Normal life sounds like a better one now. Hump, I'm warning you, dear. Leave Naruto alone. Sportsmaster smiled. I see now why Artemis fell for him and why you protect him. He reminds you of me when I was that age, doesn't he? He smirked. You were once like that, but you have abused your skills, like me. However, he would never do that. Are you sure? I was once like him. What makes you so sure that he won't become like me? How do you know that he isn't already like me? He's nothing like you, she shouted at him. So you say. He walked past her. He made his way to the front door, walking past Artemis, as she was giving him a death glare, and as the old saying goes, if looks could kill. See you soon, baby girl, he said as he left his wife and youngest daughter. Paula collapsed on the sofa next to Artemis. Mom, how can you be walking? She asked calmly. Your old partner paid me a visit as soon as you left on your date with Naruto. It wasn't a date, Artemis fired back. Ah, is my little girl shy about liking a boy? She asked teasingly. Back to the topic at hand. Pain paid you a visit. She tried to steer the conversation. Yes, he injected me with something, then helped me to walk again. How? I was only gone for 3 hours. How could he have done that? Paula took a breath. I looked into his eyes and then I felt myself in a new world. The sky was red and the clouds black. He said in that world he is God and controls everything. In that world, he helped me rehabilitate. It took months in that world, yet a mere second has passed here. I still find it hard to believe myself. But enough about that, I have only one question for you. Paula smirked at her daughter's expression. What is it? Artemis asked. When's the wedding? Mom, next day. Mount Justice. Artemis was still trying to get over the fact that she had a good time with Naruto, and her father showing up and nearly threatening Naruto. She hoped that she was strong enough to protect him from her father. What? Why do I care? He's just a friend, right? Just a friend. I believe the Earth saying is, you better convince yourself that before she tell that to others. Artemis looked to her left to see Megan and Kara aka Supergirl. Say what now? Artemis asked. Whoever this Naruto is, must be important to you. Kara responded. What? You've been reading my mind? Artemis asked accusingly to Megan. No, you've been saying a lot of things out loud, Artemis. No need to be a mind reader for that. Megan smiled. Soon the rest of the team came into the room. What do you want? Artemis asked the boys of the group. Why didn't you answer Batman's questions? Are you still loyal to Pain? Even after everything he's done? Robin asked the archer. Of course I am. Yet I'm here, aren't I? The only thing you really told Batman was that he can't stop. Why does that really mean? Aqualad asked. Just as it sounds. The only thing that will make him stop is killing him. His own words. You can fight him, you can talk to him, and you can put him in jail. That last one is just laughable, but he will never stop fighting for what he believes in. Artemis answered Aqualad's question. What other abilities does he have? Why ask her? The group turned around at the new voice in the room. It was Pain. When you can get the answers straight from the mouth of Pain. Pain answered. Young Justice got in their battle stances. You don't think that any of you has a chance against me, do you? Just look at what I did to your mentors. I beat them all with little to no effort on my part. Don't listen. If he stopped dodging their attacks, that means he took them seriously. Artemis said as she was seeing the others falter. Pain tilted his head. Using what you know of me to help these heroes in training now, Artemis? Pain asked. Let us see how much you've learned while training under me then. Pain fired a large fireball at them, destroying their little living room. When the smoke cleared, they were nowhere to be found. He did, however, see an open vent. Smart thinking, he commented. With YJ they all were crawling through the vent. That was close, Supergirl said. Megan, establish a link so we do not get found out by Pain. Aqualad said. Right, link established. All right, Artemis, we need to know why Pain is attacking us here and now, and we need to know a way to defeat him. Aqualad asked Artemis. You're joking, right? No, he isn't. We need to beat your boyfriend if we are to have any chance contacting the League. Robin told her. You think we have a shot at beating Pain? He nearly took out almost 30 members of the Justice League, most without even a fight. What hope do we have? Don't despair, Artemis. They all heard Pain over the intercom. Your thoughts betray you. Concentrate. Can he read our thoughts even with Megan's mental link? Supergirl asked. It wouldn't surprise me. I don't know anything that Pain can't do. Artemis said. We need a plan if we are going to beat him. Any information that you can tell us about Pain would help, Artemis. Megan said to Artemis. It's what I know that frightens me. I mean, I've never seen Pain go all out before. He said that if he ever did it would destroy continents, and that was if he could focus enough. She told the group. You're joking, right? Dead serious. You never seen true fear until you've faced pain set out to kill you. I wonder whose room this is. Both occupants of the mountain paled. He going in our rooms now. That's a new low for villains everywhere. Supergirl yelled, in her head. Some advice, don't say that to him. He hates it when people call him a villain. Artemis said to her, and don't read too much into it. He's trying to get us riled up. To make us lose our cool. G-string panties. Never thought a heroine would wear something like this. One could almost hear the bloody nose come from Kid Flash. Keep focus. He's trying to draw us out by pissing us off. It's worked for him before. Artemis warned. She had a feeling that it was Supergirl's panties he was talking about. Oh look, the piece of pizza. That bastard. I was saving that, Kid Flash yelled, wanting nothing more than to kick Payne's ass right now. Now is not the time for this. Cute girl. Nice aqua-colored hair. Single quote comma single quote. You want to beat his ass too now huh? Robin smirked. We need a plan. Artemis tell us what you can about his powers. We'll form a plan from there. Aqualad said. With Payne he was wondering what the group was up to. He hadn't felt their emotions or feelings for some time now. Come now Artemis. Did you all go coward and leave? No, I trained you better than that. So I wonder, how much longer? He asked. Almost done. Need at least 15 more minutes. Payne nodded. Payne looked to where the voice yelled at him. It was Artemis. No surprise, he'd figured that the team would send her. Using whatever feeling of loyalty he has for her. Why are you here? Why are you attacking us? She asked him. If you must ask why, then I have not trained you well enough it seems. I have deemed young Justice too much of a threat to let grow any further. What? Artemis didn't think he would. I thought you said that you would never kill a hero until war stated that you know will start someday. I did, yet these little sidekicks are no heroes. They are shadows, so I am not breaking my own word here. You're serious. She felt cold. I am. Last chance Artemis, come back to now. Leave this martyr of a life behind. And what of helping my mother last night? What was that for? She asked Payne. Seeing her mother walk again was nothing short of a miracle, one she was happy to witness, and it was thanks to Payne. That was for all the times you stood by me while I killed the scum of this world. Nothing more. I don't believe you. Believe what you will. Last chance Artemis. Join me and fight to fix injustice that these Justice Leaguers won't fix, or join the long list of people I have killed. Payne told her. No hesitation. If you want to kill anyone on this team you'll have to kill me first. She aimed her bow and fired. The arrow went right through his head. Very well. Fire style. Great fire annihilation. A massive torrent of fire was launched at Artemis. The hull was melted, but no Artemis was seen. It seemed she was saved by someone. With the team, Artemis was saved by Supergirl, although what Payne had said it seemed that he was serious. But, I don't get it. He wouldn't. It seems you don't know Payne as well as you think. Aqualad said to her. Or he's just showing his true colors. Like any other murderer. Robin said with a sneer. He's not a murderer. Artemis yelled, surprised at herself for still standing up for Payne. However, knowing what he intends to do with us, you still stand with us. That's brave of you. I thank you for that. Supergirl said to Artemis. Yeah, you could have sold us down the river but you decided to stick with us like a true hero. Kid Flash said. Hey, he gets some good lines sometimes. Yay, thank you very much Artemis. McGann hovered around Artemis. I still don't get it. Why would he do this? It's not like him. Artemis wondered. Maybe you didn't really know him. Now is not the time for this. What we need is a plan of attack. Aqualad told the team. Attack? You're joking, right? This guy took on the Justice League, and won. Not even so much as getting a good hit being landed on him. Kid Flash said. We need to get out of here. That won't work. Payne would have had this place sealed off. No one in and no one out. That includes Zeta tubes. Artemis said to them. How do you know that? McGann asked. I don't know how. I just know. He's done it before. It's a barrier of some sort. Artemis answered. So flight is out. We can only fight. Sounds good to me, Supergirl smirked. Artemis, tell us the powers that you feel that Pain will use. Aqualad asked Artemis. With Pain. Pain was looking around. He had his fun with the girls' rooms. He knew whose was whose. He even kept a few trophies, in the form of a few G-strings. He did a slightly perverted giggle. However, back on track, Pain wondered what the group was up to. He had hoped that Artemis would come back to him with the threat of death, however she didn't. He raised his right hand, and stopped a wall of water coming at him. Using the elements against me. What has Artemis told you about me? He asked. He sent the water back to whence it came and saw no one on the receiving end. He then grabbed 3 discs coming from behind him. Then allowed 3 arrows go right through him. You know about my powers, Artemis. Why do you allow them to waste their time? He asked out loud. Pain. Artemis started running at Pain. Pain raised an eyebrow. Artemis wasn't one for a frontal attack. Pain brought out a pair of charca rods to block her bow blades. Pain's eyes widened, deflected her hands and grabbed her neck. Who are you? You're not Artemis. McGann let go of her transformation. Got ya. Pain's eyes widened, then he ducked as a fist come from behind him. McGann's knee was coming up at the same time. He had to use Kamui to avoid her knee making friends with his face. He appeared in the main hall only to grab 3 arrows aimed at his head. I told you before, Artemis. I can grab them faster than you can fire them. He yelled. He then blocked Kid Flash's speed attacks, with ease really. He allowed 3 discs to pass by him and raised his hand once more to block a torrent of water come from Aqualad. Why continue this fruitless resistance? All the resistance in the world won't change the fact that you have no future. Pain told them. Pain hoped back when Aqualad landed behind him, trying to cut him in half. He then grabbed both Supergirl's and McGann's fists that were aimed for his head and allowed 3 arrows to pass right through his head and embed themselves in the wall right behind him. Have I taught you nothing, Artemis? I taught you to be better than this. Your training with this credence have dulled your ability to fight. Pain told her while holding onto McGann and Supergirl. Artemis smiled. You did teach me many things, Pain. I don't doubt that, neither should you. But the one thing that you taught me that I hold closer than most, is to be unpredictable. She smirked. Pain's eyes widened. For 2 reasons. 1. The 2 people he had grabbed were not McGann and Supergirl, but Aqualad and Kid Flash. 2. He heard a beeping sound that sounded a lot like one of Artemis' bomb arrows, or 3. He looked back and had only a second to realize that what they were. He had been forced to let go of the 2 boys and use Kamui to avoid being a smear on the ground. Boom. Arg. He felt the first second or so of the blast but stopped most of it from hitting him. He looked up when he felt 2 powerful energies in front of him. His lone Sharingan eye saw both the real Supergirl and McGann both had their fists cocked back ready to dish out pain. No pun intended. Eat fist, bitch, Supergirl yelled. Pain tried to grab their fists but missed. Both fists connected with his mask, and it cracked. They put more power behind their attack and sent Pain flying back to the water on the other side of the room. I can't believe that worked. Robin was shocked. Their mentors took a full hour just to hit him once and it wasn't that powerful. In a time less than that they managed to send him flying, and Artemis' plan did work. They never thought. Well done, they heard Pain's voice. However, they also noticed a large piece of his mask on the floor just ahead of them. I was right about you all, he said once more as the mist cleared. Pain was covering the exposed part of his lower left side of his face. For all of you able to land one good punch on me, using what Artemis knows about me, however what he didn't cover was his left eye, a blue left eye. Artemis' eyes widened. We will meet again, and Artemis, your punishment, has been delivered. You've passed my test, yet, I still come out on top. He looked at his wrist and saw it blinking. He pressed it and red X came to life. Report. Mission complete. Everything on the Bat computer is now ours. Red X said. Perfect. Get out of there and meet up later. Pain looked up. My plan is done. Everything that Batman had on you heroes and heroines and even the villains is now mine. Pain said. What? Currently, almost every hero that is not on duty to something else are now on their way here to respond to the distress call that you sent out. Pain told them. What? We didn't send any distress call. Of course not. I did under the impression that Aqualad sent it. Aqualad told them that I was here and that you are all under attack. So they'll be here in a few minutes. He smiled at their reactions. So, I now have all the names of heroes, their real names, powers, locations, weaknesses and how to beat them, or, how to kill them. Dickie, thank Batman for me will you? Thanks to his paranoia, I now have the means to terminate every hero and villain in this world. He once again vanished in a vortex. Fuck, Robin yelled. He played us, and played us well. We would have never have thought he would pull something like this. Aqualad said. How does he even know where the Batcave is? Hell, almost no one knows where that place is. KF yelled. Artemis, does he know where the Batcave is? It might have been a bluff. Robin asked. If he meets you once, he can find you no matter where you are. He can feel life signatures. He should know almost all of the Justice League's life signatures by now because he fought them. Batman would have been no different. He knows mine, all of yours. Everyone he has ever fought before he knows. Artemis told them once again. Then it was no bluff. We need to tell the Justice League about this. Supergirl told Robin. I need to go, Artemis said, making her way to the Zeta Tube. What about the report? Robin asked. Our fearless leader can handle that. I need to get going. Artemis ran to the Zeta Tube. Oh, there was going to be hell to pay with Batman. Later anyway. Monday. It was the Monday, 6th period, after the dance and a day later from the attack on the cave, if one could call it that. Payne just came to the cave, tested the waters and left. Also taking everything Batman had on, every hero and villains past and present. She wondered his true intention, but what about Batman? What will he do to her to find out about Payne? Their little fight at the cave showed that young Justice has what it takes to at least stand up to Payne. Even if he didn't take the fight seriously. Hey Artemis. Artemis looked up to see Naruto. Hey Naruto, how are you? She asked, although without any feeling to it. Ouch. Did I hurt you in some way? Did you not have a good night the other night? Naruto asked. No, it's not that. I had a great time. She said to him. She then blushed when she said that. Naruto smirked. I knew you were soft on me. He smirked. Ow. He rubbed his shoulder when he was punched by Artemis. All right class. I had something for you all to do today but I misplaced it. So we're going to watch a documentary on TV for this class period. The teacher of the class informed them. Hey, a free Monday. The teacher turned on the TV and about half an hour into the film the TV went blank. However, it wasn't just theirs, it was everyone's around the world. There was some screeching and a horrid sound coming from the TV and only one thing could be seen and heard on it. The word, Jinchuriki, in all languages. My name is Obito Uchiha, I come from a world, far different from yours. When I first came here, I was following a monster. He brought famine, wrath and war to my world. He has killed hundreds of thousands of people, all in the quest for ultimate power. In our Fourth World War, he killed over 70,000 people in 2 days. While the world was watching, Artemis noticed that Naruto looked pissed. For the last year of your time, he has hidden in plain sight, masquerading as a hero. He may walk like you, talk like you, but he's not one of you. His so-called hero name is Payne. He also goes by another name, the name of my grandfather, the man he killed for more power, Madara Uchiha. He may look young, act innocent, but he is a monster. Artemis was shocked. Payne was a mass murderer. He has always killed for more power. No matter the motives he tells others, he's a master manipulator. He's even killed his own family, his mother, his father, everyone that was close to him died, because of him. That shocked Artemis even more. He killed his own parents. However, that was nothing compared to the shock she was going to receive right now. However, his cover name, the name he has the gall to use, is Naruto Uzumaki. Everyone looked at Naruto. Artemis looked at Naruto as well, however, while all the rest were looking at him with distrust and disdain. Artemis' look was more along the lines of betrayal. For any that you think you are his friend, he has killed many that way. He cannot be trusted. If anyone knows where Naruto is, you must stop him before his plans of world domination are completed. To Naruto I say this, I will stop you, and avenge my family and friends you've killed. I'm coming for you, little brother. The TV shut off. Naruto was beyond furious at Obito right now. He played the, "I'm the hero, you're the villain" card. No doubt everyone in the world is against me right now. Well played, Obito. He even went so far as to say I killed my family, and on top of that he played the, "little brother is a manic power-hungry merciless monster" card. Nice. I bet Grandpa is proud of you, big brother. I'll get you for that. Naruto looked at Artemis once more. "I guess this puts a strain on our current relationship, huh?" was all he said before he vanished in a vortex. Watchtower. What's going on? Flash asked. Just about the whole league had just watched what everyone else just watched. "We're leaving," Batman said. "Already had a plan going." End. Giant Jack. Replaced by Supergirl. She-Hulk. A secret, but clues are in the dialogue. Dragon Blaze X. Personally, choose which one you wish to see, as that's what I do. However, I go with classic Supergirl or even this NEW 52 version. Titanzilla. So Batman doesn't see it and blab about it. More mystery for Naruto to keep. Kaiju Rinnegan. 1. Yes, I have. 2. Yes, on CC and no on Viki. Typo. 3. Answered this chapter. 4. Answered this chapter. 5. If you mean toads, then no. Might give him some other summon animal of my choice or by popular demand. However, not dragons, used too much. Draco. Just a typo, still thinking. Opening parenthesis, closing parenthesis. Naruto vs. Obito. Naruto was in front of his monitor once more. It had been little more than a day since Obito blabbed about everything on TV. "You look no worse for wear after YJ kicked your butt," Red X said to Naruto. "Hardly. The water clone I sent to the cave was barely 1/10 of my overall power. I allowed them to think that they broke my mask. When it turns to water in front of Batman's eyes, it will just add more questions onto what I'm capable of. Allow one question to be answered, by making a dozen more. I saw everything from my shadow clone that was present at the time." Naruto told them. "So at 1/10 of your power they can beat you. Frightening thought," Ravenger said. "Although I'm surprised that you're here," Naruto asked. "Why wouldn't we be?" Raven floated near him. "We don't believe what this Obito told the world. For all we know, he just switched what you've done with what he's done and vice versa." Raven finished. "You couldn't be more correct," Naruto told the half-demon. Just then the main door opened and in came none other than Artemis, in full uniform and very pissed off. Naruto turned to face her as she forced her way past the rest of Young Injustice and delivered the biggest slap to Naruto's face. "Not sure I deserved that," he asked her. She slapped him again. "I might have deserved that. The rest of you leave," she ordered the rest of Young Injustice. "I'll be in my room." Raven floated away. "I'll be in the garden," Ivy said as she walked away. "I've got a date with something shiny." Red X left the base. "I'm going shopping." "Naruto, I'm borrowing your credit card," she said as she too left the base. "Wait, what?" Naruto checked his pocket, seeing that his wallet was missing. "Damn it, Rose," he yelled. He looked at Artemis. "Naruto, tell me right now. Tell me that everything that Obito said was a lie. Tell me that everything you've done to date has been for the greater good and not for your own gain. Tell me that everything you've done and said to me was real. Tell me that last Saturday was real and not fake. Would you believe me, no matter what I said?" he asked. "Yes," she answered, without hesitation. "Everything he said is a lie. I never waited this power. It was forced upon me by my grandfather Madara Uchiha. He then used that to say that I killed my grandfather for more power." "Did you?" "No. He died by time. A rare death in my world. So rare, I think he was the third person to die by time in that world," he said to Artemis. "Are you relived?" he asked her. "Damn right I'm relieved. I stood up for you when the Justice League interrogated me about you. I wanted to know that I was doing the right thing," she told Naruto. "Do not worry too much about what Obito said. He just wanted to paint me as the villain. It would have worked for the most part, however I don't care what most people think of me. If I did I would be wearing tight spandex," he told Artemis. "Don't forget about the underwear being worn on the outside. That's JLA uniform rule number 2, she joked. "What's rule number 1? He asked, mockingly. "Always have a younger sidekick," she smiled. Feel any better, Artemis? He asked. I do. I didn't think what Obito said about you was true, I just had to be sure. She told him. But what are you going to do? She asked. Simple. Do what he did, go on TV and clear my name. It won't happen that moment, but it will place doubts on what he has said. My actions will speak for me. Naruto told her. She looked at him. And how are you going to pull that off? She asked him. Simple. I need to make a call. He told her. Artemis raised an eyebrow. Really? A call? Who? She asked. Naruto typed the number. Gotham now. Vicky was doing research into pain, or rather Naruto's, movements and patterns the last year. Like everyone else was in her job, even the Daily Planet. Many wondered if what Obito said was true, many just swallowed that crap and accepted it. Others had doubts. She was in the second category. However, every good lie has some hint of truth. Meaning that at least some of the things that he was saying were true. The only question there is what is true. Although Gotham now did some polls to see what the public's view on the matter was. Apparently 37% still believed in Pain Naruto. Less than a 10% loss for him. Not bad considering that he was basically charged with mass genocide. Her cell went off. Hello, is this Vicky Vale? The other person asked. It is. Who is this? She asked. Take a guess. It took a second for her to guess. Naruto. Pain. Whatever your name is that you? She asked. Got it in one. Nice going. Why are you calling? You have any idea how many people want to talk to you? She asked. Are you one of them? I'm called to see if that interview request is still good. He asked her. Now? She asked. In about an hour. Announce it in about 20 minutes. No sooner please, and I'll be in your station at about 12. Sound good? He asked. Yeah. 12 p.m. it is. I'll see you then. She clicked her cell. Yes, she yelled, and went to work getting ready. Time skip 11:55 a.m. When Vicky made the announcement that Pain, or Naruto, will be interviewed on Gotham Now, their ratings shot up. Everyone was now turned into Gotham Now and there was a small countdown to the interview. Ms. Vale hoped that Naruto didn't pull a fast one on her and she'd look the fool in front of millions. Aside from that, she was concerned that the Justice League might try something during the interview. She hoped not. She was now having her makeup put on as it was almost time to start the show. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, he pointed at Vicky. This is Vicky Vale with Gotham Now. In a few short minutes Pain, also known as Naruto Uzumaki, will come on stage to speak about the accusations made by Obito Uchiha. But before he comes on stage, let's take some calls. You're on air with Vicky Vale with Gotham Now. Who is this? I'm Tones. I live in Gotham and my question is, how can you believe this Naruto? He kills for a living, he's no hero, and he even put Gotham in an early winter that took a month to get over it. He even dropped a pair of asteroids on Superman's head. I mean, no one sane does that. Yes, Tones, I am aware of that. However, that is a question for Naruto to answer, not me. However, as to why I believe him. He saved my life and asked nothing in return. He never claimed to be a hero like Batman or Superman. Yet he saved my life, and who knows how many others he has saved. Next caller, you're on air with Vicky Vale on Gotham Now. Who is this? My name is Nick. I live on the south side of Gotham and I don't really have a question, but I just want to say that what Naruto is doing is right. I lost my wife to that madman Joker. So I look forward to the day where Naruto takes him out. I'll even have a barbecue in his honor. He can even come if he wants. And as for everyone that bought that bile that this Obito guy spoon-fed everyone. How could you people believe that? Naruto's action speaks for him. This Obito guy just said that he was a monster and most people believed it. I can't see this kid being a monster. That's all I really have to say, Vicky. The second called said. Well, thank you for your comment, Nick, and I'm sure Naruto thanks you for that. No problem. Bye. He hung up. However, Nick did bring up a good question. We know nothing about Obito and we at least know a few things about Naruto. So who can we believe more? Obito or Naruto? Next caller. But now it's about time for Naruto to come on stage. Stay tuned. It went to break. Vicky was scared that Naruto wouldn't keep his end of the deal. Her fears was soon destroyed. Ms. Vale, Naruto said. He was in full attire, but his mask was in his hand. Naruto, thank you for coming. Now, we'll start in a few minutes, so in the meantime I'll tell you what's going to happen. I'll ask you questions, answer as truthfully as you can. Tell as much or as little as you wish, but the more truthful you are the better. Then after a bit people from around the US will call. We'll take a few of them and they'll have their own questions for you to answer. Alright, Naruto nodded. Also, much to his annoyance, the film crew had to put makeup on him so he could be more photogenic. Man, that was hell. And we're back. This is Vicky Vale with Gotham Now. And now with me here today is none other than Naruto Uzumaki, or as many of you know him as Pain. Naruto, thank you for coming. Vicky said to him. Thank you for having me and giving me the benefit of the doubt. He told her. Let's get right into it. One of Obito's claims is that it was you that made Gotham's world tree and dropped a pair of asteroids on top of Superman's head. Is that true? Yes. That surprised everyone watching and Vicky. May I ask why you did such a thing? It took months to melt the ice and snow. If I wished it so, the ice and snow would never melt. It is a simple ability of mine. However on point, I did it as a test. He told her, and the viewers no doubt thought that the Justice League were on their way. A test. Yes, a test. When I first came to this world, I felt its sadness, its sorrow, its hate, its rage, and every emotion in between. I felt how this world was and the reason for it. These so-called heroes, and their war on these so-called supervillains, is the case for the pain this world feels. I am him to fix that. As for the test, I tested the resolve that these heroes had. When faced with an enemy that outclassed them in every way, I wanted to see what they would do. You outclass them. Is it not obvious? Did they pass this test of yours? Yes, and no. They did not falter when they faced me. Not even the second time. However, they had no killer instinct. No will to win at any cost. So they fail in that respect. He told her. Allow us to move on to the next question. Obito said that you killed over 70,000 people in your world's Fourth World War. Is this true? She asked him. No. Yes, I did fight in the Fourth War, but I was at the front lines protecting my people from his army. And no, his army was not alive, in case you were wondering. His army were mindless clones of organic mass. Nothing more, he told her. So what he said about you killing your own family for power was false. Correct. My family did die, but not at my hands. It was Obito that killed my father and my mother for power. They gave their lives to protect mine, and it is because of them that I lived to become what I am. However, it also set into motion the fate of this world. He told Vale. The fate of this world? She asked, confused. Your world's fate is now intertwined with the fated battle that I and Obito shall have. Should I win, your world will be spared. Should he win, this world will die, and soon the rest of this universe shall go with it. Naruto ominously tells Vicky Vale. What do you mean? She asks. We shall fight, and soon. However, the fight shall be the last fight of the Fourth War. It shall be the Fourth Great War's conclusion, and the fate of this world and this universe shall be decided. Does it end with the fight or merely continue with its ending? What I mean is, should I lose, he'll have the power to summon a being that is ultimate power, giving form and conciseness, as well as bondless hate for all things. He took a breath. Nothing can harm it. Say for myself, nothing can stop it. Say for myself, this world and all others have nothing that can stop this being. It is, in my world, a primordial god. Even we, a race of what you would call metahumans, would have no chance to stop this being even at our best. He told her. Vicky didn't know whether to believe him or not. She hoped he was lying. However, years of being a reporter told her otherwise. Then, how can you stop it? If it is awakened. If it is awakened, I will most likely be dead. For it is only my death can this being be released. He told her and all of the viewers. He could feel the fear growing in all people around him. And that is why Obito played the hero card. He wishes for this world's so-called heroes to fight and tire me out. Then he finishes me off and this world will be doomed. The Justice League are not helpless, Naruto. Surely they could stop it. Vicky Vale defended the JLA. Yes, they are not helpless. However, can they destroy the world with a thought? Can they stop the sun from rising or the earth from splitting? Or even time from continuing? This creature could, or at least that last one is its sole purpose in life is to end all things. He looked at her. At best, this being will notice them and do what a human would do. Swat away the fly that buzzes nearby. Even Superman, this Earth's greatest protector, would be no match for this thing's might. It is how it is, Ms. Vale. I alone can stop this creature. I alone can save this world from Obito. No other point needs to be made. Vicky kept her fear in check. Do not fear, Ms. Vale. It takes a lot to kill me. I've faced people like Obito before, and I've beaten them. I will win this fight that we shall have. Have no fear in my defeat, but have faith in my victory. He said with a smile, putting her at ease. One last question from me and then we'll take a break and take some calls. This fight, that you and Obito will have, when and where will it be? She asked him. He has made the first move, calling me out in such a fashion. He wishes for me to set the time and date. It shall be next week, on top of Gotham's World Tree. And all of Gotham's civilians to leave in that time. Why is that? Battles in my world at even half of this caliber would reshape the landscape. Mountains turn to dust, forests to deserts, oceans to wastelands, and so on and so forth. The battle that we shall have will be worse. With any luck, the land will still be stable enough and safe enough to sustain life when the battle is over. Care to give some details on what you are expecting? She knew that the break needed to happen soon, but she wanted this line of questioning done now. I'll make it simple. Should anyone be in Gotham when the battle starts, they will die, no ifs, ands, or buts about it. If they are gone, the best they can hope for is a chance to come back, in their lifetime. Vicky Vale nodded. We'll come back after the break. The crew gave the signal that they were off air. Do you have to be such a downer? She asked him. The truth is both dangerous and harmful. As saddening as it is. Should anyone be in Gotham, they will die. I cannot stress that enough. Not even a cloned army of Superman could survive the battle that Obito and I will have. Well, the break will last about a minute or so. If you need a drink, now is the time. She told him. He nodded, and pulled out a water bottle out of nowhere. No one questioned it as something like that is trivial. It wasn't long before they were back on air. Now, let us take some calls. You're on air with Gotham now. Who is this? I'm Rebecca from Star City. Yeah, I got a question for you, Naruto. Who are you to be judge, jury, and executioner? The Justice League doesn't do that, and they've been doing just fine. No, they are not. Because they do not put down these creatures, they are allowed to kill innocents every day. At first every criminal feared the Justice League. Then when the no-kill police came to light, there is no reason to fear them, and why would they fear the Justice League? With no fear of death, they can do whatever they want and live to kill another day. As for, who am I? I can feel when people are suffering. Be it physical pain or not. So when someone dies, I feel it. When someone suffers, I feel it, and when a villain kills, I feel it. So, I could not turn a blind eye to the suffering of others, unlike the Justice League. So, it is the people, all of you, whether you believe in what I do or not. It is you, the people, that gives me all the reason to do what I do. Ahem. Thank you, Rebecca, for your question. Next caller. You're on air with Vicky Vale, Naruto in Gotham now. Who is this? Yeah, I'm Linda from Metropolis. My question is, why is it that you think you can choose who lives and who dies? How can you kill people and not blink about it? The Justice League doesn't, why should you? Linda was it. Good question. Naruto. Your facts are incorrect, Linda. The Justice League does choose who lives and who dies. Indecision is a decision. When Batman chose not to kill a rabid animal like the Joker, he has chosen that Joker shall live. Also, he has chosen that everyone in Gotham might die and a few will die. So he is choosing that the people of Gotham shall die. The same thing goes for every other hero, villains, and the people in these cities. You may not see it like that, but it is that. As for how do I not blink, or show any type of emotion, is simple. I am not killing people. I am putting down creatures, monsters that deserve to die. Plain and simple, he answered Linda. Quote, quote. Thank you, Linda, for your time and question. Next caller. You're on air with Vicky Vale, Naruto in Gotham now. Who is this? I'm Tony. I don't have a question. But I just want to say what you're doing is right, Naruto. Don't let anyone tell you different. You're showing a spine unlike the other so-called heroes in this world. Keep it up, man. Thank you, Tony, Naruto said to the caller. Thank you, Tony. Next caller. You're on air with Vicky Vale. Naruto in Gotham now. Who is this? My name is Radek. I live in Gotham and my question is this. Where do I sign up? He asked. Sign up? Naruto asked. Yeah, are you recruiting people to help fight with you? As strong as you are, you can't do this alone. I'm ex-military and I lost my wife to that psycho clown Joker. I would love to see M's Vale record that fight as you beat in his face. I'm willing to forego my life if I can help you fight these villains and other monsters, and I'm not the only one. There is at least a dozen people here in Gotham, many of them my friends, who agree with you and are willing to help if you let them. Naruto took a moment to think. He has recruited villains and heroes alike that think like him. But normal people, yes, that could work. I've never thought about it, until now. When my battle is over, yes, I will help the common person help themselves. I will recruit you and anyone willing to go as far as is needed. Radek. I'll fund an army of the people, for the people against anyone that cannot be redeemed. But that is a bit away from now. But Radek, I implore you and any friends you have. Leave Gotham and tell everyone that will listen. Gotham will be no more when the battle ends. I see, I'll leave with my family and take as many people with me as I can. Good luck, Naruto. I hope you win. It seems that you will make an army, Naruto. Yes, Ms. Vale. An army to protect you, and everyone that can't defend themselves from threats that the normal person cannot protect against. However, I must end this interview now, Ms. Vale. I will say one last thing. Gotham will be no more. It is the only place that Obito will face me at, hoping that I will hold back for the sake of the people's homes. I must not and will not hold back. I must tell everyone to leave the city. It will be a wasteland once the battle is done, should I win. He turned to Vicky Vale. Thank you for this, Ms. Vale, but now I must go. Thank you for coming, Mr. Uzumaki. And know that I believe you, and it seems that at least a few others do as well. She told him. He nodded, then left by murder of crows, for show of course, shocking everyone. Someone even said, badass, about his exit in the background. I hope that anyone that had doubts about Naruto's innocence is now put to rest. But now we must focus on this battle that Naruto and Obito shall have. I and all of Gotham now implore all of the people in Gotham to evacuate the city before next week. I myself shall stay if only to record this battle so that everyone in the world can see just how heroic Naruto truly is. This is Vicky Vale for Gotham now, she said, and the show ended. A few days later, it was 5 days until the final battle will take place. The countdown, as many said. However, already many had voluntarily evacuated the city while others stayed stubbornly. Naruto had told the police to force the evacuation of Gotham, even if they had to call the National Guard. He would force anyone to leave the day before the battle no matter where they are. The Justice League has hounded Artemis about his for the past few days now, and she has said nothing about him to them since the first time. He didn't mind it at all. She seems to want to change sides, back to Young Injustice. Brother, do you need me with you in this final battle against your greatest enemy? Bane's face came to life on his monitor. I too am willing to help if I can. Mr. Freeze's face was now also on the monitor. Naruto thought about it, all of their power and strength. Yes, I could use your help. If Obito does what I think he's going to do, then I'll need your help as well as Young Injustice's help as well. I might even get Artemis' help in this fight. Ah, our honored sister shall join us. Excellent. I'll be in Gotham soon, brother. It is good that Artemis shall join us. I'll also be there and help if I can. Both scenes shut off as he heard someone walk in. Naruto didn't bother to look back. He knew who it was. Nice to see you, Artemis, Paula. He turned to face them. It seemed that Paula was still getting used to walking and was leaning on Artemis. Although this is a surprise to see you here, Paula, Artemis. I am happy to see you nonetheless. I am glad you're walking, Paula. Although I'm surprised you brought her here, Artemis. I'm surprised that you're surprised, Naruto. Artemis said. I guess you're right. Your mother can be very pervasive when she wants to be. Naruto smiled, remembering her little challenge Naruto's manliness she did on him. Artemis guided her mother to the sofa and she sat down. Nearby Raven was reading a book, Ravager was weight training on the training mat, and Red X was playing a racing game online. Nice place you got here, Naruto. It has just about anything one could want in a home. Paula said. You're welcome to stay if you want, Paula. Although commenting on my base of operations is the last thing on your mind right now, isn't it? Yes, it is. I need to know, Naruto. Why you helped me? Paula asked. Naruto tilted his head. A strange question to ask Paula. You're the mother of my first friend in this world. You did what you could to protect your family and it cost you much. The serum I gave you was to give you a second chance at being a mother to Artemis that you never got with your oldest daughter. He explained to them. What? You know about Jade? How? Paula asked. Artemis was also shocked. Jade had vanished for some time and she had never seen or heard from her in years, save for that one time a few weeks back. Yes, I know about your oldest daughter, Jade. Paula. You cannot hide the fact that you felt empty without both of your daughters. It is something that came to me. Naruto told her. I've already made it one of my priorities to find her. Although I've had no luck as of yet. However, searching for her has been pushed back for obvious reasons. Quote. Thank you, Naruto. It means a lot to me. Paula said. Now, back to Artemis. Why did you bring your mother here? Naruto asked her. She's safe here. From the League, and form whatever this Obito guy is after. Artemis explained. True. I'll give her a pass key so she can come and go as she pleases. Naruto got to work on that. Naruto. What are you going to do about Obito? I mean, you've been talking like he's your equal or better than you. Artemis asked. Because he is. The power I showed against the Justice League and even to Young Justice was nothing compared to my full power. Damn right it isn't. I was wondering where you went. I was have my month-long nap. Nothing to do here except watch you fight. But now, I might get to enjoy one last good fight in this world. So glad I can entertain you. Yet Obito is even stronger than that, although I don't know his full power as he's never used it. However, he knows he must face me in less than a week and he knows that the people leaving is the way I can go all out. Although he doesn't want that, he will have to make do with my full power. Naruto told her, and the rest of the team. However, Young Injustice and the Vengeance League will be there in case he pulls something I'm expecting him to do. Vengeance League, really? Must you criticize everything I name? Your names are corny, like when you gave me that new uniform and named it Huntress. What? Artemis only then realized her mistake. Her mother didn't like that name one bit. What's this about a Huntress uniform? Paula asked Artemis. Artemis, being the bright and smart blonde that she is, did that one thing she knew she could do in the name of self-preservation. It was Naruto's idea. Paula turned her motherly rage to Naruto, who was frozen white. It seems that Obito won't get to face me at full power. Well, if he didn't have Kyuubi boosting his healing factor, then that would be the case. Luckily that is not the case and Paula got to beat on Naruto until he could explain. Day of final battle. It was time. The day had arrived and it was only minutes away from when and where the battle was to take place. Naruto had told the Justice League to stay out of it as they will just die for getting in the way, and he wouldn't bother to save them, as it was his fight, his world's fourth great ninja war, to finish. He did not know if they will heed his demand. Although Batman tried to interrogate him to no avail. He waited in a clearing near the World Tree. He knew that Obito might try something to the tree, so he would meet him here instead of there. What are you doing here? Naruto said, soon after Artemis came into view. What does it look like? It looks like you wish to help. I told you not to unless I call upon you. Besides, I wasn't talking about you. I was talking about Young Justice. Naruto said out loud, when he did Aqualad and the rest of Young Justice came into view. Soon after Young Injustice came into view. The full spectrum of justice is now on the field. Naruto commented. We are here for 2 reasons. 1. To help if we can, and 2. Artemis is our teammate. We wish to help her in this endeavor. Aqualad explained. Brave words, or stupid, but at least brave. Naruto shook his head, but relented nonetheless. Very well, have Magan link everyone up. That includes Mr. Freeze and Bane. And don't bother trying to read their minds, Magan. I have them protected, Naruto told her. Right, link established. Sound off. Young Justice, Naruto ordered. Artemis, Robin, Kid Flash, Magan, Aqualad, Supergirl, Sound Off, Young Injustice, Ravenger, Red X, Poison Ivy, Raven, V-League. Naruto didn't want to give it away just yet. Although Robin did take note of it. Freeze, Bane, alright, listen up, you mainly Young Justice. You are only to attack if and only if I tell you to. Obito will have no qualms about killing any of you thinking it might harm me. I am projecting what he might do and you are to respond accordingly. If he doesn't do what I think he will do, you back down and do not interfere. Got it, he told them. None responded other than a nod. They went back into the trees. One more thing, if he does do what I think he will do, you'll feel strange, and stronger. Naruto. Everyone saw Obito come into the clearing via vortex. Long time, he said. Not long enough. I would have loved it if you never made it here or anywhere for that matter, Obito. I'm sure. You brought this doom to this world when you brought us here. Now, enough small talk. There is no need for that. We both know that this ends only one way, either you die, or I do. And like all Jinchuriki before you, you shall die. Naruto clenched his fist in anger. He truly felt alone in that respect. He was the last Jinchuriki, indeed. But don't think being bonded to a tailed beast is a bad thing. Being bonded to Kyuubi made me stronger than ever. Naruto pointed out. Let us see if that's true then. Forbidden Jutsu. Reanimation. Obito slammed his hands to the ground. Thought as much. Everyone, get ready, you'll get some action today it seems. Naruto knew what he was going to do, and didn't bother to try to stop him. Once he started the jutsu there was no point as it won't stop with the caster's death, and destroying the coffins won't destroy the bodies he was resurrecting despite popular belief. The 8 coffins had the kanji 1 to 8 on them all. If you want to fight me, you'll have to get through them first. Obito said as the last generation of the Jinchuriki stood in front of Naruto, Obito left by a vortex. Who are these guys? Kid Flash asked. What I'd figured he'd do. These are my brothers and sisters Jinchuriki. Gaara of the Desert, Yugito ni, Yagura, Roshi, Han, Utakata, Fu and Killer Bee. The last generation, Naruto said to them. Jump in when I say and not a moment sooner. Do what I tell you to do and you'll live. Do not hesitate, my brothers and sisters are dead so they feel no pain. You need not worry about killing them. Naruto said to them. Your world have powers to bring the dead back to life? Robin asked. Not the time. Get ready. Naruto activated his chakra mode, from the chakra he took from Kyuubi a few days before he launched himself and Obito into this world. Play Man of Steel. Movie soundtrack, if you love these people. Roshi, Han, Yagura and Utakata took formation in front of Naruto. Han and Roshi in front, Yagura behind them and Utakata behind him. Smart for their skills. Roshi attacked first. Roshi covered his hands in stone and lava and tried to grab Naruto. Naruto dodged his attempt into the near waiting hands of Han. Han took a heavy swing at Naruto. He ducked it and Han shattered at least a dozen trees into toothpicks. Naruto made a planetary Rasengan and sent him into the air. You'll pay for this, Obito. You hear me? You'll fucking pay. Naruto yelled, feeling sadness and anger for having to fight his Jinchuriki brothers and sisters. Naruto looked to his left when he felt a massive build-up of chakra. It was Utakata. Naruto made a planetary Rasengan and attacked Utakata with blinding speed. Faster than the Flash. However, Yagura made a water shield to protect him. The shield shattered and Yagura was sent skidding back, however Utakata managed to gather the chakra he needed. Naruto got away from him to avoid Utakata's onslaught of hundreds bubbles. Artemis. Naruto yelled. Artemis came down from nothing. She was covered head to toe with the same chakra that Naruto was covered in. She felt powerful, more powerful than she's ever felt before. She drew 3 arrows and fired them at Utakata's bubbles. However, what came from her bow was not 3 arrows, but hundreds of energy arrows. All of her arrows destroyed the bubbles and hit Utakata. When the attack was over, Naruto hit him with a planetary Rasengan. 8 on 1 huh? Even with your so-called friends helping you still don't have a chance to win this fight. Let's see what you can do against such impossible odds. Obito taunted. Naruto continued to fight his now deceased kin. However, Roshi charged his chakra next. Roshi then slammed his fist into the ground and lava rocks came from underneath Naruto, targeting him. Naruto had little trouble getting out of their way. Robin, Ravager. Both came out of nowhere, both covered head to toe with Naruto's nine-tailed chakra. Robin threw a flash freeze bomb that Batman is known for, and then kicked them all in the air. Right into the waiting clutches of Ravager. She then did a fast spin shattering all of the rocks into smaller spiked shards, then kicked to Roshi. Roshi covered himself as he was pummeled by the ice shards. Roshi took the damage when the ice shard assault ended. Roshi was greeted by Naruto's planetary Rasengan, sending Roshi into the trees, shattering them into toothpicks. Han took this time to grab Naruto and throw him into the city. The force that Han threw Naruto shattered windows when Naruto passed by. Naruto landed on the side of a tall building, shattering the glass form the force of his stop. Naruto looked up to see Han's fist a foot from his face. In a blink of an eye Naruto managed to dodge the attack. However, the shocked wave form Han's attack destroyed the building, and a few other buildings behind that one. Yet Han did not relent. Using the falling chunks of concert, Han relaunched himself in the air, and then came down on the skyscraper that Naruto was on. However, Naruto was there, but the power behind the attack shattered the building all the way down to the base. Naruto moved to another, then another, and then finally he moved to Wayne Tower. Then Han came and destroyed it as well. Raven. Raven appeared in a black raven portal as Han again jumped high into the air. Han was coming down for another attack. When Han was mere inches away from Naruto, face a black portal sending Han right through it. Another came in front of Naruto and so did Han. Naruto was to the right of Han. Naruto grabbed Han's hand with one of his Charka arms and then slammed his planetary Rasengan, sending Han into manned buildings before crashing into another building, most likely a library. Naruto sees Yagura jump on the building across from himself. Yagura began charging his Charka. Poison Ivy, Kid Flash. Naruto yelled. Kid Flash appeared next to Naruto. Go. Naruto vanished. Kid Flash ran when Yagura fired his reef attack. It instantly went after KF. KF ran, also covered in Naruto's chakra, faster than he's ever ran before, easily the same speed as the Flash. However, Yagura's attack was right behind him. Almost as soon as KF lifts his foot, the reef rises up. Kid Flash continued to run around the city with the reef getting closer and closer. He then made a right and is now running right toward Yagura. Yagura saw this and made his hardened water shield. However, vines came from all around him and absorbed the water. My babies need plenty of water. Kid Flash took this chance to hit Yagura square in the face, sending him into other buildings, only for Naruto to appear behind him and shove a planetary Rasengan. The force nearly destroys Yagura's body. The force sends Yagura back the park. Good job. Naruto told the two. Ivy and KF vanished into thin air. Very good. However, you still got 4 to go. How will you survive the rest of your brethren? Jinchuriki. Naruto. Obito's voice. Naruto jumped when bright blue fire hit the rooftop. The culprit was Yugito. It pained him to see her like this, not just her, but all of his Jinchuriki brothers and sisters. He moved to another building when Fu tried to cut him using her fan slash. Naruto blocked Killer Bee's right hook, however the rooftop was not so lucky, the force shattered the rooftop. Naruto grabbed his underarm and threw him at Fu. She caught him but sent her along with Killer Bee and they went through many buildings. Then the building that Naruto was on started to collapse. Naruto landed on the ground. Only a block away was none other than Gaara. Gaara sent a small wave of sand at Naruto. Using his chakra, Naruto did several back flips before sending a small wave of water to stop the sand. Gaara responded by charging a massive amount of chakra. Out of the ground a massive tidal wave of sand erupted, towering over the remaining buildings by a few stories easily. Naruto used his Flying Thunder God Jutsu and was now near the largest body of water. Aqualad. Aqualad appeared next to Naruto. Like all the rest, he too was covered and empowered by Naruto's nine-tailed chakra. Using his own abilities and control over water, he created his own tidal wave. Naruto used his power and appeared on top of it. Gaara sent his wave to them and Aqualad sent his wave to Gaara. The wave of sand destroyed every building it came into contact with. The same thing could be said when the wave of water. When both collided, a vortex of mud erupted, covering 12 square blocks in 2-story tall mud. When they did collide, Naruto used his Flying Thunder God Jutsu and appeared right behind Gaara with a planetary Rasengan in hand. His sand shield couldn't save him and Naruto hit Gaara with everything he had. It pained him to do it, but it needed to be done. Gaara was thrown through many buildings, destroying them. No sooner than that did Naruto get blindsided by Yugito. She was using one tail and was faster than normal. She then used her cat hair balls. The fire balls spilled up into 7 or so smaller fire balls that followed Naruto. Naruto escaped them only for them to destroy a building's base. The building came down. Yugito charged her own massive amount of chakra. Red X, freeze. Freeze and X came down. Yugito fired dozens of small fire balls at the group. Mr. Freeze brought up his freeze gun, charged by Naruto's chakra, and fired at the fire balls. The freeze beam and the fire balls cancelled each other out and a thick mist was created. From the mist a red X blade came and taking with it the mist, right to Yugito. However, the X was charged, not only by Naruto's chakra, but with lighting. When it hit Yugito, the lighting stunned her, allowing Naruto to appear behind her and hit her with a planetary Rasengan. He then got away from a wind blade in an orange flash as it cut into the buildings around him. Down the street Naruto saw Killer Bee and Fu walking toward him. Now the strongest of the Jinchuriki is all that is left. Killer Bee started and launching himself at Naruto. Naruto blocked his punch and then Fu's as she got close to him with her flight ability. He blacked his but Bee hit him with a tail. Naruto skidded back several miles before stopping by crashing into a statue. Fu appeared above him and punched him in his face, making him bounce. She then grabbed Bother of Naruto's legs, took him high in the air and punched him back to the ground. Right into the waiting arms of Bee, who proceeded to give Naruto a bone-crushing bear hug. Naruto felt his bones breaking, so he headhutted Bee to let him go. Bee grabbed his arm and punched him so hard the shock wave shattered nearby windows. Naruto was thrown back right into Fu and she close-lined him. Naruto was a little dazed while he tried to get up. However, Killer Bee ran at him and grabbed his neck, dragging him on the street. Naruto then kicked Bee off him and Fu was right on him. Naruto stopped her attack and sent her into a car, destroying it. She got up and started to charge up an insane amount of chakra. Magan came down next to him. When Fu was done charging, she started to spin rapidly, creating a tornado of gold and green dust. The dust covered the area, making it seem that all of them disappeared. The buildings and streets, everything. It then did seem that millions of Fus were in the area and charging Naruto and Magan. The pair just stood there waiting for Fu to attack. All of the Fus charged Naruto and Magan, and right when the large group hit the pair, nothing happened. The attack landed, yet nothing happened. Then they vanished as the only thing that was there was a car. However, the real Fu was revealed when the dust was blown away by Magan. Not that Naruto needed it. Naruto used his chakra arm and grabbed Fu and then shoved a planetary Rasengan in her gut, sending her away. Then there was the last brother of his to deal with. Killer Bee. He was the most like Naruto in Naruto's eyes. Willing to do whatever it takes to protect the people that are important to them, and like the other Jinchuriki that Naruto fought before, now, it pained him to do so. Both rushed at each other and meet in the middle, shattering everything that was near their point of impact. Naruto was flown back as Killer Bee was physically strong than him. Naruto crashed into many buildings and other things before stopping. When he looked up, he saw Killer Bee charging his own massive amount of chakra. Supergirl. Bane. Both Supergirl and Bane jumped down. Go. Supergirl and Bane, covered in Naruto's chakra, flew to Killer Bee. Supergirl going only slightly faster than Bane, by choice. Killer Bee finished charging and changed into his four-tailed cloak and charged at them. The gap closed fast as they reached each other. Bee put all he had into punching them. However, both Supergirl and Bane punched his arms, making him valuable to an attack as his defenses are down. Naruto got in between them and hit Bee with his planetary Rasengan, and he forced Bee into the ground, creating a crater from his power. Very nice, but this isn't over. End Man of Steel, movie soundtrack. If you love these people. Naruto told Bane and Supergirl to go back into hiding. Naruto was looking around for Obito. He found him on one of the taller buildings that hasn't been destroyed yet. Their human forms aren't just getting it done. Naruto looked shocked. He wouldn't. Maybe this will liven things up. He raised his hand and all 8 of the tailed beast hosts got up from there they landed. They all vanished, and in their place. The 1 tails, Sand Raccoon. The 2 tails, Firecat. The 3 tails, Demon Turtle. The 4 tails, Lava Gorilla. The 5 tails, Whale Horse. The 6 tails, Acid Slug. The 7 tails, Hercules Beetle. The 8 tails, Octopus Ox. Their tailed beast states. Naruto looked around him. Guys, get out of here. He yelled at the group in the cloaked bioship. Go, Obito said calmly. Each tailed beast charged forward. Play Bleach Ost, Invasion, HQ, Extended, Lyrics. Naruto looked at the 3 tails and the 6 tails. As they were closer to him than the others, they jumped at him. I told you to get out of there, Naruto told them. And we told you no. We'll help if we can, Artemis told him over the link. The 3 tails turned into a ball and was rolling towards Naruto. Naruto got out of its way as he bowling balled its way through the buildings. Noticing that Naruto had evaded the clumsy attack, the 6 tails, for the lack of a better word, puked out a wave of acid that melted the area trying to get at Naruto. Naruto jumped high onto some buildings, created a pair of planetary Rasengan, 1 in each hand, and a pair of chakra hands lashed out and grabbed the head of the 6 tails, and closed in on it, then slammed each Rasengan into its head, knocking it back. Using the 6 tails head and as a diving board launched off it into the 3 tails. Still high in the air, Naruto grabbed it with his chakra arms, then used more chakra arms to grab a hold of the ground, then using the moment to lift the 3 tails into the air and slam the 3 tails into the down 6 tails. Even without bones, one would think something broke in the 6 tails body. When Naruto landed on the ground, he was tired. That took nearly everything out of him. I've surprised you've lasted this long against the beasts, but, Obito made a motion. Time to end this party. That motion ordered the 5 tails and the 3 tails to charge him. The 3 tails was rolling while the 5 tails just galloped. Naruto was too tired to move that second. However, he didn't have to. Someone landed in front of him and another next to that person. It was Bane and Supergirl. However, they were still covered in his chakra. Bane stopped the 3 tails with his bare hands and Supergirl stopped the 5 tails. Supergirl lifted the 5 tails and hurled it into the air. Bane did the same with the 3 tails. The 5 tails landed first with the 3 tails landing on him. However, the tailed beasts were far from done, they were barely starting. The 2 tails came next, it jumped high in the air, then fired a large fireball at Naruto. Aqualad came down next, using the power that Kyuubi's granted him and sent a torrent of water to the fireball. Both sides fought for but a moment and the fireball was snuffed out. Mist covered the area, allowing the 6 tails to surprise Naruto and attack him with its acid attack. Aqualad had already left the area. Naruto jumped back then high up to avoid the attack. Naruto looked behind him when he saw the 7 tails come at him. At the last second he grabbed its horn to avoid being gored. The 7 tails forced Naruto back, however using his strength Naruto sent the 7 tails flying. However, that left him open when the 4 tails came out from under him with its mouth wide open, ready to swallow him whole. Naruto! Everyone yelled. Pause. Bleach Ost, Invasion, HQ, Extended, Lyrics. Everyone was shocked when Naruto eaten whole by the 4 tails. Everyone around the world despaired. Obito smiled. Perfect, I'll be taking the 9 tails now, and with it, this world. That won't happen, Artemis yelled. She aimed her bow at Obito. We won't let you take him. Oh, and how can you, mere mortals, stop someone like me? Do you even know why I need him? Obito asked with a sick grin, not that any of them saw that. You need a piece that he has for what you wish to do, Aqualad told him. That is indeed what I need. But do you know what I need from him? I doubt that you know how I intend to get it. You need the 9 tails seal inside him, don't you? Magan told him. Obito looked visible shocked at her answer. How did we all know now? Supergirl told him. When he gave us his chakra, combined with the mind link, we all gain a slight bit of his feelings and memoirs, and even, Artemis started. And even a bit of understanding as to why he is doing what he's doing, Robin finished. I see. Color me surprised. There is no why that happened by chance. It seems that the 9 tails helped in that regard. You may have some power that the 9 tails gave you, but even that is but a sliver of that I have. I've defeated Naruto. What hope do you have? He asked them. The team up of Young Justice and Young Injustice. The hope that we have is something that you cannot understand. We fight for a better tomorrow. We fight knowing that we might not see tomorrow, we may not have a future to see, but, Aqualad started. We fight and die, knowing that everyone that we save will have a future, Supergirl yelled. Obito scuffed. You sound like Naruto, he is like that, I was like that, but what about the people you can't save? You can't save everyone and the ones you can't save have no future? That is what Naruto and his team is for, Artemis started. We understand him, he will avenge whom we cannot save. Balance I see. You now understand what me and Naruto are, if only a bit. But this debate is already over, I have won. Ru. Obito looked up. What, arg hhhhhh, Naruto opened the mouth of the Four Tails, son. And right in front of the team and Obito. Naruto Uzumaki, don't you ever quit, Obito sneered. Naruto, you scared the hell out of us, Artemis yelled at him. Sorry about that, but gotten eaten for a second time actually helped me. I learned about the tailed beasts and their names, more now than I've ever had. Names? And what would those be? Obito asked. Hen, you didn't know. Not surprised, I didn't either, until now. But I'm not telling your shit. Restart Bleach Ost. Invasion, HQ, extended lyrics. Naruto charged his Charka and charged Obito. Obito managed to get away and was on a ruined building. What's with all that extra power? He asked himself. He needed to know and jumped down himself. He barely got on the ground when Naruto kicked him twice in the head. Naruto, I am unlike the other tailed beasts, it takes time to earn my trust. Humans always talk about the same thing. Naruto planned a planetary Rasengan in Obito's gut, before using his chakra arms to hit him again. Obito tried to hit Naruto with his fan but Naruto used his speed to avoid it. I've been observing your actions for a long time now, so you should understand this too. No matter what you try to talk about, it means nothing to me. It doesn't speak to my heart. Naruto did many quick movements behind Obito when he was knocked into the air then hammered by Naruto's fist. Obito landed on his back and left the area. He pointed his finger forward and the Four Tails and the Five Tails moved to engage Naruto. Naruto engaged with the Five Tails first. He got in its face and shoved 4 Rasengan the size of boulders in its face. That disorientated it enough for Naruto to move on. He moved to the Four Tails. The Four Tails tried to smash Naruto with his fist but that didn't happen as Naruto was too fast for him. Naruto did an uppercut to the Four Tails with a Rasengan and that sent the Four Tails back a bit. However, the Five Tails had already began to charge its chakra and then charge at Naruto. It was halfway to Naruto when Bane, Magan and Supergirl jumped in front of Naruto. Bane and Magan each stopped the front legs while Supergirl pushed on its head. Naruto used the face that they stopped it slam a Rasengan on the back of the neck of the Five Tails. The Five Tails was disorientated and left the battlefield. Obito took its place on the field only to receive a planetary Rasengan to the face. Naruto didn't let up as he did a twin kick to his face, mask as well. Distance, beyond one's reach, the distance between your power and his, is beyond your reach to obtain alone. He has had more time to obtain the power he has now. He has had more time to control it than you. Naruto was vaguely listening to Kurama, gaining the name of his partner by the other tailed beasts. Obito tried to counter-attack by using his whirlwind fire tornado jutsu. Naruto got behind him and shoved a planetary Rasengan in his back, sending him away into rocks. You are fighting an uphill battle, Naruto. A losing uphill battle. There is no hope for your victory in this fight, and when you lose, this world falls with you, and yet, there was that time. I will bring peace to this world, Grandpa, believe it. A younger Naruto told Madara, as he had pasted on. I know you will, my grandson, and that time. You threw it all away. You threw away your dreams. The people that cared about you. For what? Revenge. A 12-year-old Naruto yelled at the 4th Mizukage. You don't understand, said the 4th Mizukage. One day, when you're older, you'll understand. I'll never understand you. I will never throw away my friends or my dreams for anything. Tisk. And that time, Obito left the battlefield. The 2-tailed fire cat and the 7-tailed Hercules beetle. The Fire Cat fired a large fireball, then the Seven Tails increased its power by kicking up some chakra-enhanced wind. Naruto managed to avoid being cocked alive. These two will be a difficult pair to beat. Naruto charged his chakra and dashed past the two tails and slammed a ship-sized Rasengan in the Seven Tails' gut, sending it crashing down into the ground. The two tails ran at Naruto full speed. However, Naruto put a pair of Rasengans in the two tails' face, then hammered its head with his chakra fists. Then repeated without relenting until the Seven Tails knocked Naruto away a little later. Wind style. Rasen Shrunken. Naruto created a Rasen Shrunken, one in each of the 4 chakra hands that he made. Then he threw them and set them on fire with Amaterasu. 4 black fire Rasen Shrunkens were on their way to the Seven Tails. All 4 hit the Seven Tails at once and exploded in a sphere of black fire and high-pitched sound. When the dust cleared, the Seven Tails looked like hell. It moved out of the battlefield. Obito came down and hit Naruto with his wind tornado, then hit him again with some kunai bombs. Naruto was thrown back but caught himself and attacked Obito once more. It seems you've got some power from the other tailed beasts. Even so, it is not enough for the breakthrough you need. You're a dead man walking. At this rate you will eventually lose to him. Naruto was unleashing hell on Obito with a fury of kicks and punches. Each punch has enough power to shatter mountain ranges to dust, and every kick has enough power to make tsunamis. Even if Obito felt the power behind it, he had the power to take it and give it. Naruto, if you truly want to do something for us tailed beasts, from the bottom of your heart, show me what you can do in this dire situation. Show me your potential, like you've done countless times before. You know nothing of pain. Why should I listen to a person like you? An enraged Gaara asked. You think I know nothing of pain? I know it all too well, Gaara. I just choose a different path than you. I've kept my dreams. Whereas you didn't. A younger Naruto yelled at Gaara before they were friends. But I'll make you remember, and if there is nothing there, I'll make you forge a new dream. And that time, you think what I will do is nothing but a dream. Then you don't know jack shit. Naruto Shiju Uchiha Uzumaki. I will bring peace to this world. Even if I have to kill everyone from here to it, I will bring peace. Naruto yelled at Kabuto, whom insulted his dream to bring peace as a child fantasy. Just like a child. If you truly wish to prove me wrong, beating me is the only way, Kabuto told him. Ha! And here I thought that you'll give me something hard to do. I'll prove it to you first. And that time, Obito jumped away from Naruto before he could land another planetary Rasengan in his face. Then sent the last 2 tailed beasts, the One Tail and the 8 Tails. The One Tail sent a small wave of sand, only about the size of building. Naruto ran on top of it, getting closer to the pair. The 8 Tails spat ink at Naruto to slow him down. Naruto jumped high to avoid the ink as well. Naruto then saw the One Tail swell up with air. Then it slammed its own stomach and out came a large ball of high-pressure air. Naruto got out of its way in the simplest of fashions. He subbed out with a car. The car was destroyed, however now Naruto was right in front of the One Tail. He made a large Rasengan in each of his 4 chakra hands and nailed the One Tail in the gut. Naruto then jumped to eye level with the One Tail and continued to hammer its head with his chakra arms. Then did one last Rasengan the size of a ship and slammed it into the One Tail's head. It deformed back into sand and left the battle, leaving only Naruto with the 8 Tails. The 8 Tails charged Naruto horns first. Naruto used his chakra arms to grab it by the horns to stop it, however Naruto was skidding back by the force that the 8 Tails was sending to Naruto. Naruto used 2 more hands to stop him from being taken too far. Then Naruto, using every ounce of strength left in his body, lifted the 8 Tails off the ground and into the air. He then created a chakra construct that looked like a windmill with a Rasengan at each end, then threw it at the skyward 8 Tails. The 8 Tails tried to grab the windmill Rasengan but failed. It slammed into the chest of the 8 Tails, creating a large ball of chakra that the 8 Tails was engulfed in. It crashed to the ground and Naruto gave it an uppercut with a Rasengan for good measure. The 8 Tails got up, and then left the battlefield. Obito came down to face Naruto once more, only to get greeted with a planetary Rasengan. You whom has no answer for peace, should just give up, Pain yelled at Naruto. Just shut the fuck up about me giving up. Naruto yelled back and finished with a Rasengan to the chest. Show me again just as always, let me feel that potential. Prove it with your actions. That's what you're all about. If Kurama wanted Naruto to prove his ideals with his actions, then Kurama will get what he wants. Naruto slid underneath Obito, sending him into the air. Naruto used his speed to build up power and to get behind him. Naruto then hammered him with his chakra arm, then meet him before they could crash land, and hit him once more with a planetary Rasengan that sent Obito through many rocks. Obito got up no worse for wear, then did a backdash to get to where the tailed beasts are. Tisk, he never lets up. End Bleach Ost. Invasion, HQ, Extended, Lyrics. Naruto was out of it. He had used a lot of chakra and he still hasn't really faced Obito yet. You've longer than I thought, I'll give you that. Naruto's chakra mode let up. But no matter how long you fight, it's all for nothing. You cannot dispute that my fighting ability outmatches yours. Not yet, Naruto was huffing to catch his breath. But why? Why be so stubborn? Obito asked. I made a promise, Obito, a promise, to my mother, my father, all of the tailed beasts and their Jinchuriki, and him, that I would bring peace, defeat all hatred, even if I have to take it all myself. So I'll never stop fighting, never stop, never give up, that is my ninja way. Naruto told him, standing up once more. Yes, that's the Naruto I know. Arg. Naruto charged Obito fruitlessly, as Obito just used Kamui to avoid the attack. Then Naruto was staring down the 8-tailed beasts. Do you ever quit babbling? Obito asked rhetorically. Then all 8 of the tailed beasts started to charge one massive tailed beast bomb. Naruto noticed this, hard not to, but he had nothing left in order to stop it. No one in the world could stop this. How? Naruto, don't tell me this is all it takes to intimidate you. Kurama looked at Naruto from his new cage. Is this all it takes to do you in? I don't think so. No, it's not. I'm just trying to think of a way to get out of this. So far I got one thing that might work. As always, not a glimpse of giving up in your eyes. I'll get out of this, just you watch. If you want to borrow some power from me, I won't object, Naruto. Kurama told him. Naruto was shocked, but then smiled. I'm glad you want to let me borrow some power, but first there is something I want to say. Thanks, for helping me out against my grandfather back in our world. Even though I have his blood. Gurk. No need to get mushy. I only did that because you're a better option than Madara. And besides, I can only give you a little chakra anyway, because of this cage. I just grew a little more interested in your fight this time, that all. Yup, just to pass the time. Why are you so mad that I said thanks? Even if you can't change that look of yours, we really need to work on your attitude. Kurama placed his fist in front of Naruto. Bond our chakra together. What? Another chakra tag-o-war? We don't need to do that this time, dummy. Although I am a bit bored at the moment, that might liven things up a bit, Kurama said, thinking of all the times that he gave Naruto his power. In times where he tapped into it unknowingly, unwillingly, forcefully, and in desperate times. Naruto fist bumped with Kurama. Naruto undid the seal and it slowly undid itself. Naruto remembered some of the last words his grandfather said to him on his deathbed. Naruto, I took you from your life some time ago, after your parents died. I took you on a whim. And out of curiosity, I wanted to see if love can truly overcome hate in this world. Now I see that it is possible. However, you must overcome the greatest hatred in the world now, and that hate is the 9 tails. To overcome the 9 tails hate will prove to me once and for all, that I was wrong. And for the first time in my long life, I wish to be proven wrong. Prove to me that hate can be overtaken by love, and save this world. Naruto let out a tear for his grandfather. You're not just a 9-tailed fox anymore, you never were. You're my friend, my partner, Kurama. Kurama was shocked. For the first time, he saw the shadow of the old man once again. Aside Naruto. Outside the seal, Naruto felt a greater surge of chakra than ever before. Arg! Naruto was then engulfed in bright orange chakra that blinded anyone that looked into it. When the light dimmed a bit, everyone that was watching, everyone that could in the world, saw Naruto inside a 9-tailed bipedal energy fox. What? Obito looked on as Naruto emerged in his tailed beast state. You're too late. Obito did a few hand signs as the other tailed beasts finished off charging their super tailed beast bomb. Naruto already started to charge his own. Be gone. The tailed beasts fired their TBB. Tailed Beast Bomb. Naruto and Kurama fired their own. It matched the near minute-long charge of the other 8 tailed beasts in the few seconds that they had to charge their own. Naruto's tailed beast bomb hit the Group 1 into the air and it exploded, sending anyone that wasn't strong enough to the ground, namely the bioship and Vicky's chopper. However, Supergirl saved them. Obito surveyed the area. Nothing really happened that he cared about. Although all but the edges of Gotham now were just rubble and ash. No. Let's go, Kurama, Naruto said as he charged the 8 other tailed beasts. One thing was for sure, it was going to be a rumble, with whatever is left of Gotham as the ring. Naruto, the power of the 9 tails. Play Bleach AMV Yami, Stark, Barragan, Hannibal, the Sorcerer Remix. Naruto jumped at the Shukaku first, firing a few shockwaves at him. Shukaku fired back with his air bullets. Hey, let me make this clear. Our first merging isn't perfect. There's no telling how long this will last. It's enough. Even with the 9 tails power, it's still nothing in the face of 8-tailed beasts. It seems he doesn't know about my power. Yeah, we can only get away with that once. Let's go and beat the shit out of him, Naruto so kindly suggested. Naruto continued to pound Shukaku until Matabi jumped on his back. Naruto grabbed and slammed her on Shukaku, and that turned some of his sand skin to glass. He charged a tailed beast bomb and aimed it at the 2 of them and fired. Matabi managed to get away before being bombed, however Shukaku was not as lucky. He was now mostly glass. Naruto charged at him and did a jump kick to shatter him to pieces. Matabi charged her chakra and fired 5 large fireballs at Naruto. He just blocked it and then charged a tailed beast bomb, then fired it. Matabi had no change in dodging that and was hit. Naruto began his charge but stopped when Isobu rolled in front of him. Naruto stopped, grabbed Isobu and rolled him to Matabi like a bowling ball. Matabi was still dazed from the TBB and was rolled by the Naruto's Isobu bowling ball. Naruto jumped right in front of her and delivered a devastating punch to her face, knocking her out and into the ruined city. Isobu was comically using his tails to try and get himself up as he was on his back. Naruto went to him, rolled him up in a ball once more and started slamming him into the ground a few times, then threw him with all his might into Son Goku and then fired a TBB at them both. Isobu was defeated for sure, and then Naruto charged after Son. Son was dazed from being hit by Isobu, then later a TBB by the 9 tails. Naruto hammed him with his fists, then punched and kicked Son with devastating force. Son tried to attack back but it was pointless. Naruto created a large shockwave that caused Son to become unbalanced. Naruto then reared his fist back and punched Son square in the jaw and knocked him far back. Kakuo started charging at Naruto, however Naruto just grabbed his horns and lifted him up and slammed him to the ground. He then hammed his stomach, doing major damage. He was about to do it again when he was hit from behind by some acid form Seiken. Kakuo used this distraction and kicked Naruto away from him. Naruto only skidded away from him a bit. Naruto hit Seiken with one of his tails to get him away from him, then turned his attention to Kakuo once more. Kakuo charged at him once more, but when he did, Naruto did 4 front flips above him, charged and TBB in a second and fired it near point blank, taking him out of commission. Naruto turned his attention to Seiken. The slug fired 1,000s of bubbles at him. He just fired a few shockwaves at the bubbles and they exploded. Naruto charged Seiken and started to pound the boneless mass of acid and slime. Seiken was no close combat fighter. He was all range, so in other words, he's screwed. Naruto, after beating him for a bit, jumped up, grabbed Seiken by the sides of his head, then did a front flip and slammed him to the ground and he bounced away somewhere. Chomei attacked Naruto with 4 large tornadoes, each one was an F5 easily. Naruto had to dodge them or get hit hard by them. Chomei fired a large wind ball at Naruto, but he countered that with his shockwave. Naruto then fired a TBB at Chomei, but Chomei easily dodged it. Chomei then flew up high and came down horn first at Naruto. Naruto grabbed the horn and flipped Chomei onto her back. Chomei got back up and started to fly away, only for Naruto to grab her tail and fling her back to the ground. He then tossed her in the air and fired a TBB. Chomei was hit and knocked into the city, not getting back into the fight anytime soon. Naruto then was hit by ink by Gyuki. Naruto charged at the last tailed beast and Gyuki charged at Kurama. Gyuki tried to gore Naruto once more but Naruto jumped and landed on Gyuki. Gyuki wrapped Naruto with his tails and sent him flying. However, Naruto anticipated this and wrapped his tails around Gyuki's and used the momentum of the throw to throw Gyuki into the air. Naruto then jumped after him and power-bombed Gyuki into the ground, causing a massive earthquake. Naruto then grabbed Gyuki by the snout and threw him back into the air. He charged a tail beast bomb and bombed Gyuki once more. Gyuki was defeated. The tailed beasts are slowing down. 9 tails, Obito said bitterly. End Bleach AMV Yami, Stark, Barragan, Hannibal, The Sorcerer Remix. Obito landed near the downed forms of the tailed beasts. It seems even now these forms are not enough. I must up it another notch, Obito said. Wait, no. Too late. Obito did a few more hand signs and the tailed beasts stood up, then went back into the ghetto statue. Obito landed on the statue, then its open mouth released a black beam, then later shined a bright dark light. Changing the 10 tails. They could have made it awesome, but it was disappointing. Play White Knight Chronicles, Ost, Disc 219 The Devil on a Black Horse. Naruto covered his face, then looked at what Obito had done. Out of the bright, yet dark, light, still engulfed in this dark light, the body itself looked like a wolf. However, the tails were that of a dragon and each tail had a spiked tip. It was covered in black scales like a dragon and only had fur on its legs. Its lone eye was the eye of the sage, as he called it. It could pierce cloud, shadow, earth and flesh. The scales are so black light cannot reach it. Its breath killed any living thing around it. Its mere presence ending life-giving things like trees and grass, not that there was any left to take right now in Gotham. It was the 10-tailed wolf dragon, the end of all things Jubi. End White Knight Chronicles, Ost, Disc 219 The Devil on a Black Horse. Naruto looked at the one thing that was a true god in his world. This primordial god Jubi can end all things and almost did in his world, just as easily as it had created it. Damn. He must have had just enough of my power from the Idiot brothers from Cloud. I heard about that. I heard that you had to puke them out because they gave you a stomach ache. Not true. That is their version because the truth is far more humiliating to them. They gave me the shits and I have to crap them out. But we're off topic. How are you going to beat the Jubi? This is a being far stronger than me, and if you remember, this form is a being of pure death. I remember, so only attacks fueled by life can harm it. So my Sage mode is the only form of chakra that can harm this thing. It seems we have to link up our chakra in order to take it out. Seems so. Just remember, we must win at all costs. No pressure. Obito jumped on top of the Jubi's head. You cannot hope to win this fight. You stand alone against the greatest being in our world, if not the universe. Your hope for victory ended the moment you stood before me. Your fight is over, Obito yelled out. Naruto smirked. You're right about one thing, Obito. Obito tilted his head. That was the last thing he expected to come out of Naruto's mouth. My fight is over, but, Naruto smirked as did Kurama. It's our fight now. Play Transformers 3 It's Our Fight, Remix. Naruto in full-tailed beast mode charged the Jubi. However, when he charged the Jubi, it just grabbed him and threw him across the ruined city, back to where the park and the world tree is. What's left of it anyway? The Jubi roared in its first round victory over Naruto and Kurama. Naruto, we can't just overpower this thing like we did with the others. We need a power-up, a boost to what the other 8-tailed beasts did for you. And that would be your world tree. It has grown in power since you've made it. However, the tree will die as a result. I hate to do it, but you are right, we must win this. Naruto could almost feel that the tree was telling him to take her power, her life, to give Naruto the strength he needed in this fight. I'm sorry, my friend. When this is over, I'll give you life again. Naruto and Kurama took the power and the life that he gave to Gotham's world tree. He put 5 chakra chains deep into the world tree, and drained the world tree of its life and power. Soon it withered and died. It lost all of its leaves and twisted itself and became black as death. Naruto used this power-up and used one of his bloodline jutsu. Susanoo. Naruto yelled. Now their new form was like his new Kurama-tailed beast mode, however with the add-ons of a bone structure all around his body and the husks that he had on his Susanoo form. On top of that, was a thick layer of armor all around Kurama and Naruto. Kurama roared once more with renewed vigor. "That won't be enough," Obito yelled as he ordered the Jubi to charge. Naruto charged him as well. When they meet, a shockwave shattered the area. The Jubi got the upper hand as the pair of all-powerful beings tried to maul each other. The Jubi slammed Naruto onto the ground and attempted to bit his form's throat out. However, the armor was holding. Naruto then used his back legs and his tails to dig into the Jubi's skin and throw it off him. However, the Jubi used its own tails and grabbed Naruto's neck and dragged him a few city blocks with it. Naruto got up and then gave it a right claw to the Jubi's head. It did little to it at all. Naruto tried to gore it with his tusks, but the Jubi stopped him, then flipped him onto his back. When the Jubi tried to jump on Naruto, Naruto used his hind legs to toss the Jubi off him. Naruto got up and rushed at the Jubi. Naruto jumped at it only to be caught by the Jubi and thrown into the air. The Jubi made a tailed beast bomb and aimed it at the skyward Naruto. Naruto made his own. They fired at the same time. When the two tailed beast bombs collided with each other, the shockwave could be compared to a nuclear weapon, just far more powerful. It vaporized nearly all of what was left. The only thing still standing other than the two-tailed beasts was the dead world tree, although it was thinned out. In the bioship, everyone was shocked by the sheer amount of power that these two beings are dishing out to each other. Neither can Vicky, her cameraman and her pilot, all in the bioship. Naruto was on the ground looking for the Jubi. Its power was leaking out all over the place, so he couldn't pinpoint it. It was when he felt a buildup of power behind him. It was too late. The Jubi had a chakra-enhanced claw coming for Naruto. Naruto tried to stop him but was unsuccessful as the hand went right through Naruto's left shoulder. Ah! Naruto grabbed his left shoulder. His scream was heard and felt by anyone that could see or hear him, as he felt the claw go right through it. Naruto was forced back a bit. Then the Jubi ripped the entire arm off him, then slowly ate the arm, chakra and the chakra bones. The Jubi was not done yet. It forced Naruto onto the tree and had him pinned. It roared in his face, then raised all 10 of its tails, all ready to impale Naruto. Naruto raised his 9 tails and stopped 9 of Jubi's tails. However, the 10th impaled Naruto, where his heart would be. It dug deeper and deeper. Ah! Naruto raised his right hand and started to create a sage art. Tailed Beast Rasengan. The Jubi started to gain even more power as it started to eat the area that the 9 tails is missing. It was eating the chakra as if it was flesh and the bones like chakra bones. Obito looked at Naruto as Naruto didn't seem to be doing anything, yet he never does nothing. Ah! Naruto yelled as he finished charging his sage art, Tailed Beast Rasengan. Naruto, no! Kurama yelled. No, no! Obito yelled as he jumped off the Jubi's head. Boom! The dome of fire from the epicenter of the blast spread out throughout Gotham. The entire city, if anything that was left, was now leveled to nothing but dust and rocks. The bioship tried to run, but it too was caught in the blast. N Transformers 3 It's Our Fight. Remix. It was a few minutes before Megan or any of the Young Injustice came too. Soon after them, Vicky and the film crew came too. Surprisingly, the camera was still intact enough to continue filming. Everyone looked around, to see nothing, in terms of what was left of Gotham. The group looked at the site of the roar, only to see the Jubi, but it looks like it's melting. It roared again, but the reason this time was that Naruto, still with Kurama's form, still without the arm, jumped on the Jubi's back and dug into its back with his chakra chains. 2 more chains dug into the stump of the world tree to pull Naruto away from the Jubi. Obito came too just in time to see small parts of all of the tailed beasts being pulled from the Jubi. No. Obito recalled the ghetto statue and the chains attached themselves to the Jubi and pulled back. The tug-o-war, both sides pulling hard with the Jubi in the center. Naruto had a death hold on small parts of all the other tailed beasts and wasn't letting go. Obito decided to cut his losses and cut them off from the main body. Naruto managed to take the small fragments of the tailed beasts inside himself, not enough to claim Jubi's power but enough to weaken the Jubi. The Jubi was put back in the statue back into 8 pieces thanks to Naruto. The statue started to return underground. Naruto froze. My time is up, can't lend any more power, Naruto, the rest is up to you. Naruto dropped and was back on the ground as his tailed beast mode ended. Right, I'll crush this guy with my bare hands if it's the last thing I do. Naruto started to run at Obito. Hemp. Rip him to shreds. Naruto's tailed beast mode cloak ran out of power. Right. Come on. Play soundtrack 57, extended, the final showdown, Naruto Shippuden Ultimate Ninja Storm 3 Ost. Naruto closed the gap and attacked Obito with a Tri-Kunai only to get blocked by Obito's fan. The force sent both of them skidding back. The Nine Tails chakra is gone, and your chakra is just up. Defeat is imminent for you, Obito yelled out. Don't you wish, I can still fight, Naruto yelled back. Naruto made a Rasengan and tried to hit Obito with it, but he just used Kamui and avoided it. Obito used his Fire Fan Jutsu to try to hit Naruto and did, but it was just a clone. The real Naruto came from behind and hit Obito with a giant Rasengan. That sent Obito flying back. Obito got back up and closed the gap, attacking Naruto with his fan and his Fire Fan Jutsu. The blast sent Naruto skidding back across miles. All he did after that was get back up. You're a stubborn one, Obito commented, however Naruto was already on him when he did. I'll do everything I can to make sure you lose, Naruto yelled. Naruto then started a clone beat down on Obito. The clones switched out between kicking and hitting Obito. Then the real Naruto kicked Obito high in the air. Two clones got up with him. Each one grabbed one of Obito's arms and legs and slammed him to the ground, with another clone of Naruto to hit him with a Rasengan. Obito got up after the clones puffed. You're in the way of my plan, foolish Nine Tails. Obito then, once more, attacked Naruto with his face trying to hit him with it. Naruto blocked it with his Rasengan. It made Obito skid back and to see a foot in front of his face. He managed to use Kamui before it landed and Naruto passed right through him. However, Naruto made a clone and launched off it and managed to punch Obito in the face. Then Naruto made a giant Rasengan and managed to hit Obito with it. The Rasengan sent Obito hurtling across the area. Obito just got up. Stop this fruitless resistance. All the resistance in the world won't change the fact that you have no future. Ha! I can see the future with my own eyes, but your eyes are blind to it. Naruto charged Obito once more and attacked him with another Rasengan. Naruto tried to hit Obito but he again used Kamui, then tried to grab Naruto. He almost did, but Naruto got away from him before he could. Obito knocked Naruto in the air thanks to his fan, then threw 3 bomb kunai at Naruto. Naruto made 3 clones to take the blast for him. However, he was sent back, and skidded back far from Obito. However, both Naruto and Obito seemed to be on their last legs. My chakra is almost gone, Naruto huffed in his head. But still, Naruto made his normal sign. A large cloud of smoke came up and 3 clones of Naruto came out of it, charging a calm Obito. One clone attacked head-on, but was blocked by the fan. One more attacked from behind but again was blocked by the fan, then the last clone attacked a little above him. Then all 3 clones attacked at once. Obito grabbed his fan with both hands and swung it wide, creating a small vortex of strong wind that knocked all 3 clones back, destroying them. However, with his outstretched weapon arm, Naruto came from above him. This moment was eerily similar to how the 4th Hokage, Naruto's father, beat Obito. However, Obito stopped it with his fan. However, he didn't feel any pressure that the thought he would and looked. Only to see Naruto's foot on the fan and Naruto creating 1,000s of shadow clones, each with a Rasengan in their hands. Ah! Meteor shower! Rasengan! The clones yelled at once. The real Naruto left while all of his clones hammered Obito with meteor shower. Rasengan. It takes a full 10 minutes before it ended. Ah! Boom! The shock wave shook the YJ and Yi group. It knocked them off their feet, however they got back up to see Naruto far from the epicenter. Naruto was breathing hard and was huffing and wheezing, his hands placed on his knees to hold himself up. His eyes have dark rings underneath them as a sign of exhaustion. However, if one looks closer to him, you would see a vortex forming behind him. It seems you're fresh out of chakra. Naruto looks shocked and looks behind him to see Obito. Before Naruto can react, Obito grabs his neck and raises him up. This battle is over, I win. Obito started to use his last bit of chakra to use Kamui to claim Naruto, Kurama and victory and doom of this world. Naruto bit down on his food pill. So what if I'm out of chakra? Naruto brought out a Tri-Kunai. Obito stopped it. Naruto let it go only to reveal a paper bomb on it. Obito saw this and couldn't do anything about it. Boom! Arg! Obito felt most of the blast in his weakened state. The next thing Obito saw was Naruto and his fist. My fist is all I need, with the hearts, dreams and hopes of two whole worlds. To quote ones I respect, eat fist bitch. Naruto sung his fist. Obito tried to grab his hand but failed. Naruto's fist connecting with Obito's mask, cracking it. Naruto put more power into the attack then slammed Obito into the ground. Dirt and rocks kicked up and froze Naruto back. Above the dirt that was kicked up was yet another Naruto, a shadow clone, and in its hand was a Rasen shuriken. It slammed into a down Obito. He had no chance to escape. The high-pitched sound nearly deafened the now near-silent battlefield. End soundtrack 57, extended, the final showdown, Naruto Shippuden Ultimate Ninja Storm 3 Ost. Huff, huff, Naruto managed to stand up as Obito began to fall. Obito fell in the crater that his clone had created. Naruto tried to go down where Obito is but he fell in the crater a few feet from him. The two groups plus Vicky's group ran to the edge to see what will happen next. Naruto walked up to Obito. It's over, Obito. That jutsu cuts you at the molecular level. Your chakra network is destroyed, and your muscles are torn and shredded. You're done, I've won. Naruto huffed out. So, it seems. How could you have won? How could I have lost, to you? He asked no one in particular. I won't argue ideals with you, Obito. I'm going to kill you before I pass out, and this will be the instrument of your doom. He brought out a Tri-Kunai with a paper bomb. Obito smiled. His mask had been destroyed and Naruto could see his face. This isn't over, the fallen will rise again. Obito smiled at the irony of the situation. We could have been gods, the both of us, Naruto. It's funny, I no longer need to live, Naruto. I will say this last thing to you. I leave the fate of this world to you, but sooner or later, you'll become just like me. Naruto had heard enough. He threw the kunai in the neck of Obito. The paper caught fire then blew up, taking out Obito's upper half of his body. Naruto became dizzy then dropped, only to be caught by Artemis. Naruto looked at Artemis and smiled weakly. Artemis smiled back. I will never let you fall, Naruto. And Artemis smiled back. I will never let you fall, Naruto. Naruto smiled and then passed out from exhaustion from his battle. Almost as soon as he passed out, the first 7 of the Justice League members surrounded the team of Young Injustice and the Vengeance League. Sometime later, Naruto slowly opened his eyes. He noticed that he was in his med bay in his base. The base that is not under Gotham. Gotham was no more than a wasteland now. He noticed a few IVs in his arms. His body felt sore, no surprise considering that he just faced Obito and beat him in a battle that was beyond anything anyone in the ninja world has ever seen. Let alone this world. You shouldn't be moving, Naruto. Paula said to him from his bedside, with a sleeping Artemis on using her shoulder as a pillow. Kodak moment. Naruto weakly joked, how long was I out? A month. Paula told him. A whole month? I need to get up. Naruto tried to get up, but was pushed down by Paula. Stay down, Naruto. You're still not fully recovered. Naruto gritted his teeth, as he was still weak enough for Paula to lay him down with little effort. Kurama, make with the healing factor. You think that I'm holding back, Naruto? Hardly, this is fast as it's going to get, boy. Figures. Naruto said to himself. He fell asleep so after. Much later, Artemis woke up. In Naruto's hospital bed. She jerked up when she realized that she was in Naruto's bed. Artemis hopped up and went looking for Naruto. She didn't need to go far, and he was in the kitchen waiting for her mom to finish his breakfast. You shouldn't be up, Naruto, she told him. Where is everyone? He asked evenly. They were captured by the Justice League, Artemis said. I figured that. How? Flashback. Right after Naruto passed out in Artemis' arms, the entire Justice League surrounded Young Injustice and the Vengeance League. Artemis put him down. Batman yelled at the young teen. Artemis just ignored the demand. What's the meaning of this, Batman? Naruto saved the world. You own him this, she yelled at him. We owe him nothing. He is too dangerous to let go, Batman told her. Although just about every Justice League member agreed with Batman, many didn't think Naruto was a threat to them or the Earth, yet at least. Honored sister, take brother Naruto to safety. We'll hold off the Justice League, Bane said as Batman came down and blocked one of his punches and tanked the rest. You will have to do better than that. Brother's power still flows through us. With a single punch Bane sent Batman flying, even cracking his armor. Our powers are stronger than ever. Bane then was in a test of strength between himself and Superman. It was fairly even. Raven began fighting a magical battle between herself, Dr. Fate and other magical heroes-based heroes. Red X and Ravager began to fight Black Canary, Huntress and Wonder Woman, and was holding their own against a group far more skilled than themselves. Freeze was holding Flash at bay by freezing the area as fast as he could run. Artemis put Naruto down. He's too. Fuck you, Batman, Artemis yelled at him and pressed a few buttons on her wrist's comm. A portal opened near them and Artemis made her way to it. The Justice League tried to stop her but was stopped by the V-League and YIJ. Bane was fighting off Batman and Superman as they were the only one that could right now. Ivy was fighting off Aquaman using her plants and trees to fight against his water-based powers. Artemis made it to the portal and escaped from the Justice and along with her hope for the future. End flashback. Artemis showed him the video of the fight that transpired between the two factions. Young Justice didn't fight in it. However, Fatigue defeated Young Injustice and the Vengeance League, not the Justice League. Artemis waited for his reaction, accepting him to flip out on her. Paula was too. Unfortunate, they didn't take my words to heart, Naruto said as he moved to his computer. Naruto, what are you doing? Recruiting, he told her. Recruiting? Yes, now then, where did they relocate Arkham inmates? Watchtower. Bane was being held in a holding cell for criminals like him, abnormally strong. Although he was weaker than some of the super beings, but he was just human. He had been interrogated by the Justice League, even was mind probed by the Manhunter. But thanks to Naruto that won't work. Bane looked up. His arms and legs were in an X shape. Tells us where Naruto is. He is a danger to the Earth. He's not even from this world, Superman said. Neither are you, Superman, Bane said to the Man of Steel. Yet Naruto takes his task of protecting this world far more seriously than you. To you, this is a game. To Naruto, this is war. This is no game, Bane. No matter what you think. Naruto is a threat, and he needs to be dealt with before he can fully recover. It's no game. Then tell me, why is a creature such as the Joker still breathing? Tell me why you refused to kill Darkseid when he came to Earth a second time. Tell me. No, tell the children why their parents' murders still live and have life, while their parents are no longer of the living. If you can explain to every child that is orphaned because of your game, then I'll tell you where Naruto is, Bane told them. Everyone knew that this was going nowhere and left him in his cell. Batman, however, knew who to lean on to get information. He needed to get to the garden. Next day, Gotham outskirts, Naruto couldn't feel any of his team on the Earth, which lead him to believe that they were in the watchtower of the Justice League. Not hard to get to, just he wasn't at full power yet and the Justice League was. So it would be hard to say who would win. He could see some reporters in the distance a good ways away from Gotham. He also saw many people in hazmat suits in the area checking the radiation in the area. Naruto had no doubt that there was. After all of the tailed beast chakra was in the area. He was shocked that they weren't died yet. The tree that you created has absorbed most of it. But that tree is long dead. Some sage you are. Her roots are still alive, barely. It is the only reason these flesh bags are still fertile, let alone alive. Naruto nodded. That world tree had a life of its own and was still clinging to that life. He would not leave to suffer any longer than needed. Using his flying thunder god jutsu, he appeared in the middle of all of the cameras and the reporters. The most noticeable were Vicky Vale and Lois Lane. Everyone stopped and looked at Naruto. It took a moment before the shock wore off. Naruto, what are you doing here? Lois Lane asked. Would you like to make a statement? Vicky Vale followed up. Naruto raised his hands to silence them. I know you have many questions, I have answers, but I wish to make 2 statements before I do anything else." They all listened, along with millions of people around the world. "About 1 month ago, I fought with a man from my world. That was the last battle of a war of my world. The price your world has paid is the loss of one of your greatest cities. Gotham now is no more than a memory to its people," Naruto said, pointing to wasteland of the city that was once Gotham. "But I will not allow it to stay as such." Naruto moved to the edge of the city that was no more. He clapped his hands together and it made a loud sound. Then slammed them to the ground. Ninja art. Recreation. A large seal appeared on the ground, with many holes within it. Much to the shock of everyone there, city buildings started to come out of the ground within the holes in the seal itself. In only a few minutes the city of Gotham had risen of the ashes form before. When the buildings stopped growing from the ground, Gotham had returned to its former glory. The news reporters had to touch the buildings to make sure they were real. Wood style. World tree creation. All the places where trees were came back to life with trees once more. However, the park area came back to life as well. Then the Gotham's world tree came back to life along with the park. Naruto dropped down in front of them. They rushed him in hopes of answers. He raised his hand and they quieted down for another statement. "My next statement is this. 1 month ago, after my battle, the Justice League surrounded me in hopes of capturing me. My teams intercepted them, and were captured by them. To the Justice League I say this. Justice League, you have 12 hours to release them, if not, then you will suffer the consequences." Naruto then vanished in a vortex. 11 hours later, Watchtower, Batman, along with the Justice League, were shocked when they saw Naruto restore Gotham perfectly about 11 hours ago. However, his warning left them with a sense of unease. Batman was storming his way to Poison Ivy. She was breaking, and he knew it. One last push would do it. The door opened and he saw Poison Ivy. In the other room were 10 or so other League members. Just to make sure that he didn't go too far, Black Canary was among them to do the physic eval. In the room had 1 table and 1 chair. Ivy was in the chair with a collar to prevent her from using her powers. On the table were several small pots, all were burnt, cut and other things done to them. Ivy looked at him with a hate-filled glare that would freeze a lesser man. He put down another plant, this one a flower. A rare one, those only blooms once every 10 blue moons. "I'm going to make this simple, Ivy. Tell me where Naruto's base is, or this weed," he placed a freeze grenade next to it, "becomes extinct," he threatened. Ivy looked between Batman and the flower. Spilt between the life-altering choice of the man she cares for and the last of rare species of flower. "Please, Batman, don't. She's done nothing to you. You've killed so many already, don't kill her. Tell me where his base is." "I don't know. None of us do. Naruto never told us. All I know is that it's underground somewhere. Miles underground. I swear that's all I know. Now don't hurt her," Ivy pleaded with him. Batman scowled. Underground wasn't much to go on. He tossed the flower to her and she caught it, cradling it close to her chest, whispering to it. Batman walked into the rest of the group. She was telling the truth. "We need to do a planetary scan for underground caves and tunnels. We need to find Naruto and what's left of his team members." "What about his warning? We need to find out what he has planned in case we can't find him fast enough," Superman asked. "Why not track Artemis? She took him away to this base of his most likely," Black Canary asked them. "First thing I tried, then later Jean. The tracker on her isn't transmitting anymore and Jean can't locate her anywhere," Batman told her. Batman, however, knew who to ask. 10 minutes before the deadline. One would assume 11 hours isn't a long time in life, and that is true, yet it is at the same time. After Naruto had restored Gotham to its former glory, all of Arkham's Amamates were returned to their cells in Arkham Island. Naruto walked up to the guard on duty in the monitor room. "Well?" he asked. The guard knew the question. 30 minutes. That's all I can give you." He pressed a button and all the cameras were put on a loop feed. 28 minutes longer than I need." Naruto left in a vortex. Naruto's first visit of the night, and such the first one, was Harley Quinn. "Foxy," she yelled as she pressed herself on the glass. "Have you thought about my offer, Harley?" he asked her. "Get me out of here, sugar, and I'm all yours. And I get to see Red again. And Bud and Lou too," Harley yelled. Naruto opened the door with his strength alone. Yahtzee, she yelled. Naruto used his power and sent her to his base. He had one more to recruit in Arkham. Naruto went further down to the more high-risk inmates. He opened the door and inside was Killer Croc. "Croc, have you thought about my offer?" he asked. Croc gave a toothy smile. "Get me out of here, Naruto, and you got Killer Croc," Croc said in an Australian tone of voice. Naruto smiled as he released KC and sent him to his base. Watchtower, 2 minutes till deadline. Bane. Bane smiled, not that you could see, as Batman stormed in his cell. "What is Naruto planning?" he demanded from Bane. For all his detective skill, he had no idea what Naruto was going to do, nor did he have the time to do it. "And what makes you think I know? I've been in here for the past month. I can't possibly know what brother's plans are," Bane said smugly. "You know him more than any other." "Wrong." Bane cut him off. "Only one. Know him more than me. Only one that can anticipate his will, and she is not here." "Artemis." "Yes, honored sister Artemis. She is the only one that Naruto really confides in. When you lost her loyalty, you lost any hope of predicting Naruto's plans." Batman scowled more than normal. However, Bane started once more. "If I were to guess, brother's deadline is coming up, and if we are not released, I can assure you that you will not like what he does." Bane laughed at Batman as Batman walked out. Batman wasted no time with Bane. He had minutes before the deadline and had no intention of letting any of these prisoners go. Naruto's location. The deadline was at hand. Less than a minute before the Justice League will pay for the transgression against him and his team. After his teams and Young Justice helped him save the world. This is something that must be dealt with now. Punishment must be meted out. He pressed a button and with a voice of his old cousin, "Sasuke. Attention all current inmates of Belle Reve. This is your new warden. I don't feel like doing any paperwork, so I've decided to give each and every one of you a get out of jail free card within the next minute." As soon as he said that, everyone in Belle Reve started to yell and shout about setting them free. However, Naruto wasn't going to free them, not all of them. He walked to his first new recruit hopeful, Killer Frost. Said inmate, "Assault on Arkham." Killer Frost walked up to the door. "Who the hell are you?" "I'm here to offer you a job," Naruto told her. "Who are you and why are you offering me anything?" "You might have heard of me. My name is Naruto." Naruto saw Killer Frost's breath hitch at his name. "No, I'm not here to kill you," he told her. Then she relaxed. "As I said, I'm here to offer you a job." Killer Frost wondered what and why he was here. "So, what's the job?" she asked. "Simple. Join my League of Vengeance. Become a member, you'll get paid, you'll get protection from the Justice League. Then one day you'll be seen as a hero," he told her. She thought about it for a moment. "How will I get protection from the JLA?" she asked him. "At my full power, I could destroy the entirety of the Justice League, and they know it. However, I might die in the end. I'm building an army to prevent that and save this world from the scum like the Joker and others like him. You on the other hand have a chance to be something more." Killer Frost then pressed herself on her cell door. "What will I be doing?" Naruto smiled. She was considering it. "Nothing you haven't done before. Freeze and kill people. Just who I tell you is all, and get paid to do it," he told her. "Get me out of here good looking, and I'm all yours." Naruto nodded. "Prepare yourself. This could be a little disorienting." Next thing, Killer Frost knew she was gone in a vortex. Naruto then moved on. Soon the jail cell doors would open and everyone will have free reign of the prison. His next recruit he had met before. It was Cheetah, the famous animalistic fighter and foe of Wonder Woman. "Well," he asked, asking for an answer for the question he asked a year before. "Can you really change me back?" she asked. "Not completely. I can give you the power to switch back and forth, and that is the best I can do, for now. Will you join my team?" he asked. "Fine." Cheetah, from Justice League Doom, was now gone in a vortex. Naruto had one more to visit. "Calculator. Your mission is done," Naruto said to a man in the dark with oversized shinny glasses. "About time. I thought you'd make me rot in this place forever." Calculator, from DCUO, was gone in a vortex like the rest. Now all he needed was a distraction. "Oh, is that the open all cell doors button? Only one way to find out." Naruto pressed the button and the inmates tried to escape. The Justice League will find them soon enough and round them up, which is what he is counting on. Water Tower. Jean was monitoring the happenings of the world, when a code Omega Red alerted. Calling the Justice League. Calling the Justice League. 5 minutes ago the Belle Reve maximum security prison went dark, and just a minute ago we got a call from the warden. Someone has broken out all of the inmates and they are running in every direction. Emergency response is needed now. Yelled someone who was desperately calling the Justice League. Calling all League members. This is a priority 1. All Leaguers respond to the Belle Reve distress call. The Manhunter told everyone that could hear him, and then many Leaguers were teleported to Belle Reve, and Naruto's distraction. A little later, when the Watchtower was abounded, for the most part, Naruto was now walking to the Watchtower prison cells. It wasn't hard to find, he could sense his team's life force in the area. There were a few others in the Watchtower, as it is never unmanned. Naruto made his way to the cell's bay. He saw many criminals yet all alive and none dead, as all deserved. He soon found Bane. He was locked in place by 4 powerful bracers. Naruto removed the mouth bracer. "It's a trap, brother," Bane told him calmly. Naruto smiled, as the 2 life forces in the tower was now behind him. Naruto turned around to see 2 of the more respectable of the JLA members. "Batman is smarter than I gave him credit for," Naruto said, seeing Black Canary and Wonder Woman. "So, are we going to fight? I have little time to waste with talk," Naruto said as he broke Bane's retrains. "Bane, free the others, I'll handle this." Although weakened, Naruto sent Bane away from the area. Then walked out of the cell with Wonder Woman and Black Canary waiting for him. "You can't win. Even with a month you've had to recover, you can't be at full power after that fight," Black Canary told him. Naruto slapped his hand together and then drew out a long black rod. "And yet here I am, ready and willing to fight for my beliefs." Naruto got into a fighting stance. "And I'm ready to kill for my ideals. Can you say that same?" "One does not need to kill to prove who they are," Wonder Woman told him. "And yet, they do, all the time." Naruto charged at the 2 heroines. Black Canary and Wonder Woman ran at him as well. The distance was closed between them fast. Black Canary jumped over Naruto and tried to do her canary cry from above. Naruto did a spin with his chakra rod to deflect it. Then used the other side of the rod to block Wonder Woman's fist. He then forced them both away from himself. "I'll end you." Naruto fired a dozen black rods at the Wonder Woman. Wonder Woman used her shield to protect herself. She then threw her shield at Naruto. Naruto just deflected it with his black rod. Wonder Woman smiled. "Now we have a fight." "Not exactly," Naruto told her as she charged him with her sword. Wonder Woman tried to cut him down at the midsection. Naruto just continued to block his attacks with his chakra rod that he was using as a staff. Once he broke her guard with a counter, he did a spin kick and knocked Wonder Woman right into the steel wall, leaving an indent in it. Black Canary came down trying to punch his head, but that didn't work as Naruto just leaned forward to avoid it. She then did a spin kick to his head, but Naruto just blocked it. Naruto was impressed by her level of training, once again, as Naruto had to try to keep up with her. But it didn't last long. Naruto grabbed her arm, punched her in the face and then kicked her in the stomach and she fell to her knees. Naruto went to capitalize on this and brought out a blade to cut her head off. Wonder Woman threw her shield. It hit Naruto's blade and he did a half spin with his upper body. Black Canary took that vital 2 seconds it took for Naruto to reposition a kill strike to do a spin kick to knock him off balance and then use her canary cry to send him flying to the other end of the prison wing. "So, are we going to fight? I have little time to waste with talk," Naruto said as he broke Bane's retrains. "Bane, free the others, I'll handle this." Although weakened, Naruto sent Bane away from the area, and then walked out of the cell with Wonder Woman and Black Canary waiting for him. "You can't win. Even with a month you've had to recover, you can't be at full power after that fight," Black Canary told him. Naruto slapped his hand together and then drew out a long black rod. "And yet here I am, ready and willing to fight for my beliefs." Naruto got into a fighting stance. "And I'm ready to kill for my ideals. Can you say that same?" "One does not need to kill to prove who they are," Wonder Woman told him. "And yet, they do, all the time." Naruto charged at the 2 heroines. Black Canary and Wonder Woman ran at him as well. The distance was closed between them fast. Black Canary jumped over Naruto and tried to do her canary cry from above. Naruto did a spin with his chakra rod to deflect it. Then used the other side of the rod to block Wonder Woman's fist. He then forced them both away from himself. "I'll end you." Naruto fired a dozen black rods at the Wonder Woman. Wonder Woman used her shield to protect herself. She then threw her shield at Naruto. Naruto just deflected it with his black rod. Wonder Woman smiled. "Now we have a fight." "Not exactly." Outside Genjutsu. Naruto was holding both women's head while looking at them with his Sharingan eyes. He blinked and his eyes were normal. Both heroines were in a daze. "Most clever brother, when did they fall into your trap?" Bane asked, amazed that Naruto beat them so easily. "When I clapped my hands. It made a sound, enhanced with my chakra, thus they lost before we began." Naruto told him. "The Manhunter will be able to free them, but that will take time. Let us get our team out and be off. I have no need to be here any longer than we need to be." Naruto left the two heroines to their fake fight and Bane followed. One by one Naruto freed his teams. Young Injustice and Vengeance League were freed once more. Naruto figured he still had 10 minutes before the Justice League got back. Although Batman did a number on Ivy, he made a note to thoroughly beat the hell out of him when next they meet. "It's okay, Ivy." Naruto tried to comfort Ivy, who was hugging all of the plants that Batman killed close to her. She was all but broke. "All mothers are strong, Ivy, and none is stronger than Mother Nature herself. You are Mother Nature, Ivy. You are her avatar. You are stronger than all other mothers, Ivy." Naruto placed a hand on hers. Then with his nature chakra he put life back into all of the plants that Batman had killed. And like all mothers, they give life to their children. Ivy looks on in hope at the plants. They had been all but lost and she had been putting a lot of energy to bring them back to life. "My babies." She hugged them and they hugged back. "Thank you, love," she said, kissing him deeply. Bane cleared his throat. "Brother, we have little time for this right now," he told him. "Yes, is everyone ready? We are leaving," Naruto said, smiling as his group was all together and in a vortex they all were long gone. Although Red X left them a little something. Next day. Back at the Fox Den, Naruto had called everyone together. They were all still tired from their ordeals as prisoners of the Justice League. "All of you have been wondering what I've been up to for the last few months or so," Naruto said to his teams. V-League on one side, Young Injustice on the other. All in full uniform. "Bane knows this, but I am the true CEO of Spiral Corp." "Called it," Artemis and Ravenger said at the same time. Naruto narrowed his eyes at the girls but moved on. "For the last few months, I've been recruiting, without the general populace knowing. We all know that. That's why most of us are here in the first place," Killer Frost said, folding her arms under her breasts. "I'm not talking about metahumans like us, I'm talking about everyday people. People like Batman, with no powers. I've been recruiting them into an army to help fight this war." Naruto turned on the big screen. "This is Vicky Vale with Gotham now. I am here at Gotham Park, just outside a building that sprouted up from the ground not 12 hours ago. Inside is a recruiter for none other than Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto announced yesterday, just before the prison break, that he was going to start to recruit people to help him fight the war on crime. This recruiting station has been open for the past 4 hours and the line has yet to empty. Let's go back to the moment he announced this stunning moment in history. Recorded earlier. What I'm offering is simple. Tomorrow I am opening recruiting station all across the nation, in every major city in the United States. These recruiting stations will help build the army for the people, from the people," Naruto told Vicky. "Why this? Why now?" Vicky asked. "Because one day I will no longer be needed. Once every threat to this world that the people can no longer handle is gone. I will no longer be needed to fight for the people. They will be able to fight for themselves. However, the Justice League has hampered this with their presence and has not corrected it. That is what this is. I will give the technology needed, the training, the time needed for the human race to once again stand tall, stand proud. Mothers will once again say to their sons, 'Be like your father, a man who puts his life on the line to protect others.' Not, 'Look up to Superman Sweaty, an alien that protects us with his superpowers.'" Naruto took a breath. "What I want, Miss Vale, is for a world where parents celebrate their children's birthdays at a park. Not visit a tombstone at a cemetery every year. For a brother to say to his little sister, 'Everything is going to be alright,' and for it not to be a lie. For a father's last words to his child not to be, "Don't be afraid. But, I love you. What I want, Vicky, is for a world where no child to go through what I went through in life." Naruto gave his passionate speech. Back with Vicky Vale. As you can see, Naruto is focused and passionate about this. Let's ask some solider hopefuls here to see what they have to say. Vicky approached 4 young men all talking in a ground. Excuse me. She got their attention. "Why are you 4 signing up today?" she asked the young men. "That bastard Joker killed my little sister and drove my parents insane the same day. I've been on my own since I was 14. These guys accept just about anyone will to do what is right. I don't care if I'm not the one to kill that psycho Joker, but I sure as hell want to be there when it's done." "And how old are all of you?" she asked. 18, 17. 18. 16. The 4 answered, the 17-year-old being the boy that lost his family. "Yeah. Go Naruto. Power to the people," some other people yelled out in front of the camera. Earlier, this reporter headed out in Gotham to get Gotham's people take on Naruto and his recruitment plan. Recorded earlier. "This is a horrible idea. Let's just give every kid with a grudge against someone a gun, and the next thing you know you'll school shootings every day." A middle-aged woman ranted. "No comment. I think that it's going to create something far worse than what we have now," a young woman said. "I don't think so at all." Her friend disagreed. "This is only going to escalate into things worse and worse than it is now." Yes, finally. Someone doing something about these $% criminals. "If I didn't have a family, I'd sign up too." A man in a business suit. "I'm not losing any sleep. I'm probably getting the first good night's sleep in years," a man with sunglasses said to Vicky. "I'm on my way right now. I want to protect my wife. I want to protect my kids. I want them to be able to walk home from school without it being a life or death situation every day." Back with Naruto, he turned off the big screen. "Well? You're going to start a war?" Paula asked. "No, I'm not starting a war, I'm preparing for it. When war comes to us, we'll be ready." Naruto told them, "And with you, my 2 leagues, we will lead those willing to do what is wrong, in order to do what they know to be right." Bane, Killer Frost, Mr. Freeze and just about the rest of the group all agreed. The only ones on the fence on this were Artemis and her mother Paula. They knew that this will lead to open war one day, and they both were sure that is exactly what Naruto wanted. Watchtower Batman had just watched Vicky Vale's broadcast and was not happy. Well, less happy than normal. He turned it off and turned around to see Superman. "I've called a meeting about what we all just saw today and what we witnessed yesterday," Superman told him. Batman knew this would not end well, and it was already too late to talk Naruto down from this course of action. Not that he believed he could in the first place. "War is coming, Bruce," Clark told him. And it had only been 6 weeks since the recruiting had begun for Naruto's army. Bane was walking down a steel walkway in the center of a command and control center. Bane felt more powerful than he ever had, being second in command of his brother's new armed forces. To his left and right were mission operators overseeing missions all over the world. Missions as simple as humanitarian relief of food and medical supplies to military action against terrorist groups around the world. Bane even had troops ready to move should an open hostile nation attack another. Pololistan, just to name one. General Bane. Bane looked behind him to see the man that his brother named Colonel of the Sentinels. "All operations are on schedule and progressing as expected," Colonel Raddick told Bane. "Yes, from KZ2. As expected, my brother's plans are near flawless." Bane marveled at this masterpiece that Naruto had made. Based off his training and Bane's training, these men and women are the best trained in the world. Very few could match them, aside from heroes with their powers and or training such as Superman, Batman and Wonder Woman. Bane smiled at the memory of the true beginning of this army. 1 month ago, Naruto was walking with both of his teams behind him. Naruto was in a black and gold trench coat with "The Last Sage" on the back in red letters. Red flames covered the bottom, like his father's old cloak. He had to admit this family had good tastes when it came to armor and such. Bane was leading the Vengeance League while Artemis was leading Young Injustice. He walked up to a podium where he would address this army for the first time since their creation. "My people, sons and daughters of this great world, for many years you have been a divided people. Shunned, oppressed, and conquered by those that kept you in constant fear. 1 year ago I heard your cries, and I asked for time, and that time was granted by you, you the strength in my arm. The hordes of my dreams. Your forefathers and mine had one grand thing in common. They fought and died for freedom, the land they had became that freedom. In the beginning they were weak and had to adapt to the change in the land, but in fact they, and as, grew, stronger, an overhead view of the Sentinel infantry march in perfect sync was seen. In the time you have given me, I have rebuilt your will. I have rebuilt your strength and I have rebuilt your pride. The Sentinel armor known as the Stalkers were marching with the infantry, resistance, fall of man. It will begin here in our own home and it will spread out to the rest of the world. One by one the people in other lands will understand us. They will sympathize with us, then they will join us. His people, his army, cheered for him and for the beliefs they all share. No longer will our children need to hide under the bed. No longer will we fear to send them out to school. No longer will we bury our young. Too long did your cries go unanswered. Too long did you suffer in this era of heroes and villains. By their ceaseless need to find purpose, to fulfill a need that you will fill with your blood. You once put your trust in the hands of the Justice League, and now you put your trust in my hands. And I tell you this now. That trust will become a promise to free us from the people that dare call themselves heroes and villains, Naruto yelled. Naruto! 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 They all cheered as the flag bearers waved the flag of the Sentinels. An armored phoenix in a V, encircled in a flame. Naruto smiled and left the stand and allowed them to get on with their duties. Mount Justice. The groups were sitting around in the living room. Wondering what they were going to do next, they still were feeling a little bit of withdrawal after they fought alongside Naruto. Many were also sad at the loss of Artemis from the team. After she took Naruto away from the Justice League, she was listed as Rouge and was a capture on site, like all others. Just hers was a higher priority than most others. Even Megan was feeling down with Artemis' absence, even her cupcakes were not helping. So, what now? We're a member down, Kid Flash said, feeling Artemis lost the most, aside from Megan and Kara. Aqualad was thinking. I'm not sure. We should however continue to rest. You never know when we will be called for another mission. A mission would be preferable to just lying around, Robin said, just tapping his batarang on the table. As the saying goes, ask and thou shalt receive, because at that time Black Canary and Batman walked in. I have a mission for you, he said in his even as can be tone. He used his clicker and a picture of a patch of ocean was on the screen. This is a satellite image of grid coordinates 23G7 in the Pacific Ocean 24 hours ago. Batman started. Okay. Why is that important? Supergirl asked. Batman hit his clicker again and an image of an island came on the 3D screen. This is the same grid coordinates 2 hours ago. Whoa, Kid Flash was almost speechless. Exactly, Black Canary commented. However, it is this picture that is even more disturbing. Another click and the island were covered with a few buildings. This was taken 30 minutes ago. However, the image was enhanced and it zoomed in on the mountain top of the island. There one could see a spiky-haired young man meditating on the top of the mountain. His base of operations, no doubt, Aqualad commented. Most likely, however, we need to be sure. Naruto has proven he can do the impossible with little effort on his part. The team will go in as recon, see what he is doing there and then leave. You are not to engage under any circumstance. If you are spotted, then you leave the island immediately. Understood? Understood. The team said as one. Batman. How will we do this mission? We're one woman down? KF asked. I know, that's why you'll be getting a little outside help, Batman managed to say without a scowl, or at least a bigger one, on his face. Behind him came Aquaman, however he wasn't alone. Tula? Aqualad asked. With Naruto, Naruto was in his office at his secret base. Wondering, thinking. He heard a knock on his door. Enter. In came Poison Ivy. Naruto. We need to talk. I see. What about? About Harley. Does she plan on betraying me to the Joker? Naruto asked evenly. What? No. It's just, she still holds some feelings for her despite everything, he concluded. Poison didn't want Harley to be on Naruto's hit list, seeing as Joker was on it being at the top. Yes. She won't betray you. However, I think that she might not harm Joker if the need arises. or go against any of his plans should she come across them. Naruto waited for her to continue. So I need a favor from you. That being, I need you to kill the Joker, as soon as you can, and it needs to be you, she finished. Naruto smiled a little. I already planned on killing that madman. However, why does it need to be me? Naruto asked, wondering about Ivy's motives. Personally, I'd like to kill him myself, however deep down I have a feeling that Harley would hate me, even if in secret. However, if you kill him, it would seem more professional and not personal like with me. By doing so, Harley would need to imprint on someone else, Ivy told him. Naruto thought about it. Do you want her to imprint on me, or you? He asked. Either one works. If she imprints on me, she'll forgive you someday. If she imprints on you, she'll never leave your side, Ivy told him. Naruto nodded. I've never met the Joker in person, so I can't find him yet. He's been under the radar for a while now, however once I find him I'll kill him myself, Ivy. Count on it. Naruto told her as another knock on his door. Thank you, Naruto. I look forward to seeing him dead, Ivy said as she got up and walked out the door. Someone else walked in. Naruto? Yes, Nora? Naruto asked Nora, Mr. Frieza's wife, assistant. Victor is ready for you at his lab. He said that it's done, Nora told him. Naruto nodded and then followed her to Frieza's lab. About the same time that Naruto woke up from his battle and retrieved his teams, he handed Frieza a sample of his blood. It was the last thing Frieza needed for the cure he needed to make. With his natural healing ability, Frieza would be able to cure Nora with it. It took a while, but Victor managed to cure Nora of her ailment. Naruto followed her to Frieza's lab and sees Frieza in his frost armor. Naruto has told him to cure himself to be with Nora, as he could go without him on the front line. However, Frieza tells him that when he no longer needs him with his power, he will cure himself. It was the least he could do for Naruto and everything he had done for them. Nora told Naruto to drop it as Victor is a stubborn man. That he was. It is done, Naruto. Both of them are complete and ready for mass production. Kurama's blessing. Frieza handed Naruto an orange-colored vial of liquid. With this, any wound or even loss of limbs can be healed in a matter of minutes. Is that what you used on me? Naruto saw Paula at the door. Yes, it is the same one, Paula. I wanted to heal you before anything else. And no, it was not to get back on Artemis' good side or to recruit you later on. I did want to help you. I truly want to believe that, Naruto. However, what do you intend to do with your new super cure? Sell it? No, Kurama's blessing heals injuries, not cures illnesses. This one, however, does cure ailments. Cryo Kurama's blessing. This can cure any type of disease. Cancers, even HIV and AIDS. Victor told her. My point is, are you going to sell them to the highest bidder? No, they are not for sale. I will use them to help people, Paula. KB will be given to all troops to heal them if they get injured, and CKB will be given to special medic units to help people around the world. I intend to help people, Paula. I really do. And this army and these teams you've created? You cannot protect anyone in this world with just a shield at your side, you need a sword as well. A shield to protect the people and a sword to kill the ones threatening them. Victor, mass produce both KB and CKB and then distribute them as needed to the proper units. All units get KB and the medic unit team get the CKB. Naruto told him as Paula left. And Victor, I again urge you to cure yourself. I no longer need you on the front line. I need you here. Nora can't touch you as you are. Just like you couldn't touch her when she was in cryo sleep. You know how torturous that is. Naruto said, before he too left. As he did, Victor looked at Nora, who also had the pleading look in her eyes. With young Justice, all right. What's the plan? Based on what Artemis told us, if we get too close he'll be able to sense us if he is on the island. Robin told the team. We must split up. I'll approach from the sea from the west, looking for any underwater tunnels or pipes to swim through. Aqua Girl, you do the same from east. He hasn't met you before, he will not see you coming. Robin and Miss Martian must enter from the north and the south. Miss Martian, you must stay cloaked at all times. Robin, stick to the shadows. Kid Flash and Supergirl, you two stay on the ship. If we do not check in 3 hours, either call for backup or if we need a distraction, make one in case we need a quick getaway. Do you think this is going to work? I mean, Naruto is. Magan had her doubts about if the plan will work or not. I'm not sure. The power that Naruto gave us some time ago was but a fraction of what we all felt him unleash. I'm betting that Batman is counting on Naruto's unwillingness to kill a hero, for the moment. Aqualad told them. You're saying that Batman is sending us to the wolves thinking that Naruto won't kill us? Kid Flash asked. Yes. I feel so relieved. Then be glad that your speed will not help us infiltrate the base and that I'm keeping you here. Let's move. Miss Martian, link us up. With Naruto. As the team was being deployed, Naruto was called to the main control room by Bane. What is it, Bane? As you know, there are many nations openly hostile to another. However, there are two nations in particular that require our attention now. One is poised to strike at the other any day, if not today or tomorrow. Bane told Naruto. You are talking about Bealia and Picolistan, correct? Yes. Their peace treaty is holding for now, but that will end, and soon. It has been calculated that Picolistan will attack Bealia in the next 24 hours. Bane told Naruto. Naruto took only a moment to think about what he is going to do and what ramifications it will have on the world. What are your orders, brother? Bane asked. Naruto made up his mind. Colonel Radek, give the order. Initiate launch protocol, get us to Bealia and have Sentinel Battalion 1 ready to be deployed in the next 16 hours. Go, Naruto told Radek. Yes, sir. You heard him. Initiate launch protocol. Get us in the air. Get everyone to their launch stations. Alert all Sentinel Battalion 1 units, get them ready to deploy to Bealia in the next 16 hours. Yes, sir. The group operators yelled at once, with YJ. Robin had managed to get into an air duct. Strange that someone as well trained and as paranoid as Naruto would have air ducts this size. Magan had went right into a door guarded by a pair of guards when it opened. As for Aqualad and Aquagirl, they found some pipes that were underwater. Is everyone in? Aqualad asked. I'm in, Aquagirl said. Same here. Robin told Aqualad. Just got in, Magan said. Kid and I are still in sight of the island, Supergirl said to him. Yeah, me and SG are here being bored as hell up here with nothing to do. Can if fastest kid alive, Supergirl told him. Anyway, Aqualad started before building that the infiltration group were in started to shake. Anyone else feel that shaking? Yeah, what's going on, kid? Guys, I don't know how to say this, but the island is coming off the ground, Supergirl told them. With Naruto closed his eyes and took a breath. Bane, call Killer Frost, Artemis, Ravager and Raven. Also get Ivy, Harley and Huntress, he told Bane. Of course, brother, but whatever for? He asked. We have guests. I want them to watch the battle that will soon take place. I want the Justice League to know what these young ones see firsthand. They will witness what happens here today, and tell of it later. Bane nodded and did what he was told and made the call to the members of the teams he had made. Sometime later, so, are guys as lost as I am? Asked Robin over their link. Yes. Came the voices of the other three. Although, Naruto must not be here if the alarm hasn't gone off yet. That means we have a chance to find out what goes on here without being noticed. Kid Flash, Supergirl, are you two still in visual range of this place? Aqualad asked. Yeah. We're keeping pace with that flying base thing. Just call it a helicarrier. I bet that's what Naruto calls it, Kid Flash told them. Yeah, right. The group said as one. All right, we need to meet up. Miss Martian, can you sense a large area that no one is in? Aqualad asked Magan. Yeah, I managed to get some details on the layout of this flying base. Whatever these guys are getting ready for, they left a few places empty. The nearest one to all of us is a room on the lower levels. Everyone seems to be heading for the hangars. I'm sending you all how to get there. All right. We meet up there in the next 5 minutes, go now. With Naruto. You called? Asked Artemis, folding her arms across her chest. I did. I need you, Raven, Ravager and Killer Frost to get our guests and being them here. As for Ivy, Harley and Huntress. Paula had decided to keep her old villainous name to redeem herself in the name. There are a few in their ship following us. I want you three to get them. And how do you expect us to do that? Paula asked. Sir, Radek handed Naruto something. Thank you, Radek. Like this, Paula. He handed the item that was handed to him. Ah. How come she's gets a new toy but not me? Harley whined cutely. Naruto puts the same item in front of her. Thank you, Foxy. I love it, Harley said, hugging her new toy close to her chest. Get going. They'll be here in the next 5 minutes for about 5 minutes or so. As for the ones flying around, you three should be able to handle them pretty easily. Naruto told the girls. Go get them. With the infiltration team, Aqualad just got to the location, from an air duct in a nearby room. Robin dropped in from above and Miss Maritane decloaked as she was already there. Where's Aqua Girl? Robin voiced. Aqua Girl, where are you? Asked a concerned Aqualad. I was almost there when I came across a destroyed air duct. I'm circling around now, but I have no idea when I'll get there. Start without me. Alright. Get here as soon as possible. All of a sudden the link was cut off, and everyone heard static on it. What happened? Aqualad asked. I don't know. That's never happened before. Miss Martian was a little scared. Just then the group heard boots running and they were surrounded by Naruto's sentinels. I'm surprised that worked, a very familiar voice said out loud. Artemis? Miss M asked. Yeah, it's me. Artemis came from behind the group of armed forces as they parted for her and two others, Raven and Ravager. So this is the Little League team that you were all buddy-buddy with for a few weeks, huh? Asked Ravager rhetorically. It would seem so. Let us deal with them and move on with our lives, Raven said in her normal cold tone. How did you sneak up on us without me sensing your thoughts? Miss M asked. An idea from Batman. He uses wiring in his cowl to prevent anyone from reading his mind. Naruto implemented the same idea for all of his troops and us as well. No mind reading for you today, Megan, Artemis told her. Why are you three here anyway? Raven asked. We're not going to tell you. Robin narrowed his eyes on the dark mystic. They're here for recon, for Batman no doubt. Naruto's bait plan worked, Artemis told her. Bait? Aqualad asked. Naruto lured you all here, but that's not important. We just need to deal with you three and the other two outside and be done with it, Ravager told him. Artemis. Are you really going to let them kill us? Megan asked in a slight hurtful tone. Kill you? No, we're not going to kill you. We're taking you to see Naruto in the control room. You'll understand there, Artemis reassured her. Not today. Robin threw some smoke bombs on the ground. The group managed to get away in the confusion. After them. Don't let them get away, Artemis yelled. Down the hall and around the corner the group was still running. We need to contact Aquagirl, then get off this airship. Aqualad told the team. Without the link they were vulnerable, something that needs to be remedied when the mission is over. The group entered a large hangar that was completely empty. Where are we going? Miss M asked. We need to find. Just then a wall of ice covered their only escape, the main hangar door, as troops converged from all other entrances in the hangar. Now there was around 100 or so troops all around them and on the catwalks above them, all pointing their guns at the team of three. I'm afraid that your escape is going to have to wait. A voice came the top of the ice. Killer Frost just jumped down in front of them. See as how your water girlfriend is on ice for now, she said, pointing up to see Tula covered in ice, leaving her head exposed. Aqua Girl. Aqualad looked at the girl he loved and then glared at Killer Frost. Ice puns? Really, Frost? That's corny, even for you, Robin said, trying to think of a way out of the mess they're in. Without the link they couldn't talk to the other members of the team. Behind them Artemis, Raven and Ravager came from the parting group of Sentinel troops. Now, are you boys and girls going to come quietly? Artemis started. Or do we have to spank you and drag your sore asses to the command center? Please choose option B. Ravager said, wishing for a fight. Naruto hadn't sent her or just about anyone on a real fight since they all helped him on his last fight. Why does Naruto want us to go to the... Enough stalling. Raven, take Aqualad. Ravager, Bird Boy. I got Megan. Artemis told the team, not wanting to wait any longer than she had to. The team was separated and each one fought with someone else as Killer Frost and the Sentinels just watched as ordered. Ravager versus Robin. Robin started by throwing his discs at Ravager. Ravager just shot them with her electro gun that Naruto had made for her. It basically fired electric, non-lethal unless set for it. She closed the gap and unsheathed her sword and started to swing it at Robin. Robin dodged left then right, and then did a backflip to avoid Ravager and her sword. He then connected two of his batarangs and they made a sword to block her attack. Oh, so you took off the kitty gloves now, have you? let play. The pair used their swords and the sentinels were treated to a beautiful sight of sword play by the two. However, Ravager had more training with the sword over Robin. She blocked his sword with her arm guard and then broke it with her sword. Then kicked him away from her. Come on, bird boy, fight back. She gave the bring it gesture. Don't need to. I'm whelmed right now, Robin said, smiling. Ravager narrowed her eyes, then looked at her blade and saw something on it beeping. She tossed her sword as soon as she saw it and the device shocked the sword front to back. She knew as long as Robin had the trigger her sword was useless to her, however she took out her twin daggers and charged Robin. Robin had used his sword to block but Ravager's speed, strength and relentlessness made her a formidable foe to face. Robin did some back flips to get some distance and threw a few discs at her. Ravager jumped and did a half spin to avoid the first pair of discs, then did a back flip to avoid the second wave. Before she landed from the back flip, she fired her shotguns at Robin, hitting him in the chest. Ah! Robin felt the shock from the shock-based weapons within her arsenal. He charged her once more with his sword but Ravager deflected it up with one of her blades. She did a spin with her other blade at his midsection but Robin barely avoided it, but during that spin she kicked him in the head and sent Robin flying into the ice. Killer Frost acted and encased him in it. One down, she said while giving him the thumbs down gesture. Raven vs. Aqualad. Aqualad was using his Electro Water Whip weapons to fight off Raven. Why do you help Naruto? What do you hope to gain? Aqualad asked. If anything, he might gain some info from them. Hope. That's what I hope to gain. Raven said as she used her dark magic to grab the whips and spun Aqualad around and around until she flung Aqualad to the ground. What I hope to gain is something that you can't possibly hope to achieve. A future. She then used her black magic to start crushing him. It was, however, thanks to his tough skin that made him slightly harder to crush than most would. Aqualad used what strength he could and launched a turret of water at Raven, who just floated away from it. But it did release her hold on him and he again began attacking the dark magic user. He managed to wrap one whip around her and shocked her with it. But to his shock and amazement she didn't even scream or grunt in pain. She created a barrier around herself that moved the water electro whip away from her. She then encased the whips with her magic and made them encircle Aqualad, then launched him at the ice wall of frosts and Killer Frost encased him in ice like Robin. In the words of Naruto, chill until we're ready for you, Raven told him with her rare show of humor. Artemis vs. Megan. Artemis, don't do this. Megan trying to plead with her. It's too late for that, Megan. The time for talking has long since passed, she said as she fired another arrow at Megan, who just dodged it. Please, Artemis. I don't want to hurt you, Megan again pleaded with Artemis while stopping a few more arrows in mid-air. Out of all of the members of Young Justice, Artemis got along with Megan the most, with her Supergirl Kara right behind her. That makes two of us, but this needs to be done, for you to understand. Artemis then fired an arrow and Megan stopped it. It then exploded and fired dozens of smaller arrows at her. Megan hardened her skin to try and protect herself, however when the barrage was over she then noticed that they stuck to her. It's over, Artemis said, and the mini arrows blasted Megan with a large amount of heat to knock her out. Killer Frost then encased her in ice as well. Raven grabbed them and let's head to the main control room where Naruto is waiting, Artemis ordered. Wow, Archer babe. I'm surprised that you would do that to the little redhead, Ravager taunted. Shut it, Cyclops. A little bit later, the Young Justice group was carried to the main deck of the airship that Naruto had created. Greetings, little leaguers, and welcome to my helicarrier, Naruto said out loud. I'm curious, why are you here? He asked, knowing full well what they're up to. Well, at least Supergirl and Kid Flash didn't get captured, Robin whispered. Only a moment after that did Supergirl and Kid Flash get thrown in with Ivy's vines wrapped around them. Found them, Naruto, Huntress told him. So you did. Good work. Naruto smiled. Sorry guys, they came out of nowhere. Kid Flash smiled awkwardly. I'm glad you all could make it. Naruto smiled at them, while they glared back. Bane, how long until we reach our destination? About 30 minutes, brother. Also, it seems that Picoliston has attacked Bialia Barley 10 minutes ago, Bane told him. And we're less than 30 minutes away with our forces going to be there shortly before us, Naruto summed up. Yes. Radic, max speed, we need to hurry, Tell the troop carriers the same thing. I want them in Bialia in the next 15 minutes, Naruto ordered. Yes sir. The attack got YJ's attention. Picolistan attacked Bialia? I thought they had a peace treaty? McGann asked. They do. Robin clarified. However, it's more of a non-aggression pact. I don't attack you, you don't attack me, kind of thing. Kid Flash told her. Yes, they are both correct. However, Picolistan have recently decided to wipe out Bialia and all of its people. We have known this for some time and have prepared accordingly. We are ready to stop the slaughter of innocent people, Naruto told him. Leave it to the Justice League. You'll just end up killing people. Robin glared at Naruto. Ha 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 ha. Naruto laughed out loud. He hasn't done that in a long time. Please, leave it to the Justice League? They don't even know that the attack has already begun. If I did leave it to them, they might get upwind of the attack an hour from now when 50% of the Bialia population has been wiped out. If the people are lucky. We are ready to intervene right now. They don't even know innocent people are dying right now. Boy, Naruto snapped at Robin. Brother, we are here. What are your orders? Bane asked. Is Battalion 1 ready? He asked. Yes, ready to be deployed and awaiting orders, Radek answered. Naruto nodded. This was the first and most important step aside from the last. All right then, watch Young Justice. Watch how the injustice of this world is fixed, and vengeance is served. Radek, deploy all 1 to 7 heavy sentinels and sentinel gladiator units to engaged enemy armor and infantry, with Unit 1 and 2 siren sentinels providing medical support as needed. Unit 8 to 10 heavy sentinel and sentinel gladiators do search and rescue for all civvies and downed Bialia military personnel. Have Siren Sentinel Unit 3 and 4 provide medical support to the civvies and Ghost Sentinel Unit 3 to 5 cover them. Siren Unit 5 stick with Ghost Units 1 and 2 pick off any outlining enemy infantry and provide SATCOM links to all ground forces. Stalker Units 4 to 10 create a perimeter around the city. Destroy any hostile forces that try to breach the lines. Units 1 to 3 provide cover to all ground forces as needed. Deploy them Radek. Naruto calmly told the colonel. Yes sir. Colonel Radek turned to the mission operators. This will be their first war operation. You heard him. Deploy heavy sentinel and sentinel gladiator 1 to 7 units to engage all Picolistan armor and infantry with Siren Sentinel Units 1 and 2 to provide medical support, Radek ordered. Yes sir. One group of operators yelled and started to relay commands to the smaller set of units as was ordered. Heavy Sentinel and Sentinel Gladiator Units 8 to 10, search and rescue for all civvies and support down Bialia forces. Have Siren Sentinel Units 3 and 4 provide medical support to the troops and civilians they encounter. Ghost Sentinel Units 3 to 5 provide watch cover, Radek yelled his orders. Yes sir. Have Siren Unit 5 stick with Ghost Units 1 and 2 pick off any outlining enemy infantry and provide SATCOM links to all ground forces. Stalker Units 4 to 10 create a perimeter around the city. Destroy any hostile forces that try to breach the lines. Units 1 to 3 provide cover to all ground forces as needed. Make it happen, Radek yelled. Yes sir. Naruto watched as his operators went to work relaying his orders to all of the forces necessary for this conflict. Radek, I want Battlegroup 1 MX Archons in the air ready to provide air support to the ground forces as needed, with Black Valkyrie units as escorts and air cover to take out enemy air forces. Yes sir. Radek turned to the operators once more. Get on the horn with the Air Force. Get MX Archons in the air with Black Valkyrie escorts and air cover. I want them over Bialia now. Yes sir. A few operators yelled and went to work. Bialia War Front 30 minutes into the fight. Bialia forces had just suffered a catastrophic surprise attack by Picolistan. It came from all sides and from the air. Most the military had been taken out without much of a fight. Their capital city was in ashes as the Poco forces ran amok in it. A small squad of Poco forces have taken prisoner both military and civilian in an area of the capital city and have them encircled. Sir, we have rounded up all of the people in this area. Orders? One lieutenant told his company. Good, kill them all, the commander said heartlessly. Yes sir. The lieutenant cocked his gun and grabbed one soldier from the group and placed him on his knees in front of him. Turn your head, he ordered. The soldier didn't comply. I said turn your F. Gunshot. Everyone looked as the lieutenant was shot in the head. Gunshot, gunshot. Two more gunshots rang across the area as the commanding officer and the squad leader were both taken out at the same time. This left the squad lost and confused, however also something else, leaderless. Then from all sides came some unknown forces. They didn't give warning nor did they hesitate, they opened fire on the invading forces, killing the small squad in a few moments. The people looked at their saviors. Hopefully their saviors. The two separate sets of armor were far different from each other. Up in the airship, Naruto saw one of his team make first contact with the enemy. The two different groups there are the Heavy Sentinel and the Sentinel Gladiators. Naruto told the YJ team. The Heavy Sentinels look like walking mountains compared to other people. Heavy Sentinels range from 5 feet 6 to 60 feet tall, weighing anywhere from 200 to 250 pounds. Also, it is mostly male-dominated with 90% of the Heavy Sentinels male while the rest are female. All HS are equipped with 4 different weapons. A shotgun, a light machine gun, a rocket launcher or grenade launcher and a handgun. Although they look nothing like the standard military guns in circulation right now. The armor itself is heavy-looking and thick. The armor is 3 layers deep on all sides, even the back with a skull-like helmet and glowing eye holes, most likely the HUD for the operator. Think Army of 2 armor. The second group is the Sentinel Gladiators, smaller than the HS, only about 5 feet 6 to 5'9" and only about 200 pounds. This group is female-dominated at 85% while the rest are male. The Gladiators differ from the tank look of the Heavy Sentinels. Their armor is thinner and slimmer. Think Halo armor, just with a hood and a metal gas mask for the helmet. The weapons of the SG are also different. They don't have 4 guns, but they do have 3 different armaments. Their first and most important is their energy shield, capable of enduring the most devastating of attacks, doesn't matter if they're bullets or bombs. The second is for close-range attacks, is their energy sword, able to slice through anything. They also have an assault rifle. With the same group of soldiers, a third group of sentinels came from around the corner when the coast was clear. These sentinels' armor was almost the same as the gladiators but with a different helmet. These sentinels are Siren Sentinels. This group expertise is in medicine and espionage. The helmet of the Sirens had a mouthguard that also acted like a gas mask filter with 2 long pillars, the spike up above the head connected to the helmet that covers all but the eyes of the operator. When the Sirens were checking on the civvies and the downed and injured troops, their right spike came down and stretched across their eyebrow and made a medical HUD that showed heart rate and if the patient had any injuries. Sirens are equipped with a sniper rifle, SMG and a handgun, as they mainly go one-on-one or snip other targets. Their breastplates also have a medical red plus over their heart. This is like a painted target for any sniper in the area. This field is female-dominated at 100%. Like the hostile sniper taking aim at one siren helping a little boy. They aimed at the siren's face hoping to get a kill shot. Gunshot only to have his head blow off by a counter-sniper. The counter-sniper was a mile away. This was the Ghost Sentinel. They have slightly lighter armor than a siren as they excel at assassination. Their helmet is like Zero from Borderlands 2. They also have an SMG, sniper rifle and a katana sword for close-range combat. Tango down. The Ghost said. This group is mostly male at 95%. Again in the carrier, Naruto smiled as he overlooked the operation but allowed Raditz to handle the ground assault. Although Raditz would rather handle it from the ground, he knew that he was needed in the air. In another part of the city, a small group of Sentinel Heavies and Gladiators were marching down a long and wide street with some sirens and a few stalkers mixed. The reason? They were engaged with some invading forces and utterly destroying them. The stalkers were firing missiles at their armor, destroying it, while the Gladiators took most of the heat from the bullets. Not that the bullets made it past their shield, and the Heavies just mowed down any force in front of them. The invading Picolistan forces were in full retreat when their last tank had been destroyed, and they had yet to kill one of the troops that had been kicking their collective asses for the past 10 minutes. In another part of the city, 4 stalkers had cornered a large squad of invaders and they surrendered instantly. On a high rooftop, a small squad of ghosts along with a few sirens was in sniper positions looking out in all directions. The few that weren't holding a sniper in their hand were huddled around a small satellite link that linked that area and the troops there to the helicarrier above them and allowed their troops to have a 3D map of the city with real-time imaging. This is SR Unit 8-3. We have pinned down civilians just north of our position. We need immediate air support to extract them. A search and rescue squad called in. Unit 8 to 3MX Archon 7 call sign, hardline, will be overhead in 10 seconds stand by. The longest 10 seconds later. Alright, we see you and the pinned down civvies, the ghost said. On the ground Unit 8 to 3 consisted of 4 heavies, 2 gladiators and 1 siren and 1 ghost. While their armor was sturdy and strong, able to withstand a lot of damage, between them and the pinned down civilians were 30 troops and 5 tanks. Use 40mm shells. Targets will be marked, said the siren of the group. She was huddling behind one of the gladiators for protection. Soon both the ghost and the siren used laser targeting to target the tanks for the MX Archon. Overhead the Archon, a spookier and AC-130. Target ID, use 25 and 40mm rounds on hostiles. The overseer of the Archon told the group. The MX Archon unleashed 25 and 40mm rounds on the large squad in front of Unit 8 to 3. The Poco ground forces never had a chance. After the hellfire of rounds dropped on the group, Unit 8 to 3 was able to move up as the Archon confirmed no hostile survivors. This is Unit 8 to 3 need medevac for civilians at our location now, the siren again called in. Unit 8 to 3 medevac is en route to your location, ETA 2 mics, stand by. A ghost operator relayed the message to the carrier. Overlord, onboard Radic was pleased with the progress of the operation. In all sectors their forces were pushing back the Picolist and military. Although vastly outnumbered, the Sentinels proved their worth as they had them outmaneuvered at all turns. Sir, enemy air force closing in hot. ETA 2 mics, one operator told Radic. Where is the rest of our air support? Contact Colonel Templar now, Radic ordered. Yes sir. Less than a minute later Colonel Templar. Yes from KZ2, appeared on screen. Like Radic, Templar was a war vet from several wars and was promoted to colonel the same time Radic was. They both wanted to protect their people and Naruto's cause allowed them to do so without the red tape or political bullshit. Colonel Radic, this is Templar. Colonel Templar. Where are your Black Valkyrie squadron that was ordered to support our ground troops against the Picolist and Air Force? Radic yelled at Templar. While Radic commanded the ground troops, Templar commanded the Air Force. Both separate were hard to beat, combined they were near unstoppable by normal means. You worry too much Radic. You'll lose the rest of your hair at their rate. Templar joked and laughed as Radic growled a little. But to answer your question, they're almost there. ETA 20 seconds. Excellent. And I worry too much because you don't worry enough. Radic cut the feed before Templar could make a witty rebuttal. With Templar and in his carrier the Sky Temple, he was given a 3D feed of the sky where his Black Valkyrie Air Force would meet with the Poco Air Force. Colonel Templar, orders from Sir Naruto, one operator said. They are? He asked. To destroy enemy Air Force with extreme predacious, sir, he told him. My kind of guy. Open the comm to all Black Valkyrie units. Done sir. This is Colonel Templar. Destroy the enemy Air Force, then fall back into a holding pattern around the city to prevent any hostile Air Force from coming back to the city. Don't let these people down, that is all. All units you have permission to engage. Templar turned his focus to the 3D sky map of the area that they would be fighting on. He saw the numbers as well. They were outnumbered 3 to 1, it was an unfair fight. For them of course. Air battle. As for the Black Valkyrie fighters, they had 2 long wings that went straight from the back of the plane to the front at a 45-degree angle. It had 1 thruster in the back, a big one and a long narrow neck that housed the cockpit. The plane didn't look all that intimidating at all, however what it lacked in first impression it made up with superior firepower. The Black Valkyrie was primarily an air-to-air type of plane. It had 80 missiles, thanks to Naruto and his SEAL tech know how that can lock on an air or ground target at 5,000 plus meters. And 100 missiles that could lock onto an air target about 9,000 meters away. All right, all Valkyrie units, we are red and free. Accelerate to attack speed, engage. All of the BV units engaged the enemy Air Force. They were using F-20 Raptors. I don't know what they use, so making it up. The BV engaged the F-20s in a dogfight. Being outnumbered 3 to 1 did nothing to deter the BV pilots from the battle. Being able to fire first had been the greatest advantage that they would ever need. The first wave of missiles took out almost 15% of the invading Air Force before the battle had truly begun. Eagle 7 Fox 2. Eagle 3 Fox 2 inches other BV, or the Eagle Squadron, were yelling out their missile attacks. Taking out jet after jet, the Pakistan Air Force tried to mount an offensive, but their jets couldn't match up to the speed or the advanced tech of the new age Black Valkyrie jet. The battle, if one could call it that, wouldn't last too long. Back on the ground, the battle wasn't going well for the Pakistan forces. The lead general was thinking about surrendering, as his forces were surrounded by their armored crab-walker things, being forced back on all fronts by an unknown force that they had yet to mount an effective attack against. It took several missiles just to damage their armor, and it seems their bullets did very little to their infantry as well. Waving the white flag was the only way that he and his men might live to see tomorrow. "Sir, all of our remaining forces have been pushed back here. The enemy is marching right on their heels. Our air support was wiped out. We're surrounded on all sides. Orders, sir," one of the general's last officers asked, as most were already dead. "We did good, men, but we weren't prepared for this ungodly military that came for us. Call for the surrender," he said, knowing that he might die back home because of this decision. The sentinels saw that all of the Pakistan forces had held up their guns over their head, an old way of showing that they are surrendering, and that had struck their nation's flag from their mobile command post and raised a white flag of surrender. In Overlord, sirens were calling in that the forces are surrendering and they are waiting for further orders. They all looked to Radek, and Radek looked to Naruto. Naruto thought about it for the moment. He could order that they are to kill them all, but that might just unite the world against him. As amusing as that would be, that is not his goal. Radek, order all forces to take into custody all remaining hostile forces, alive. Send medevac transports to all locations to provide medical support to any wounded on all sides that there might be, and to get prisoner transports all locations marked to pick up our new POWs. Yes, sir. Bane, take over. Get all of the Pakistan troops to our holding cells back at Base 3. And get our troops out of there before the UN can intervene. I don't want our forces forced to engage UN troops right now," Naruto said as he was leaving the main command room. "Artemis, take the kids to their holding cells. I have one last message for them to give to their mentors," Naruto said to her. "Yeah, sure. Let's go," she ordered the heavies to make Young Justice move. While Young Justice marveled at what they had seen, Robin grew a little frightened. Naruto had an army that just beat another army into submission, outnumbered 10-1. With what looked like almost no loss of life on their side. However, the loss of life on the other side was overwhelming. He wasn't whelmed right now. Back in their cell, the group got to talking. "What now?" Kid Flash asked. "Where is the bioship? We might still need to make a quick exit if we need to," Aqualad asked. "In their hangar. After they captured us, they towed it in," Supergirl answered. "Sorry guys, I was captured so easily. I'm ashamed of myself. I guess I'm not cut out for hero work," Aquagirl just sulked. She'd had not only been captured first, but almost as soon as she lost contact with everyone else. "Don't beat yourself up. Naruto can beat the entire league. Outsmarting us is child's play for him." Aqualad tried to make Aquagirl feel better. "Yeah, they caught all of us off guard. However, we did learn something. With Killer Frost here, we can safely guess that Naruto had something to do with the jailbreak not too long ago," Robin told the group. "Yeah, he's got Harley Quinn too," Kid Flash told Robin. The comical sight of Robin's eyes widening was worth setting back at first. "Then we need to tell Batman right away. This information is desperately needed for the JLA," Aqualad whispered. "Did you hear?" The group heard their guards talk. "About what?" the other one asked. "Apparently Sir Naruto has ordered the Little Leaguer's execution once we get back." The group's eyes widened. "Really? But they're just kids, heroes or not?" the other asked. "I know, but I'm not going against it. Can't, just a grunt, you know." "What about Artemis? I can't see her all too happy about this." "As far as I know, she doesn't know about it. I just heard it from Radek's secretary 30 minutes ago." "Yeah, well, the group heard the two guards get electrocuted." The group was now on alert as they heard the pressing of the code on the keypad. When it opened, they were shocked to see Artemis, and she tossed all of their gear to them. "Let's go, they just checked in. You have 25 minutes before anyone knows you're missing, maybe less," she told them, and moved aside so they could get out. Why are you helping us? Aquagirl asked Artemis. Yeah. Why are you traitor? Your boyfriend is trying to kill us, Kid Flash asked Artemis coldly. Look, I swear that I didn't know, and I wouldn't have known unless I didn't come down here to see you guys once more. Artemis told him. Look, that doesn't matter, you need to get out of here. Look, take this. She handed them something that looked like a key card. This is a MasterCard, something that Naruto made. It has 3 uses, it can open anything at any time. Once its 3 uses are up, it blows up. There is 3 coded doors between you and the main hangar where your ship is. You get there and get out. Don't look back and go max speed out of here. Please, I'm sorry it turned out this way, but know that I had nothing to do with Naruto's orders to execute you. Please believe that. She hugged Megan and then Kid Flash before running away. What do you think? Robin asked. We leave first and figure Artemis out later, Aqualad told the group. Hours later, the team had managed to make it to their base without being followed, not that it mattered as Naruto already knows where they hang out. They gave their report about Naruto, his army, his new team members and Artemis. None of it bode well for Batman, Superman or any of the other members of the Justice League. They had all heard how Bealia was invaded, and not 1 hour into the battle another force entered the fray and decimated the invading force and pulled out before the Justice League could intervene. They all had never been so disappointed with themselves ever, however knowing that Naruto had an army ready to move and defend, by killing, didn't make them feel any better. We need to send out a meeting call for all members. We need to discuss this fully, Superman told them. What about Artemis? We have someone on the inside, Kid Flash pointed out. For all we know, it's just to gain some loyalty back. For all you know, it's a trap set by Naruto, Batman pointed out. She isn't like that, Kid Flash defended. This conversation is over. Batman just walked out like the rest. Kid Flash stormed off pissed off. Megan followed him. She also believed that Artemis was on their side. Overlord Carrier. The Sentinels had rounded up all of the invading forces and helped as many people as they could before drop ships came down to pick them up and evac them out of the city before any UN forces arrived. The Young Justice team had managed to escape somehow and had fled the Overlord with whatever they had seen as their intel on him and his new army. How do you think the Little Leaguers escaped Artemis? Asked X with a teasing tone. Beats me. Weren't you in charge of watching them? She asked. Nope, not me. It was Croc's turn. They all turned to Croc. What? He asked in his Austrian accent. I was taking a dump, he told them. For 30 minutes? X asked. You try eating 100 pounds of meat and not take a 30-minute dump, he retorted. Hope you didn't plug up the toilet. X smirked. Or stink up the place. Ravager cut in. It doesn't matter how they escaped. What matters is that now they'll report what they have seen to Batman. That doesn't bode well for us, brother. Bane told Naruto, who was just watching the night sky from the Overlord. It is, however, what I wanted them to do. However, that's not what concerns me right now. What concerns me and our troops is how the world will react to our forces now that they are in the light. Naruto told them. By the way, Harley, Huntress, how did the armor perform? He asked. Harley just gave a large grin while Paula answered. Perfectly, she told him. Good. Bane, tell R&D to get to work making more for mass production for a new branch of troops. Naruto told Bane, who nodded. Radic, get Templar on the line. Tell him to get over Picolistan in case Bealia retaliates. He is to respond accordingly and take any survives as POWs. Right away, sir. Radic did as was ordered. Brother, you have a private call in your office. Bane told Naruto somewhat hesitantly. Naruto raised an eyebrow but nodded. Then this meeting is dismissed. Take a break, you've all earned it. Radic, once you are done with the mop-up, get us back to our main base. Yes, sir. Naruto made his way to his office, wondering why his had a private call. More importantly, if Bane knew who it was, he would have told him unless it was one of his spies, yet that wasn't it either. It was something else. He walked in and pressed the blinking red button. On it came 7 faces, all covered in a bright white light preventing him from making out their faces. Greetings, Naruto. It is an honor to finally talk to you, one voice said to him. Wish I could say the same. Now, who are you and what do you want? He asked. We are the light, and after your display today, we are here to offer you something, another voice stated. Naruto raised an eyebrow. And what might that be? He asked. We are of similar minds and have similar goals. I would benefit both you and us. We are inviting you to be a member of the Light, a third voice says. I'm no one's errand boy. Naruto told them coldly. You misunderstand. A fourth, and the most powerful of the group, voice started. We're not offering you to be our agent like with others we have done to in the past. We are offering you a place at our table. We are offering you to join us, as our equal. N-9B bomber jets were flying in a V formation ready to bomb the city, killing an unknown amount of people. 60 seconds to target. The head bomber pilot said. Back in their capital their president was pacing. This was justified 100%. They attacked his people, killing many, although the death toll would have been higher without the mysterious army that came out of nowhere and saved many of his people and his troops. 30 seconds to target. The pilot said. Captain, this is the president. You have finally go for the bombing, the president said. Roger that. The captain said. 10 seconds to target. The bomber opened their bomb bays and many people on the ground watched in horror at what was about to happen. Target in range. Just as he said those words, 3 black Valkyrie jets decloaked and were behind the 9 bombers. Fox 2. The 3 said at 1 and 3 missiles were fired at the bombers, destroying 3 of them before any of the pilots knew what was going on. Fox 2. Another 3 missiles were fired, destroying 3 more bombers. Evasive maneuvers now. The head bomber said as the 3 unknown jets were hot on their tail. Eagle 3 Fox 2. Black Valkyrie 3 yelled. Missile lock. One of the bombers shouted. Punching out, he said a moment later, and then the missile hit his plane, destroying it. Eagle 2 Fox 2. Eagle 2 fired his missile, destroying the plane, killing the pilot. The head bomber was slightly harder to hit, using more advanced maneuvers than the others to avoid being hit. Eagle 1 Fox 2. The head bomber managed to punch out before his plan was destroyed. This is Eagle 1 to Sky Temple. Go ahead Eagle 1. I see 4 clouds in the air. They need extraction before local law enforcing gets to them. Over. Eagle 1 pilot told them. Copy that. Extraction teams are en route. Maintain holding pattern until extraction teams are moving out. Hard copy. Maintaining holding pattern, with Naruto. It hasn't been too long since young Justice escaped the Overlord. Naruto had just got the report that Templar stopped an airstrike as retaliation from the attack and not too long ago. Artemis was with him at the present moment. Do you think they believe you? He asked. McGann differently, Kid Flash most likely, the rest most likely not. Artemis told him. Where you? No, most likely what happened was I was talking to Bane about plans on how to deal with the Justice League, the UN and Young Justice and the best ways to execute the plans. Someone must have heard only the words, Young Justice, and execute, and the rumor just spread from there. However, it works out just fine. Naruto told her. Her eyes narrowed a little. So you planned on me freeing them? Yes, and no, I know that if I was to use extreme methods or you thought that their lives were in danger, I'd figure that you'd free them. But I knew that unless that was the case you wouldn't do a thing. Trust me Artemis. Young Justice is safe from me, for now at least. Naruto told her. What now? She asked. I'm not big on spy games, Naruto. No, you're not, but I need you to be for the time being. Convince them if you can later on, but know that their convictions will be the end of them either by war or by the course of their actions. Naruto told her. Now, I have. Sir Naruto, pardon the interruption, but something has accrued moments ago that requires your attention right away. Radek rushed in, then turned on the TV in his room. This is Vicky Vale and we're live in Gotham, where just moments ago a gang-related attack happened right here at the Sentinel Free Clinic, in downtown Gotham, Vicky said. Vicky showed the damage done to the clinic. Naruto had only started them up about 2 weeks ago all around the USA and sent similar units around the world for medical relief to places that need it. When did this happen? Naruto asked as he saw the damage done to one of his clinics. Just an hour ago, if not sooner. The people who did this? He asked. Currently in police custody, however the ones that did this are just punk kids. Someone hired them, that much is obvious, but it's who hired them is important. Radek told Naruto. Naruto frowned. Radek was right after all, who hired them to firebomb a free clinic of all places? In your opinion, Do you think that the police will allow us to interrogate them? Naruto asked. Unlikely. Either by pride or by some oath they made as an officer of the law they won't let us, Raditz answered. Naruto nodded. Artemis saw the gears in Naruto's head start to turn. What do you plan to do, Naruto? She asked. We take them. Get Ghost Team 7 to Gotham to extract them and bring them to the Gotham base for interrogation. Use any means needed but keep them alive with no police casualties. I need to know all of my enemies and why. Naruto told Raditz. At once. Raditz bowed before leaving. Artemis, get Croc in here along with your mother. I have a mission for them, he told her. Sure. What is it? She asked. It's fun, Naruto grins. He still had his playful side, and Artemis takes that as a good sign. Search and destroy? She asked. And retrieve. He finished. Gotham, Gordon was not having a good day. Why? Someone firebombed a new free clinic in downtown. Something is always going down at that part of town. What's worse is that the two-bit gang that did it isn't talking, and there is no way that they had the stones or the funding to do such a thing. They didn't really need a reason. All of a sudden all of the alarms blared. He ran out of his office. What's going on? He asked. Jailbreak, that gang was sprung just a moment ago, one of his officers told him. There goes the rest of his day. Gotham Sentinel Base. The gang of 6 was in a dark room blindfolded with a black sack over their heads, and gagged. When the sack and blindfold was removed they saw the two people. The woman looked normal as a human female looks in uniform and makeup. The other one. Oh, it's been a long time since I've been able to flex my muscles. Killer Croc said. The Batman version is the one I'm using. I like that one the best. The teens started to moan and grunt as best they could. They've all heard the horror stories of Killer Croc. No need to frighten them to death, Croc, the woman said. Why not? He asked. Prey tastes the best when you can taste the fear in the air. He smiled and hissed at them. Their eyes widened and they were on the verge of pissing themselves. Well, before that happens, she smiled, seeing that the teens were even more scared of them now than before. We need information. Now then, you boys are going to tell us who ordered you to bomb that free clinic, and you're going to tell us now. They started to moan and grunt again. Oh, how could I forget that you're gagged? She said playfully. But before I ungagged you, you all need to know what's at stake. I'm hungry. Croc said. But I can't eat 6 teens, need to cut down on my food intake. He smiled at their fear, and, yep, one just pissed themselves. So I'm cutting back to only 5 human happy meals. He smiled, and someone just lost control of their bowls. So the one that tells us who ordered e-bombing gets to go to jail, escorted by me. Huntress smiled at them. While the rest takes a dip in my crock pot. Croc pointed at his giant crock pot he had for just such an occasion. And yes, pun totally intended. Huntress moved fast enough to ungag them all at once. It was Black Mask, they all yelled at once. He told us to do it, one teen said. He gave us the bombs. Told us when to do it. He said he'd pay us a lot of money. He said that he'd kill us if we didn't. He said that he'd kill our families. Please don't eat us. They all yelled at once. Croc grabbed one of them. What was the pay? He asked. We never got paid. When we went to go get our money the cops were waiting for us, the boy said in fear. So, he sold you out. Huntress commented. Look, man. We were just looking out for our families, all right. We waited until almost everyone was out of the place before we bombed it. We're not killers, man. The boy said with tears of fear coming out of his eyes. Mask. How did he contact you? Huntress asked. He gave us a burn phone. Said to keep it with us at all times. Another boy answered. Do you have it with you now? Croc asked. No, we were told to dump it before we went to the warehouse. Another one told them. Who did the talking between you all? Croc hissed. I did. The one that Croc was holding told him. Where did you dump the burn phone then, boy? And please, lie to me. I really want you to lie to me. He told the shaking boy. I didn't dump it. He told him. Thanks for lying. Croc smiled as he opened his jaws and was about to bit the boy's head off. I didn't dump it, I swear. I kept it, he yelled. Croc, wait. Huntress told Croc, and Croc closed his mouth. She was in charge after all. Where is the phone? Do you have it on you? No, I gave it to my girl. Told her to hold on to it in case Mask backstabbed us. I can tell her to bring, just don't let him eat us please ma'am. The, most likely, leader of the group asked. Huntress tossed him a phone. Call her. Tell her to come to the address on the back of the phone. Tell her to bring the burn phone. And if she doesn't. Croc snapped his jaws closed in front of the boy. You go down first, he smiled. An hour later the leader called his girl, told her to come to the address where they were at, not that he knew that, and to bring the burn phone with her. She came and did what was asked of her. When she got there she was greeted by ghost sentinels and she was taken to where her boyfriend was. Did you bring the burn phone, girl? Croc asked. In her terror all she could do was hold it up to him and Huntress took it. Siren, she tossed it to the only siren of the group. Track all of the calls in and out of this burn phone. Yes ma'am. The siren said and went to work. She then looked at the boys and the girl. Now what to do with all of you? She asked. Can I eat them? Croc asked. Hey look, whatever you do my girl isn't part of this. Let her go, the leader pleaded. Huntress looked at the ghosts and nodded to them. The ghosts nodded back and each drew their swords one after another. The ghosts approached the tied-up group. The girl must have really loved her boyfriend because she stood in their way but was pushed out of the way and held at bay by Huntress. The ghosts raised their blades one by one, in a do-the-wave-like motion, over their captives. To the gang of boys, this sucked but was better than being eaten alive. Then in the same way as they rose their blades they brought them down, and cut their restraints off. Get out of here, all of you. Croc told them. Huntress let the girl go and she ran to her BF. As they group was leaving Huntress grabbed their leader's arm. Forced him back, and shoved something in his hand. It was a medallion-like object with the symbol of the Sentinels. This is your symbol now. You and your gang work for us as our spies in Gotham, you hear me? If you tag again, it better be this symbol and nothing else. If anything goes down in Gotham and you hear and or know something, you contact us through this. She pointed at the medallion. And spread the word, in exchange for all of your lives, that the Sentinels own Gotham now, and forever. Huntress put the fear of God into him, and Croc put the fear of teeth into him. The boy nodded and ran for his life. Ma'am, found it. Mask has been making calls from the same phone that he used to call this burn phone. I got a location on where he made them from. The siren told Huntress. Good. I hope gaining some street punks as some third-rate spies in Gotham is worth me losing out on a meal. Croc told Huntress. Naruto had put it best. Gangs like that fall into one of two categories when dealing with them. You either turn them, or stamp them out. Huntress told him. Croc just nodded. Huntress pulled out her communicator and contacted Naruto. How goes your hunt, Huntress? Naruto asked. Wonderfully, we have what we need and are on our way to take care of the problem, Huntress told Naruto. Who bombed my clinic? He asked. Black Mask. Why we don't know. That part matters little. Who is more important right now? Deal with Mask. Do you need backup? Naruto asked them. No, Team 7 is enough for us. Mask is just a man with hired guns. Nothing more, Huntress told him. Understood. Once your business is done let me know. I know I don't have to say it, Huntress. Naruto told her. No, you don't. Huntress smiled. Siren, anything? She asked the siren. Yes, many different phone numbers called the burn phone. However, after all of the BS is sorted through it shows that all of the phone numbers are connected to one person, Black Mask's assistant Ms. Lee. The siren told her. Huntress smiled. Perfect. Do we have a location? She asked. Yes, she's currently here. The siren brought up a map of Gotham and pointed to the dot on the map off the coast of Gotham. Is Black Mask with her? Huntress asked. More than likely. She's the only one that seems to be immune to his rage when shit hits the fan, Lady Huntress. The sire told her. Well, if she's not there we'll soon find out, Croc smiled. Gotham Blackgate Prison. Naruto was walking down a corridor being escorted by the guards to his destination. He was now in the visitor's room, a reserved one, for the person he was meeting. Although no real name is given, she goes by the name Candy. Arkham Origins. 20 minutes. The guard said as both ran for their bosses. Candy. Naruto told her. And what does the infamous Naruto Uzumaki want with me? She asked. You're doing 5 years for all sorts of crimes. Yet none of them were really serious. Your only real crime was siding with Bird Brain. Huh? Candy looked lost at his simplification of her crimes. Really? That's my only crime to you? She looked shocked. Yes, someone as pretty as you shouldn't even be in the same room with something as ugly as that. Naruto grinned. Candy blushed and looked away. Anyway, to me there are only two types of people that commit crimes. Unlike the police or the so-called Justice League, there are savages and survivors. Things like the Penguin are savages. People like you are survivors. You had little choice when it came to joining that thing. You did what you needed to survive. No one understands that like I do, and people like you. Naruto looked at her. Candy didn't think anyone understood her. When they were cornered by the Batman, her boss left her for the wolves and she took the fall for many of his crimes. The only reason she only got 10 years with a chance to get out in 5 was because she took the deal that was offered her. What I'm offering is a deal. A chance to not just survive, but thrive. Thrive as a member of the army I've made, the Sentinels, he told her. Guardians? Yes. You won't be fighting, of course. There are other battlefields other than the ones fought with weapons. What do I get out of it? She asked. Out of here for one. Naruto looked up and to the right. And hurry, the JLA is on their way. So my offer expires in 20 seconds, he told her. Candy, using her business mind, didn't take long to make up her mind. I'm in. She said. She didn't care what she was going to do for this man, but it would be better than here. Good choice. Naruto grabbed her and both vanished, and when the Justice League got there, Superman ahead of the rest, all they saw was Candy sitting in the same chair she always had. Black Mask yacht. Black Mask was enjoying the sweet life right now. He had eliminated some competition. Stupid Clinic refused to pay for operating on his turf. He paid it no mind anymore as it was dealt with and he could move on in life because his fall guys took the fall for him. Life was good. Outside, Black Mask goons were patrolling the yacht out in the cold. Black Mask had cheaped out on their gear, again. However, they'd soon earn their pay. Just underwater stalking the yacht was a submarine, and not just any sub, but a Sentinel sub. Inside, Ghost Team 7 was prepping with Croc and Huntress. Okay. Orders are simple, terminate the Black Mask. Me and Croc will handle that part as well as his assistant. You all handle his hired help, and when you spot Mask let us know. Got it? She told them. Yes, ma'am. Croc smiled at the group. We go in under the radar and water. Stealth infiltration. Stealth kills. Stealth evacs. Got it? Croc snapped at them. Yes, sir. All right, boys and girls. Let's earn that fat check we get every week. Finishes up prepping gear, we leave in 2 minutes. Croc liked this. He liked being in control like this, and the best part. He was being paid to kill. Paid to kill. Doesn't get much better than this. Croc hissed. Stay focused, Croc. Our mission isn't over. Huntress said. She looked different. Huntress still had her style and everything. However, her armor and weapons had an upgrade. She was decked out in armor, light armor like the Ghost Sentinels. Oh, I am. Croc smiled. 5 minutes later. On the yacht, Black Mask guards had Alaska 74 as their primary gun. It was like the Alaska 47 but smaller. 2 guards were on the port side of the ship doing their rounds unknown to them. A pair of ghosts were on the side of the ship scaling it like Spider-Man would a wall. With magnets to help them. When one guard looked at a noise, he never saw a ghost stab the other guard and dragged him over the side into the water. When the other guard heard the splash, he looked where his buddy should have been only to get stabbed in the chest and fling overboard as well. Clear. One said as he did the rest of Ghost Team 7, its lone Siren and Croc and Huntress scaled the side as well. All right. Floor by floor, clean them all out. Siren, stick with me and Croc until we find Mask. The team nodded. We'll check the biggest room first and work our way from there. You all have your orders, carry them out. Croc told the group. The group nodded and all of the ghosts moved on in different areas. Some went to the lower levels of the ship while others went to clean out the rest of the deck. On the deck there were 6 guys left. One went around the corner only to get a blade to the neck. He bled to death and was gently laid down so not to make any noise. Up on a higher level, a guard never saw a ghost sneak up behind him and a blade was shoved in the back of his neck, his mouth covered to prevent him screaming. The other guard on the level but on the other side of the stairs that separated them looked to them, only to share the same fate as the other guard. Both ghosts got on the ledge overlooking two guards beneath them. They nodded to each other and jumped down, killing both guards at the same time with a blade to the back of the head each. The last one walked down the stairs with a smoke in his hand, only to be stabbed in both ears from both ghosts. The ghosts laid the body down and went to secure the bridge. Down below the ghosts we taking out the higher help while also being quiet about it. What do you mean they're gone? One ghosts heard the voice of their target, Black Mask. He moved closer to the door. They had escaped earlier today by an unknown group. Most likely they were interrogated. It is, however, unlikely that whoever interrogated them knows where we are. Lee told him. Damn it. We need to lay low for a while. Tell the boys that we're heading out sooner than planned, he told her. Yes, sir. Target located. One ghost told Huntress. On our way, stay out of sight. It didn't take long for Huntress and Croc to make with the siren in tow. The ghost pointed at the door. 4 heat signatures, 2 are on the ground, most likely knocked out by Black Mask's rage, he reported. Good, easier to deal with Mask then, Croc smiled. What's on your mind, Croc? I think I've had enough of all this sneaking around bullshit. Time to take out our target. Croc smiled. Hold on. All units report in kills and heat signatures, Huntress ordered. Ghost 2, 3 kills 0 HS. Ghost 5, 2 kills 0 HS. Ghost 3, 3 kills 0 HS. Ghost 7, 4 kills, 0 HS. Ghost 6, 3 kills, 0 HS. Huntress tailed the kill count and looked at the team leader. I got 3 kills, ma'am. Then that just leaves everyone on the other side of this door. Croc smiled, and being who he is, Croc walked up to the door and booted it to splinters. What the fuck? Black Mask yelled out in rage when he saw his large door on the ground in pieces. Croc, what the fuck? Not knowing where Croc's loyalties lay. He then noticed Huntress and the group that came in and took his 2 goons away. What the fuck do you want, Croc? I'm busy here. Croc smiled. I never liked you, Mask. And now that there's a kill order on you, it just makes my day and that big fat paycheck this week all the sweeter. Croc grinned. Lee, MT. Mask held out his hand and Lee brought out a large case that held a rocket launcher, then handed it to Black Mask. I've been waiting to use this for years now. Mask smiled, then pulled the trigger. Click. Nothing happened. What? I paid good money for this, what the fuck? It was then that the firing pin of the MT was tossed on his desk in front of him, tossed there by his own assistant Ms. Lee. I'm using the under the red hood version. I think I forgot something when I put it together, boss, she said in an uncharacteristic sarcastic tone, as she slowly walked to Huntress and handed her a flash drive. That's everything that Black Mask owns. All money and business, everything, she told her. Good work, Ms. Lee. Siren, upload this to Overlord. She handed the flash drive to the Siren. Yes, ma'am. Overlord, this is Siren 7-1 uploading information to you now. Roger, Siren 7-1. Receiving. Now that just leaves you, Mask. Kill him, Huntress told Croc. Mask, it's with great pleasure that I say these next 2 words to you. Croc jumped in front of Black Mask, who took out a gun and started to fire at Croc, only for his bullets to bounce off Croc's armor. Croc grabbed Mask's arm and broke his wrist, forcing Mask to drop his gun. You didn't know I had armor on. How blind. Anyway, the 2 words I want to tell you are this. You're terminated. Croc slit Black Mask's throat open and blood rushed out like a dam. Croc dropped the dying man to the ground and let him bleed to death. This is Huntress, mission complete. Black Mask terminated. Roger that, Huntress, sending extraction. ETA 5 mics. Let's get out of here. I've had enough of this place, Ms. Lee said. Didn't think that Naruto turned you of all people, Ms. Lee. Croc hissed at Mask's former assistant. Naruto is very convincing when he wants to be. Aside from that, when the man that can beat the Justice League like preschoolers offers you a job, you say yes. No matter what it is, she told the giant Croc. True. UN chambers. The UN was in an uproar. 2 of their members attacked each other, then some army comes out of nowhere and destroyed most of the army sent to destroy Bialia. Then the Bialia bombers were shot down not too long ago. However, the UN representatives were not the only ones there. Superman was there as well, representing the Justice League and how they will answer to this army that came in. beat an army in minutes and left without a trace. A dangerous group of people to be sure. Everyone please calm down. We need to settle down and talk calmly and with level heads. The speaker told everyone. Superman was right next to him to enforce his words. Intruder alert. Ah! A man yelled before it sounded like he was shocked. It was then the doors were kicked in from all directions and the sentinels rushed in. Pointed their guns at UN soldiers. Their guns fired electric currents which stunned the guards. Many didn't even get to draw their guns before they were stunned. Superman even rushed the leader only for him to open a small box and a strong green-colored light filled the room and he fell to the ground yelling out in pain as the kryptonite was stronger than he's ever felt before. You may be, Super, but you are but just a man. Radek said and Superman's blood ran cold. He had heard those words before. Radek along with 2 of each class, of his sentinels had secured the UN chambers in a matter of moments. The sentinels made sure no one escaped. Radek made his way to the speaker. May I? He asked. The speaker just gave the all yours gesture before moving aside. Thank you. Radek moved to the podium. People of the UN and all around the world, I am Colonel Radek. I was the commander of the forces that stopped the invasion of Bealia. With the army placed under my command, the Army of the Sentinels. This army was founded under one principle, peace. It was then that one of the UN reps started talking and his translator translated it for him. Peace? How can bloodshed lead to peace? He asked him. Yes, peace and war, while complete opposites, they complete each other. For without war, we can never truly appreciate peace, and without peace there is no true reason to wage war. While others wage war for power, we only fight in war, not wage it. Whenever someone oppresses the defenseless, whenever causes innocents to suffer, we shall be there. To protect them, to remove the ones who abuse their power for their own gain. We are loyal to no flag of a nation, only loyal to the ideal of peace. Our leader aspires to bring peace to our world. He hopes that one day guns and swords are no longer needed to keep the peace. Another UN representative started to talk and his translator talked for him. Who is this leader you speak of? How does he hope to bring peace with an army that no one seems to be able to stop? Your men managed to utterly destroy another with little to no effort at all? Our forces exist to prevent others as a deterrent to stop others from waging war on others. We will only defend until our true war beings. However, despite this we still have many POWs from both of the recent conflicts and we shall return them home to Bealia and Picolistan on a few conditions that are non-negotiable. The Picolistan representative started taking and his translator talked for him. And what are these conditions? Picolistan and Bealia leaders will meet at a location appointed by our leader to talk and agree upon a new peace treaty between the two once again. Once that is completed to an acceptable degree in the eyes of our leader, all POWs from both sides will be sent home. Radek told them. And who are you to decide when these men go home or not? They need to be returned without conditions. Superman managed to say, recovering from his exposure to his weakness. It is not mine order or word but my leader. Our leader dictates what we do and the one who sets these rules. Radek told him. And who is your leader? Asked the speaker. Radek looked at the man behind him, then took out a trikunai and stabbed it in the wood of the podium. The one I follow willingly, the one we all follow willingly, is the one who is the strongest person in the world, in both strength and conviction, is none other than. A yellow flash blinded everyone in the chambers. Me. Naruto told them all, and Superman's heart sank. Naruto was powerful without this army. Now with them. I made, funded, and equipped this army, the Sentinels, to protect the people that can't protect themselves, and that the Justice League refuses to protect. We protect everyone, Superman yelled. You try, and fail all the time. Your refusal to kill your targets puts everyone back in danger time and time again. How many of your, so-called, Rouges have more than 100 kills to their name? He asked, knowing Superman didn't know that number. I'll tell you, Superman, over half of your Rouges gallery has over 100 kills. All of your Justice League's members have at least 20 to 30 feet Rouges, and an average of 17 of them have over 100 kills. You do the math, Superman, that's over 51,000 people dead because of you and your so-called Justice League, and that was just last year alone. This year so far it's almost twice that number, and this year still has 4 more months to go. In less than 2 years over 150,000 people died because of your failure and the failure of your league, Superman. Your morals, your code, is nothing more than a weak attempt to tell parents why their child's murderer is still alive while they have to suffer for the rest of their lives. Naruto looked back to the UN. My army and I, we listen to no one, we have no boundaries. If you wish to make war, know that we shall be there to bring peace. I have my sentinel medical stations everywhere in the world, helping people in every town and city in the world. No one will stop us from doing what we know to be right, no one. Naruto looked at Superman. Dark room. Somewhere else in the world someone was watching Naruto talk to the UN. You seem so sure of yourself, the person said. I told you not to underestimate him, Obito. Obito looked at his benefactor. I didn't, he surprised me alone with his little follower group of his. Madara. Obito told his benefactor. And I had to bring you back with reanimation, because of that our plans are in jeopardy of never coming to pass. It takes a living host to fuse with the 10 tails. And now, neither of us is living. Madara told him. Not my fault, you trained the thing we needed to complete our plan, Obito retorted. My curiosity got the better of me. Now that my curiosity is sated, it's time to put into motion my plan. My Moon's Eye plan. Madara told his first apprentice. And how do you plan on doing that? With both of us dead, neither of us can activate the plan, Obito pointed out. Oh, we just get Naruto to do it for us, Madara said with a sick grin on his face. Obito's eyebrow rose. And how do you plan on doing that? Madara pressed a button and a face came up on it. My grandson is just like my old friend. He, himself, has no weakness, but makes one himself. We gain control of that weakness. Naruto will do anything we want for us. On the scene was none other than Artemis. End.